There is a likely Hall of Famer who, as of June 27th, through over 15,000 drafts in the DraftKings $20 Millie Maker contest, had been taken in every single draft except one. Can you guess who it is? Likely Hall of Famer, taken in every single draft except one. I'm going to let you know after I run an advertisement. You don't see a lot of advertisements in the Flannelverse, but I'm running one today because I am a DraftKings partner this week. Going to be doing DraftKings content all week long. Really excited about it. And I've got a couple great guests who will also be joining me after I run the advertisement. Steve Shoup, CEO of Fanspeak, will be joining me. A really sharp guy. Looking forward to talking to Steve. And then in a couple hours, Matthew Wiley from Rum Pure Sports joining as well. But we're going to start right now. Going to run the ad. I'll give you one more hint about this Hall of Famer. He helped me win a Millie Maker a few years back. So who helped me win a Millie Maker? Who is a potential Hall of Famer? Who has been drafted in all drafts on DraftKings except for one, coming up after the ad. Football season is right around the corner, and there's no better way to lock in your fantasy dominance early than with Best Ball on DraftKings, where you draft once and ride your roster all season long. And right now, DraftKings is giving all customers a can't-miss offer. Draft one, get one. Enter a lineup in the $15 million Best Ball contest for just $20, and you'll score another Best Ball ticket to play free for a share of $15 million, giving you a second shot to win big. It's easy. Just draft your team once, no weekly management required, and let your top scorers automatically start each week. Across the whole season, every breakout star, every clutch play, every touchdown will count toward your quest for a share of $15 million. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now to draft your $20 Best Ball lineup and get a second ticket to play free for a share of $15 million. That's two chances to win big without ever setting your lineup again. Draft one, get one. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. All right, Steve. Oh, dang. I forgot to remove the one media asset. Steve, I got to ask you the question. So I gave the prompt. I don't know if you were listening very closely, Steve. Hall of Famer taken in every DraftKings draft except for one. Do you have any guesses?
You said he helped you win Millie a couple years ago. I don't know. This is probably wrong. Travis Kelce.
It's a good guess. That's a very good guess. I see one guess in chat, and I'm not gonna wait around. I'll just let you know who it is. DeAndre Hopkins, taken in 15,107 drafts out of 15,108. Keenan Allen was not far behind at all. Travis Kelce has been taken, I'm pretty sure, in every draft so far. That's a good guess, though. All right, we are going to be joining a DraftKings draft momentarily, but Steve, you are the CEO of Fanspeak. Steve, by the way, has been to a draft, has earned a ticket to a DraftKings live final each of the past 3 years. He had a 30% advance rate on DraftKings last year. So really sharp drafter. Looking forward to getting some insights from Steve. Steve, you're the CEO of Fanspeak. How long has Fanspeak been going on? Tell me a little bit about the company for people who don't know.
Oh, well, Fanspeak's been going on about 15 years now, but we've pivoted. We were doing more just regular NFL and NFL draft content. I covered the Senior Bowl live from 2012 to 2020. But we are now pivoting much more to the fantasy DFS, best ball and sports betting space, in the last couple of years. So that's been our focus, particularly the last couple of years. And like you said, I've been lucky enough the last 3 years, I've been playing significant best ball, and I've gotten at least one finals team, two DraftKings finals in best ball, only one in the Millie Maker. That was 3 years ago. And unfortunately, that team was just dead on arrival. I had Jalen Hurts, and my only quarterback left was Trevor Lawrence. And that was the week that the Jaguars decided to sit their starters at halftime against the Texans. And my top running back, Derrick Henry, was out that week. So it was just dead on arrival.
Yeah, that's tough to overcome when your best players are sitting out that week. I've definitely been there in best ball. How much, it feels like you guys are doing content all the time for best ball, and it feels like you have a big team there. How big is the team, and how much content do you get out?
We've six of us in total, and we are doing shows pretty much at least one show basically every day. Some tape, some trying to do live shows at least 5 days a week. We've been doing the Best Ball Jeopardy, which has been a big hit this summer, and we also have our own Substack going where Meg and I are writing articles, doing rankings, looking for edges in terms of different strategies and things of that nature.
Very nice. I'm vamping a little bit because I'm trying to get some new rankings, and I realized I meant to update my rankings before getting in here today for the draft, because there have been some big changes. So I'll
Yep.
ask you about one of them as I'm doing this. What are you doing with the Browns running back situation?
Yeah, I mean, right now, still obviously a lot coming out. I'm basically not taking Judkins. If I were to, re-rank them, I need to finish all my rankings, but I put them down in the 90s, low 100s right now. But right now, the way I'm looking at it is I have enough. If I'm not going to worry about the fall. I am moving up Sampson and Ford both considerably, and I want to be getting more of them. The other issue is the Browns running backs, particularly Jenkins. I was worried about all along when he's going in the 70s. If the Browns pivot away from Flacco to one of the young quarterbacks, whether it's Pickett or one of the rookies, just in those playoff weeks, you could be, this team really scoring a lot of points? Do they have a positive game script for him? So already I had some worries about his late season production. Now I have worries of early season production. So, and just, we'll see how it all plays out, but obviously it could be a significant suspension.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking forward to seeing how that all goes down. Sad situation. I've been basically trying to get Dylan Sampson and even Jerome Ford. I've moved up significantly, just trying to get them late in drafts, try to take advantage before they really rise too much, before we have too much information. So it sounds like we are playing it pretty similarly. All right, I am going to get us into a draft here. If anybody wants to join us, give me just 1 second here to get in, and I'm going to try and do this. I don't think I have any issues with getting in just on the computer, so I'm going to try here. NFL tab. And we're going to be doing the $20 Millie Maker. Yep, here it is. So if you want to get in, now is the time. I'm going to enter with money. Uh-oh, what just happened? Am I in? I don't know what I did. All right, I'm going to try again.
Yeah, it looked like it hit the rankings button.
Oh, oops. Okay. Again. I had the that part of my screen covered with the StreamYard thing, apparently. Okay. All right, I'm just going to get in. All right, 9 more to enter. If you want to get in with us, plenty of time to draft with us. All right, good to see many of you in the chat. Dot back to you, GM Billy. All right, Jeremy, get in now. Steve is in fact the GOAT. 2N says he has 48% Hopkins. So you are not probably the one who let him outside of your draft. You've got new rankings on Fanspeak today for DraftKings.
I haven't updated the DraftKings ones yet, so that's the next thing to do tonight.
Streaming and drafting again, shocker. Yes, indeed. This is all I do basically. Not as much this year as last year, but starting up this week is going to be very busy, very busy. Lots of drafting today. Oh, it already filled. Jeremy says, "Okay, I missed that." Okay, here we go. That was quick.
Yeah, no, that's good. It does seem to be feeling better, and obviously with this week with the promos, it's really nice.
Yeah, lot of nice promos. You can see if you want to take advantage of the promo, there is a link in the description for the promo that I did the read on already. I'm just going to maybe refresh this. There is a 2-minute wait. For those of you who have not played a ton on DraftKings, a little bit of a longer wait to get into your drafts. All right, we are in the 8-hole. Steve, do you have a preferred place to draft?
I would say definitely with DK in the front. I think just those running backs or receivers just set you up. I mean, you look at the difference between Chase and any other receiver was massive last year. Of course, Justin Jefferson and Lamb have that same sort of upside. And then those running backs, if you look at full point PPR per like points per game, Chase would have been number 1 between receivers and running backs. But then it's Gibbs, Barkley, and Bijan's right up there also. Henry had like 19.7 or something like that. So that's why he does kind of have first round rating on DraftKings. I don't know if it's truly warranted, but he outproduced every receiver outside of Ja'Marr Chase last year. So
Derrick Henry did on
Derrick
DraftKings scoring. Yeah. I mean, if he can keep it up.
PPR scoring, and he had Henry had 700-yard games. So I'm sure he was up there in like true DK scoring.
Yeah, no, those 100-yard games help quite a bit on DraftKings.
Yeah.
For those of you who are not familiar with DraftKings scoring, how it differs from some other sites, it is full point per reception instead of half point per reception. You also do get, it's just like DFS scoring. So you get the 100-yard bonus for rushing receiving yards. You get a 300-yard bonus for passing yards. So it's largely the same as most best ball sites. But if you're not playing, not used to playing on DraftKings, it's slightly different from some of the other bigger sites. I think it's, do you find it more fun to draft on DraftKings? Do you enjoy the chaotic element of it?
I do. I enjoy the chaos, and I don't think people always weight the full point PPR aspect of it. And honestly, the 100-yard or 300-yard bonus. Like you look at quarterbacks like Joe Burrow had 7 300-yard games last year. That's a big difference maker. Like the Joe Burrow push. I'm fine taking him at that 4-3 turn,
4-5 turn, yeah. Which is he doesn't really fall at all on DraftKings.
Yeah, no. But I think it's somewhat warranted given the 300-yard bonus.
Yeah, that's true. Helps out quite a bit. Yeah, Charlie says, Neil, how do you feel about competing against yourself on Davis's channel right now? I pre-recorded a video with Davis last week, so that one, it's not live, by the way. You can watch that one later. I pre-recorded a video with Davis that he ran at the same time that I'm doing this one, which, to be fair, I didn't tell him when I was doing mine, so it wasn't an intentional thing, but kind of funny the way that worked out. All right, we are up next. Do you have a favorite pick here in the 8th hole? We'll see who 7 goes with.
I mean, I would probably pull up Amon-Ra Neighbors above Nico.
Okay. Do you have a preference between Amon-Ra and Neighbors?
Go Neighbor. I'd say Neighbors just has the highest upside.
I feel like I have not gotten a ton of Neighbors, and it hasn't been intentional. But I just thought of that today. So I'm doing a slow 555 draft on DraftKings, and I had the 8th pick. And I think these exact same options were available to me. And I went with Neighbors there because I was like, I do think that he's a really strong pick. Like we saw the PPR upside for Neighbors last year. And I feel like I'm just like behind on my Neighbors exposure. Like I'm not intentionally not getting Neighbors. But I, for some reason, he doesn't seem to fall to me all that often where I want him. So I like that pick.
And the thing he had a 32% target share last year, and his quarterback play, I don't care who it is, it's an upgrade over last year.
Yeah.
Whether Russ plays 5 games and Dart plays the rest, or Winston gets in there some, it's an upgrade.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I hope that Dart gets in there. Personally, do you have a preference for who the quarterback is?
So, I mean, I'm actually fine with Russ to get a good chunk, but I think Dart will kind of be there at the end. So whether I think it actually could be good for Neighbors. In fact, Neighbors, I think it was at the Super Bowl, he talked about like, we're bringing in a veteran. Like he wasn't even talking rookie. And I think, people talk about this being, for Dable and all this, like they need to win games. I think the biggest decision is keeping Neighbors happy. You're going to have a veteran in there. If Neighbors is producing and they're doing well, I think they keep Russ in for a good chunk, maybe at least 10 games.
Yeah. I mean, I think if they're doing well, like it's his job to lose largely. Yeah. I guess I have mixed feelings because Russ has supported good receivers in the past while he was on the Seahawks, had some really strong performances. So I probably underrate Russ's ability to boost up a wide receiver because we have seen it before. I think I just like the unknown of Dart. He could be anything. He could even be Russell Wilson. So I'm hopeful there. I'm really liking the options that we have falling to us with this pick. We got Brock Bowers or Drake London, or if you prefer AJ Brown,
I'd go
London.
I'd go London.
All right, I'm happy going with either of those two. So yeah, it
like
feels pretty good.
You can make a case for some of these elite tight ends like Bowers and McBride because their target share is incredible, but end of the day, and we'll have a couple 100-yard games. But end of the day, I just think receivers are just so important here. I like having some good backs as well. But tight end, I'm still fine just pushing down and getting like 3 guys you can combo.
So you prefer to not go with the elite tight end and to instead just like get there
Now,
with volume later on?
I think Kittle still is a decent price on this. Like, and look, when we saw the news today, another 49ers receiver is not very
Yeah.
happy. So that could just help Kittle even more. But with Ayuk, probably starting the year in pup and all this. So I think Kittle is the one. It's just tough for me to take Bowers over guys like London, McConkey, AJ Brown, and some of the running backs who are going to come up. Those guys like Jonathan Taylor is about to go off, or be one of the next few picks, and he's going to score 4 or 5 more points per game than Brock Bowers.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. So I think I'm higher on Bowers than you are. It sounds like. I think just because I'm like the PPR upside of Bowers is so enormous. Like already last year, like he was already PPR monster. It is fair to question, like, should we be assuming that he's going to take a massive step forward? And I kind of am. So maybe I'm, getting ahead of myself. I tend to be a little bit too bullish on tight ends. I think that's something that a trap that I fall into every year is just like, well, what if he is like prime Gronk or prime Kelsey, and just like could just totally separate from the field. But yeah, it's a fair assumption that we've seen Jonathan Taylor do it year in, year out. We haven't really seen it. We saw Bowers have a great rookie season, but we're kind of expecting a big leap forward that we haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, no, and Bowers, even more so than McBride, I think has the potential to get to that prime Kelsey, where he is competing with top end receivers. But I just have some just worries in general. But no, Bowers would be the one. I just wish he kind of went more at the 2-3 turn.
Yeah, I would love it if he would fall to me at the 2-3 turn. I also, part of the reason that I'm more okay not taking Bowers as often here is you often see McBride fall. Like I wouldn't have been that shocked if McBride fell to us at 32. At which point, to me, that's like a snap pick. Is it the same for you?
That's where McBride ranked.
Yeah. Okay.
Low 30s. So that's I've Bowers at the 2-3 turn and McBride, few picks best in the low 30s, and that's where I'd love to take them all the time. But they typically don't go there.
All right, so some options available to us now: JSN, Terry McLaurin, Garrett Wilson. Could go elite quarterback. Okay, Garrett Wilson goes. So it's JSN, McLaurin, Marvin Harrison, Lamar, Josh Allen.
Did Devontae Adams get taken?
He did. He got taken early second or third round.
I would go JSN.
Yeah, I'm happy with JSN here.
I think he really has a chance to just dominate in PPR format. And I like this 3 wide receiver start.
Yeah, it's a really, really strong first 3 receivers. I guess we could have gone, well, it would have been a little early to go Kittle there. Saying we almost could have, but how do you approach the elite quarterbacks on DraftKings where you have to kind of go early on them, but you kind of do with all quarterbacks on DraftKings. They just seem to fly off the board. So I sometimes will just like take an elite quarterback early and just feel like, all right, if you're going to get much worse quarterbacks a few rounds later, but I'm torn on how to approach. How do you approach the elite?
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I want a good share of the elite quarterback, so I'll just pay the price. And like you said, like we just don't see the falls that maybe you can find elsewhere. And at the same time, like I'm okay with that. It's still the high scoring position, and particularly with like the 300-yard bonus, or even some of the rushing quarterbacks who get a couple 300-yard passing games and then a couple 1 or 2 rushing games as well. So they balance out pretty well. Also, but yeah, I just think it's worth taking. And I did consider, like, do we take McLaurin and get Daniels back?
Yep.
But
I had that same thought.
McLaurin is not as good in this format. I mean, I don't worry about the holdout or anything, but he only had 117 targets last year, and now Debo's there, and I think his targets will go up, but he was very touchdown dependent last year, and probably will go down slightly there as well. So
yeah, no, I think that is a fair concern with McLaurin. I usually I take him if I have CeeDee Lamb and I'm building out that game 7, or if I think I can get Jayden Daniels, then I'll take the shot, because he clearly does have huge upside in individual, but for the full season, just not going to project quite as well. George Kittle goes at 36. He was my hope to fall to us here, but I All right, Jayden Daniels goes. So all of the elite quarterbacks except for, I guess, as you said, you could consider Joe Burrow on that list. I wouldn't take Joe Burrow unless I have one of
Exactly.
his top
Yeah.
options. And then Jalen Hurts obviously is another option. So we've got some interesting picks here, I would say. We can wait. All right. So what do you think of Omarion Hampton with the Najee situation? Is he somebody you're willing to bring up the board? Do you like Ted McMillan? Who do you like here?
I would probably go James Cook. I'm not worried about a holdout situation. And I think some people are overhyping the fact that he only had like 48% offensive snap share. The year before he was 54%. That's the exact same percentage Jahmyr Gibbs had last year. And Gibbs's numbers went up when Monty went down. He would have only been at like 51%. And Cook missed a game. So that's why his offensive share, and they had some blowouts at the end of the year. So that's why his offensive snap share was as low as it was. I consider him a poor man, Jahmyr Gibbs. They both average over. I mean, they're kind of used very similarly. In the passing game, explosive runs, and high yards per carry average. Cook's career, I think, is like 4.8. Gibbs is over 5 because he's just a freak. But I think they're used fairly similarly. Cook's passing numbers were down slightly last year, but I could see that bouncing back up to make up for some of maybe him losing a few touchdowns.
Yeah, that is Cooks to me is sort of a blind spot for me where I draft him occasionally, but I'm never excited to take James Cook. So it's good to hear you make the bull case to kind of sell him on me. For me right there, it was really hard for me to not click Omarion Hampton just because the Najee situation is like, I kind of, we don't really know yet how much the injury is going to affect him. And I'm worried that we're not going to be able to get Omarion Hampton in even like the late 3rd round in a couple weeks. So I'm like, I've been clicking a lot of Hampton, but it very much could be the case that Najee's totally fine. We're just, I'm getting ahead of myself there. Are you an Omarion Hampton bull in general, or are you skeptical of that workload?
So, I loved Omarion Hampton coming out this year. I thought had he gone to Denver, I would have just been over the moon for him. But I do think, ironically, a healthy Najee, which that's been his career. He's never missed a game. I think does eat in a significant enough of workload. We need to see what this issue with the eye thing or whatever. But I just worry that it eats in his workload. I'm fine taking Hampton in this range, but it's just I worry about his upside case. I just don't know if he vastly outperforms his ADP.
Yeah, if Najee is healthy, I think that is totally a reasonable position. Where would you rank him, do you think, if it turns out that this eye is going to hold Najee out the start of the season at the very least, or if it's more serious than we're realizing? Where do you think you would rank Hampton if he is the leader in the clubhouse?
I'd probably put him above Hall and Kyron, not much more ahead of that.
So George Pickens, Jalen Waddle, I'm loving some of these options. Do you have a preference between the available players here?
I would go Pickens for me.
I'm happy going Pickens.
Yeah, I like Waddle some as well, but I think Pickens and we've seen Dak and in this offense with Schottenheimer 2 years ago, Dak led the league in touchdowns. Was a top 5 quarterback. It gives us a nice stacking potential there. Also, and I just think Pickens, he's always kind of been the one. Him and Deontay were kind of whatever, but now when you have Lamb on the field, Pickens is going to get so much one-on-one coverage, and he can just blow by guys.
Yeah, I'm all about Pickens this year. He's a player that we get him at 56 here. I'm really happy to get him at the 4-5 turn. Just like I'm willing to take him way ahead of where he's going. Waddle's one that I was worried for a while that he was just going to steam up the board after they traded Jonnu, but he hasn't really. So we don't really need to be reaching for him. I'm still a little bit torn on Waddle because I think the talent is there. He seems to get hurt every game. Even when he comes into a game healthy, he seems to get hurt. So we haven't really seen him put it all together yet. I'm still like I said, I'm willing to take him there at 56. But I was happy that Pickens fell to us.
Yeah. No, I think Pickens just has such spike week upside. Also, he can have these 30-point games that can just totally separate you once you get to the playoffs.
We see the Jauan Jennings situation playing itself out here. We got Ricky Pearsall going at pick 61 here. How are you approaching the 49ers receiving options in general now with Jauan Jennings potentially holding out? Does that scare you off him?
Slightly. I mean, it definitely scares me off at his ADP. I was higher on in Pearsall beforehand, and I'm just going to continue that and just keep moving Pearsall up. I want some Jennings. My guess is they work it out. You know, I know they just signed Jennings to an extension and all that, but Jennings also does look at it. Oh, let's make our pick.
Do you like any of these rookie running backs, Chris Olave?
I would probably lean RJ Harvey. I just think he could have this Kamara role in Sean Payton's offense, and that's just been so beneficial in the past.
Yeah.
You know, Henderson is a similar skill set type guy and obviously a higher draft capital and probably more all-around talent. But I do worry the offense is not the same level. But just, you know, Jauan Jennings, I get it. And I think they get it done. I mean, look, De'Ami Brown and Tutu Atwell signed for $10 million a year. Josh Palmer could get up to like $12, $13 million. So I get why Jennings wants some more money. But my guess is they work it out in that kind of range.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. So far, I'm not like majorly worried about it. But yeah, it's something that we're going to have to. Are you doing anything? Speaking of potential holdouts, all of these round 2 receivers that are holding out because Jayden Higgins signed a guaranteed deal. Now they all want guaranteed deals. Are you worried about like Trey Harris?
Not entirely. I mean, we'll see how long it lasts. I mean, I do feel like training camp's starting a little earlier this year for some of these teams. So, if it's only like a week, and you know, I'm not going to worry too much. I mean, if this lasts into August, then sure, that I think becomes a concern. And I just think for Harris, it's tough because there's so many picks between him and Higgins. Like, you need some other dominoes to fall, because I'm guessing he doesn't get like the full guaranteed money, but like 80% or something like that.
Yeah.
But he needs some dominoes to fall ahead of him.
Right. By the way, what's up, Brandon? The first ever mod on this channel. I think Brandon was the first person that I made a moderator on this channel. I haven't seen you around in a while. Good to see you. Jeremy says he got Jefferson, Rice, and Higgins. Would have to run the data on DraftKings to see how common that combo is. I'm guessing it's not totally unheard of to get Jefferson, Rice, and Higgins, but still a fun combo. Yeah, Chad. DraftKings is. Have you noticed, Steve? DraftKings making a lot of like awesome upgrades where you can like take a photo of your full team on DraftKings now. You can see what your team is before clicking into it. Some nice changes to the DraftKings app and just interface in general for best ball.
Yeah, and honestly, one of the things I like really about DraftKings this year is I feel like they've done a better job with their various tournaments. I mean, right now they've had a bunch of $8. They have these $7 ones, these small $7 ones, 4 max entry, but still top prizes like $3K. Let's see here.
We got Aaron Jones, Stephon Diggs, Isaiah Pacheco, TJ Hawkinson.
I would go Diggs. I'm very, very bullish on Diggs. I just wrote an article about him. Among these older veterans, I also included Devontae Adams and Mike Evans, and I feel they're all just massively underpriced. You know, Diggs, I know he's coming off the injury, but he goes, I'm not sure where exactly he is. He's like wide receiver 40 something on DraftKings, and he's finished as a top 15 wide receiver, you know, last 4 years before last year. And when he got injured last year, he was a top 15 wide receiver. So, you know, I know that was through only 7 weeks, I believe it was, but he was on pace. And I just think just his massive, any injury risk is also now he's going to a situation where he should easily be the Patriots' number 1.
Yeah, no, I think he's a really strong pick this year. I'm very in on it. Also, speaking of people in on the Patriots, Shady Advice in the chat. Shady Advice, who is also one of the architects of the legendary upside sidekick that you can see on the side of the screen that we're using here. However, Shady Advice we found Shady Advice's kryptonite. He has been winning every single day in MLB DFS for the past month, I think. We found his kryptonite. It is the MLB All-Star break, so he cannot win all the money today. So congrats to MLB DFS players. You can stop Shady Advice for a few days right now. Did you have a read on the Packers wide receiver situation? We see Matthew Gold and Jayden Reed available here. Do you have a particular Packers player or receiver that you like?
Yeah, I mean, I lean Golden, but I want a decent share of Reed as well. I think Reed has very big spike week potential, but Golden is going to be the guy who could be just the true number one on the team, I feel like.
Yeah, so you're saying all the right things for the draft that I just did. Okay, Golden is available here if we want him. Otherwise, I'm trying to see the rest of the players available. There we go.
Yeah, we don't have any. Yeah, I'm good going Golden.
Does anybody want to bring up? We could. I know. Are you guys in on Scadaboo as Megas? We can get him.
I am. I mean, I'm extremely bullish on him. I just think he went. People say, oh, it's just one round difference between where he and Tracy went, but it's actually about 60 picks in draft capital because there's early fourth versus compensatory fifth, and just he went that in a much better draft class. If the Giants were just looking for a backup running back, they could have done what all these other teams did, like the Saints or the Colts, and take a guy in the fifth, sixth round. And Giants also had less picks because they did make the trade up for Dart. So just keep that in mind as well. And I just think his skill set is he's going to be good around the goal line. He catches the ball exceedingly well, probably going to lead the team in carries. I want some Tracy as well, but I just think Scadaboo has the chance, even on a weaker Giants team, can just really outperform his ADP. And, I know some people worry about like the Giants scoring potential. Giants last year had 35 carries inside the 5-yard line. Now, some of that was because Tracy was doing it multiple times and just couldn't get in the end zone. But that's the exact same number as the Arizona Cardinals. The difference is, of course, James Conner. The Texans had 36. So it's not like good running backs can't produce with that kind of, volume inside the 5.
Yeah, no, and Scadaboo just looks like a guy who should be good in those goal line situations.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, that's I'm fairly in on Scadaboo. Also, I know if you do use the leg up rankings, you get a fair amount of Scadaboo, particularly on DraftKings. Like he falls pretty far sometimes on DraftKings. I don't know if you've seen that, Steve, or if you just take him early enough that you never actually see it.
No, I do see that, and I'm happy with it.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun. You can get some of the players that I like to draft: Scadaboo, Bashal Tootin, Luther Burden. Like a lot of these rookies really fall pretty far on DraftKings. It's kind of a different world than some other best ball sites. What do you do with Justin Fields? Like, are you somebody who will take Justin Fields frequently, even when you don't have a stack? Because I find myself like I don't have a lot of Justin Fields, and I'm kind of like, this feels dumb. Sometimes I think maybe I should. How do you approach it?
I do. I really don't worry about the stack because I think Garrett Wilson is very overpriced, particularly on DraftKings. Justin Fields just is not going to throw the ball 500 times. He's never going to even come close. Last year, if you extrapolate his numbers with the Steelers, he would have only thrown the ball 450 times. Russell Wilson was like 525, so it's like a 75 target difference. And that was like, I think that might have been his career high for Justin Fields in attempts per game. So I also think Wilson's just not going to get the touchdowns. He got his career high touchdowns last year with Aaron Rodgers, and I doubt they throw 28 touchdowns again or 30 touchdowns, whatever it ended up being.
So I take it you do not take you don't force a stack later on. If you take Justin Fields, you're not trying to force.
In 20 round format, I like Mason Taylor roughly where he goes, but it's not like I'm going to pull him up or anything. And in 20th round format, I will take some like Josh Reynolds in the 20th round, but it's not like I have to have it.
Okay. All right. So we are coming up on our pick. Jaylen Warren is still there for now, at least. Could be pretty involved in the passing game. Cam Scadaboo is there. Might still be there in the next round. And then, of course, we do have Stephon Diggs, so we could throw on Drake May. We have George Pickens. We could throw on Dak Prescott. This is the part where I start thinking, maybe we should think about a quarterback. How do you feel about this?
I'd go Prescott.
Yeah, I think Prescott feels like a pretty good pick here. Because again, for those of you who have not played a ton of DraftKings best ball, you got to watch those quarterbacks because they will suddenly, somebody starts taking one and they just fly off the board in a hurry. So good to get them.
No, totally agree. And it is, I mean, it's the highest, just high scoring position. While there's a lot of guys, there's depth to the position. You could get to the last couple rounds and even Tyler Shuck's gone. So it's like, it gets real. You basically have to have your quarterbacks by like round 16.
Yep. And like we have a few quarterbacks that have quarterback that go a little bit earlier, so you can't really wait as much on some of the guys. Just good to keep your eye on what's available. And we have a few that could be potential options with our next pick. Still Cam Scatterby there as well. So fun pick coming up for us. So far, we are at a 1-2-6 build. We don't have a tight end. We just have two running backs to 6 wide receivers. So probably not a wide receiver range for us, but we can see what falls here. Jayden Higgins goes. So I was saying I do an unlimited keeper league where I dropped every player on my roster except for CeeDee Lamb this year, and 2 of the guys that we just drafted and 2 of the guys that you seem to like are Matthew Golden, RJ Harvey. Somebody in my league bet me that J.K. Dobbins is going to outscore RJ Harvey this year, so I was happy to take that bet. I'll bet on Harvey all day there.
Yeah, especially if it's full point PPR. I think Harvey wins that.
It is half point PPR.
Yeah. Maybe there's a chance Dobbins just dominates touchdowns, but I'm still taking Harvey where he's going. I just love the upside. Like I said, Sean Payton clearly loves him, and I think he could be the Kamara role.
Yeah. All right. So we do still have Drake May here. Who do you like? Drake May, Jordan Love, Cam Scatterby.
I think we take Scatterby just because running back does start to drop off, I think, kind of considerably. And while I love Drake May, and I think Jordan Love's really good also, we do have, like obviously Penix is another later option. Like we at least have some other quarterback options.
Yeah, I guess we've got Darnold, we have Jackson Dart or Russell Wilson. Yeah, we do have a few, and we've already got Dak, and Jordan Love could always make it back to us too.
Yeah, I definitely see Love making it back some. So,
yeah, Luther Burden goes. Sometimes you'll see Luther Burden fall into like the 140s here.
Oh, I know.
It surprises me.
Pre-draft DraftKings, even though he was getting like some first, early second round buzz, he was going in the 140s, 150s sometimes.
Yeah. Tim says Daboll is going to go all out this year to keep his job. I feel like the Giants have made some questionable head coaching hires since Coughlin. I don't have a really strong opinion of how good Daboll is at his job. Do you agree with this assessment that maybe the Giants not the best at coaching hires?
Yeah, I mean, I think the bigger question is them letting Barkley go and giving all the money to Daniel Jones. That just clearly backfired. They also just made questionable, draft decisions, Kadarius Toney, guys like that. So, whether that was all Daboll, whether it's a GM, that can be a little tough to say. I don't think Daboll's great, but I think he could be fine. I mean, there's a lot of coaches in that mold. I feel like where in the right situation, they're fine. Yeah,
I think that's sort of my impression. Also, like not the worst coach. There have been some really awful NFL coaches throughout the years, but yeah, not something I'd go out of my way for. Do I see Mike Robb in chat? 2 buttons are done for both. Didn't know DraftKings had freaks in the drafting streets. Oh yeah, big time. It is, by the way, really hot in my office right now. We turned on the AC. I don't have air conditioning in my office, so tried to cool it down via other air conditioners on this level, and it did not cool down enough. I'm sweating here. Yeah. So I might need to get a water refill. Yeah. Yeah, so probably, I mean, if it's not Jordan Love for us, could go with one of these other running back options. I do see some other running backs that I like around here.
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence, you can also always backstack with Brenton Strange.
Yeah. Brown. Yeah.
How do you feel about Tucker Kraft?
I'm very bullish on Tucker Kraft. I mean, look, Luke Musgrave was a good pick and had a fine rookie year, but Kraft was, I think, very strong last year. Just such a good route runner, picks up yards after the catch.
Yeah.
Just simply gets open and was such a good one of the few reliable options for the Packers last year.
Oh, Jordan Love.
Mm.
Ryan did it to us. Okay. So Jordan Love is not there. We could go Bashal Tootin, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Charbonnet. Here, let me pull up the anybody you like around here.
I mean, I don't mind, honestly, anyone at the top. Lawrence to backstack, Charbonnet, Loveland, Spears.
Let's go Sharbs.
Okay.
I think feels like a strong pick there.
I think he's a guy, clearly one of the best contingent backs. If any Walker misses any time, Charbonnet is like a top 5 back. Basically that's what it was last year. Seattle, even in their very pass heavy approach, Walker and Charbonnet both had a ton of spike weeks combined.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, we have JSN, so a little bit of team correlation there for Charbonnet. And we have, I thought about Lawrence, but we have, several other quarterback outs here. So,
and I'm honestly I know some people believe in the Jalen Milroe. I'm bullish on Darnold. I think Darnold, I don't think they signed him to this whole, like, you play 15 games and then we're going to bench you. Seattle won 10 games last year. So if they're winning, they're not benching Darnold. And if Darnold's good, even if they're bad, even if they're 5 and whatever, they're not going to bench Darnold if he's playing well, because he's under contract for 3 years. They're not going to, tank him to do that. So, and I think,
do you have concerns about the talent? I feel like for me, the issue with Darnold is, like, he went into that Vikings system where everybody excels, and he excelled until the end of the year. And now I'm like, is he any good, or was it just the Vikings offensive system that kind of propped him up? And can he do it in Seattle? I think that's my biggest worry with him.
So I think the two things I'd say: one, Clint Kubiak, I thought did the best he could with the Saints last year, and actually does pretty well. He likes the deep ball with both Shaheed and MVS, who's now on Seattle. And Darnold's a good deep ball passer. Also, Darnold spent that year in San Francisco in the Shanahan Kubiak. Kubiak was there, right? So there's got to be some familiarity there. I think it's probably a good fit. Cooper Kupp, how much is left in the tank, I don't know, but I think JSN's really good. I think Walker's great out of the backfield. The offensive line, they're really banged up last year, and they added Greg Zabel in the first round. So it should be better. I don't think it's going to be like a top 10 unit or anything, but it should be better. And, I think MVS and Elijah Arroyo can be some deep threat options for him. So it's not bad, but it's not great, but I don't think it's bad.
Okay. Yeah. And he goes late enough that it's like, it feels like a pretty good bet, I guess, regardless. Michael Penix goes at 134. So I was sort of hoping for Penix. We could still do Trevor Lawrence is still available.
That shocks me, but I'm fine doing that. I think that's good value.
Yeah, not a bad pick there for Lawrence.
Speaking of quarterbacks throwing 300 yards last year, Joe Burrow was number 1. Tied for second was Mayfield and Goff. Mayfield, of course, with Liam Cohen. So Trevor Lawrence could be really set up to hit that bonus quite a few times.
Yeah, no, that's true. Are you expecting some progression in the offense for the Jags this year?
I am. I think Lawrence, he's just had the worst start to his career in terms of coaches and injuries. Urban Meyer was just so awful. And then even with Doug Peterson, they were very behind the times, I think is the best way to put it. Like, it just wasn't as inventive as I think it could have been, particularly with some of the talent they ended up adding there. I just think Liam Cohen's going to do so many good things. You have Ryan Thomas, you have Travis Hunter, who's just such a freak athlete and unicorn. Matt Harmon has said he compares him to, like, early Odell Beckham. I mean, that's high praise. And then I think Brenton Strange is an athletic freak. I think De'Ami Brown can be a fine number 3. And they also added to their offensive line some. They got Makari from the Ravens, and could be a decent unit.
DeAndre Hopkins goes at pick 140 here, so it doesn't go in one draft on DraftKings. It doesn't go at all. Here he goes in the 12th round. So there's the range for DeAndre Hopkins. That's
earlier than I would have taken him.
Yeah, I think earlier than I probably would have taken him too. Does he have? No, doesn't have Lamar. Just got his guy.
Yeah.
All right.
Sometimes you forget what year it is.
I mean, Does he have the potential to score 8 to 10 touchdowns this year? I wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, I honestly don't mind Hopkins, but just much later. I think Zay Flowers has been banged up. Bateman has a career of being banged up. Obviously, Mark Andrews. So it's just lots of ways where Hopkins could just start seeing the field a lot more.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't hate the pick. Yeah, it's just earlier than you need to take him here. So if you're doing a lot of drafts, I wouldn't take him this year. But if you're only doing one draft and you want to get your guy, then sure, why not? All right. So we have Prescott and T-Law. How much of an priority is it for you to get another quarterback on a team where you already have Dak Prescott and Trevor Lawrence?
I'm generally, regardless, with the 20 rounds, I typically am 3 quarterbacks. I just think it adds so much to, one, advancing out of the pod, and 2, in these playoff weeks, particularly in, this millionaire tournament, which is only 1 of 12. Some of the other DK tournaments are 2 of 12, which is nice. But, just having 3 outs in case you have a guy injury or just a bad week, or like in the case where I had where Trevor Lawrence got benched, and he's my only quarterback left.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal to not have a quarterback when you make it all the way to the finals. That's fun. Or I guess not have a quarterback for just half the game. You had
he played half the game, but he didn't do any. They just blew him out. They like a defense touchdown, and no good.
Goddard's available here. Romeo Dobbs looks like Sidekick thinks we need a tight end. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm fine with Goddard. I think he's definitely way past ADP, so I think there's a nice value there.
Yeah, I think it's a strong pick at ADP on DraftKings also.
Yeah. I mean, the Eagles are probably not going to throw the ball a ton, so he's just not going to get these massive catch numbers. But he's the third weapon in that passing offense, and it's one of the best offenses in the league. So I'm going to want a good share of him.
Yeah. Steve, I see your Twitter handle is in your name. At SteveOSpeak is where people can find you on Twitter, and you can find links to all of his Fanspeak content. You do a lot of both written and video content, right?
Yeah. Do the written content primarily in Substack, and then I'm doing videos. I do a show with my sister every week, Sibling Showdown, on Thursday nights. And then I do a show with another one of our guys, typically on Wednesday nights. And then I do 3 to 5 other shows on my own or bringing on guests. If
anybody is not familiar, I mean, if you've watched a lot of the Flaniverse, you're familiar with Steve's sister. Meg Shoup also has been on this channel a number of times. Yeah, you do that. Is that just once a week, the Sibling Showdown?
Yeah, once a week we do a show together.
Nice. We are coming up on our pick. A lot of players that I really like in this range. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves talking about them, but I think we've got some good options here. I guess we did not. Sometimes we get Jake Ferguson to fall, which we did not get in this one.
That's the other tight end that falls quite a bit, and I like him a lot. But
no such luck for us. But we already have the solo stack at least. So Brenton Strange is here if we want to double up our quarterback. We've got Romeo Dobbs here, Jack Besh. Anybody else you like in this range?
I think we just take Brenton Strange here.
Same range.
I'm really bullish on him this year. And while there's a few other tight ends in this range I like, it makes sense to get the stack and different buy than Goddard. So,
Steve, I feel like a lot of your pictures, and by the way, I could not find any really high res photos of you anywhere on the internet, which worked out well because my other guest, Wiley, refused to send me a headshot also. So I decided, screw it. I'll just use these low res photos and just gonna have small heads on the thumbnail. But a lot of the photos that I did find of you appear to be on a football field a lot of the time. Do you have experience in football? Were you a player or coach? What's your experience?
I played a little early high school, but the shots you're seeing are when I was either at the Senior Bowl or I covered the East West Shrine Game for a couple years also.
Cool. You covered it as a journalist,
draft analyst. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Draft analyst. Very cool. There will be 0 24-hour live streams that involve myself. I don't know, Steve, are you going to do any 24-hour live streams
our
on
channel?
yours? Oh, you're going to do a 24. Okay.
When we get to 1,000 subs, we are going to do a 24-hour live stream.
Is any single person going to be on for all 24 of those hours, or is it going to be you hand off the baton situation?
No, I mean, Meg and I will probably split most of it and then have some of our other guys with us or fill in. But no, I don't think any single one of us will do 24 hours, but I'll probably do a good 12 hours of it.
Yeah, that's for the kids. If you're 25 and you want to go 24 hours, have at it. I think at a certain age, you just don't have the desire to stream for 24 straight hours anymore. Yeah, you won't be catching me doing a 24-hour live stream anytime soon. All right, so I'm feeling good about the team as of right now.
Yeah, no, I like where we're at. I mean, running back is fine. It's not, I don't think it's elite, but we went receiver heavy early, but then we pivoted away from it. I think that's the problem that some people will make is they take 6 receivers early like we did, but then they take their 7th and 8th in this range also. And it's those guys, I can get similar, just safety, bye week fill-in type guys 3 rounds later,
Yep. Yeah, looks good. Going to be tough to fill tournaments at 3 a.m. I don't know. I think you'd be surprised. It's just so easy. People love their best ball at all hours of the day. Converting to a 24-hour best ball network. Yep, sounds about right. GM Benny, good to see you. Pepperton, I think, talking about D-Hop says he could score. Yeah, 2 touchdowns in a game and still not break. I mean, it's kind of like we saw with Gus Edwards last year. And Gus Edwards, somebody I drafted, admittedly too much. One of another player that I could have added to my tweet about all of the bad players that I drafted a lot of. Gus Edwards in the playoffs, he scored 2 touchdowns in a game and still barely broke 20 fantasy points in half PPR at least. I think it was the same. I don't think he doesn't catch the ball at all. So,
though I will say that helped me advance to
oh, nice. I'm glad one of us benefited. That was, I have a long history of players I drafted a lot of don't do anything the entire season until I don't have any of them left. And that was me last year with Gus Edwards. It was, who was it? A receiver who was on the Jaguars a couple years ago. It's on the tip of my tongue. Who I'm trying to think of. Who didn't do anything the entire season. He was my highest exposed player, and then in the playoffs put up 20 points for other people.
Zay Jones or Marvin Jones or
no, not Zay Jones. Oh, I think he was on the Lions at one point. Maybe I'm wrong though.
Marvin Jones.
No.
Okay.
If anybody can think of it, let me know. Yeah, it's right on the tip of my tongue. He's I think he's a speedster. All right, let me pull up the players again though. Chark, DJ Chark. I was thinking to myself, it was he has a name like yours. That's 1 letter away from being a word. Okay, Dylan Sampson is available here at pick 176. Do we want to go there while it's still possible, or
let's do it? Yeah, I think we need some more running back help.
Yeah, I think that's
there's some other running backs there that I like Braylon Allen and Will Shipley.
Yeah.
But
agreed. I just don't think those guys are moving from this range right now, whereas Dylan Sampson might. Yeah. Okay. Same page.
Unfortunately, Darnold went. I was hoping Darnold would come back to us. I thought that would have been a good pick.
This is funny. Tim says, first of all, thanks for the comment. Neil, you do some great NFL Showdown content. I don't know how you get your lineup say you go down to the wire. Yeah, I'm bad at that, Steve. I don't know if you do any NFL Showdown content, but I do it. I set it up 90 minutes before lock with the goal of doing it in 60 minutes to give myself half an hour to do my lineups. And I frequently give myself 5 minutes to do my lineups, and it is just absolutely awful. But appreciate the compliment. I do. I put a lot of work into that Showdown content. Yeah, I do, because I answer questions and then I end up answering them right up until lock. And then Pepperton says Neil will be okay, 45 seconds lock, and I have to submit 500 lineups. That's it happened way more often than it should. Luckily, especially on Sundays, other days, I will spend more time during the day setting up the optimizer ahead of time. So I have I don't have to do as much on Sundays. I'm just so invested in the games that I forget to set up the optimizer before the stream, and I end up just totally falling behind, and it's can be chaotic, but it's better than when I used to just always do content right up until lock. And then I'm trying to do the lineups as I'm talking about it So at least it's a little bit better than that situation.
Yeah, no, that time before lock, whether it's, the regular NFL slate or showdowns, like it can get very chaotic for sure.
Yeah. All right, coming back up on my pick. Our pick. This is our team, by the way. We'll split any winnings here. At pick 185. So we are at what are we at? Click on the draft board. 2562. All right. Will Shipley's still there for now. Tyler Shoup still available if we want to add him as our third quarterback. What do you think? Pat Bryant, Jaylen Noel. Who do you like in this range?
I think I like Shipley. I think he, there's a report even over the weekend that AJ Dillon's on the roster bubble, and I believe it. I think Shipley's been the number 2 there all along. This, once they let Gainwell go, so you just have incredible contingent value. I'm guessing he'll have, Gainwell didn't have any 10-point games last year, but Shipley, my guess is will have some usable weeks. I just don't think they give Barkley that kind of workload in its entirety again, particularly if they're making a strong playoff run. Yeah, I like him late.
I'll say this: I never had any consideration about AJ Dillon being a concern there for Will Shipley. That's probably the craziest take, and we've seen Gritty with a lot of crazy takes, but the craziest one to me was when he predicted that AJ Dillon is going to outscore Jordan Mason this year. That was just come on, man. I don't think AJ Dillon, if he's on an NFL roster, he will be a practice squad guy. I just can't imagine AJ Dillon being a big concern there. But yeah, I agree with you. I think they probably want to limit Saquon if they can somewhat. And Will Shipley would benefit if that happens at all. And then obviously there's the contingent upside with any kind of injury. So yeah. I love taking Shipley. I feel like the upside is pretty immense there.
Yeah, no, and I love Saquon. I'm not fading him like some people are. Yeah. Just because nothing changed. I mean, Kellen Moore left, but the offensive line's elite. Team's going to score a ton. Their defense isn't maybe not elite, but still very, very good. So should have a lot of positive game script. I doubt he is. Last year, I think he had 1,100-yard games. I doubt he gets that many this year, but it's going to be up there.
Yeah, for sure. I think I've seen sort of a range of data on running backs with his kind of workload, he had a pretty immense workload last year that is rarely seen, and I think on average running backs do a little bit less the following year, but there are a lot of exceptions I think to that rule. I've not read it closely, but yeah,
there are exceptions, and I do think that kind of workload impacts you long term. I remember famously, Jamal Charles had back-to-back years like that. The Chiefs would do it. The number of their backs, I think Larry Johnson had the same thing where he had back-to-back years, just 300-plus touches. And then that shortened their career, but they did have back-to-back years of doing it.
Right. I think this is probably, Pepperoni says, I think we can reasonably expect 5 to 10 touches a game for Shipley this year. I think that is, and Saquon can still get his with Shipley getting 5 to 10 touches per game. I think that's good. Grabbing a lot of Shipley and Justice Hill in my drafts. I love Justice Hill is a great DraftKings pick. One of those the player archetype that is just better on DraftKings because he's going to have so many just short yardage receptions, and they're generally going to happen in a game script where it's going to be in bunches. So even if he only has 40 receptions over the course of a season, a lot of them are going to happen in single games, and that's kind of what you want. Where it's you don't want those 40 receptions to be spread out. You want them to be in chunks of 6 receptions in a game, 8 receptions in a game.
Yeah, he's such a great 2-minute drill guy when they're behind.
Yeah.
I know Hill had 4 10-plus point games in half-point PPR, so even higher, obviously, in full-point PPR. And 2 of those were 17 and 19 points in half-point PPR. So, yeah, I mean, he just – and I'm not too worried about Mitchell.
Tyler Shoup is still here. Jaylen Noel, Miles Sanders, Jackson Dart.
I would either do – we might get Dart to come back. And so I was going to maybe say Miles Sanders. How do you feel about him?
Yeah, Miles Sanders at pick 200 as a potential starting running back with our quarterback. I don't know why. There we go. My click wasn't working. There we go. Miles Sanders at pick 200. Yeah, it's not sexy. A lot of people are going to hate the pick of Miles Sanders, but I think he could just win that starting running back role at least for a part of the season. And that's pretty valuable at pick 200. Even if you don't think he's any good, the offense is pretty good. He can just luck his way into a touchdown here or there and be I mean, we're talking about kind of the upside for Justice Hill. I don't think it's really that much different for Miles Sanders. Just gets there in a different way.
Yeah, and I mean, look at, Rico Dowd, I think is a better running back. I don't know why they didn't just re-sign him, because the money was similar, but he had a good year last year, and that was with so many offensive line injuries, Dak injury. Sanders gets a starting role, whether it's for 5 weeks or the whole season, you're probably getting some very usable weeks, and not just usable, but like, high teens, low 20-point games if he gets a couple touchdowns, or
which is huge. At pick 200, like we'll take that all day. Yeah.
Yeah, and just because we kind of weighted some on running back, and we also have some rookies like Scatteraboo, like Harvey,
Sampson, and we've got Shipley. Yeah, we've got a lot of rookies with questionable workloads.
Yeah.
No, I think he makes a lot of sense on our team. Jalen Tolbert goes. I don't think I've drafted a single share of Tolbert yet. I guess he could make sense on a DAC team. Have you drafted much Tolbert?
I definitely take him. Some was obviously before the Pickens trade, but I just think that he is likely going to be the number 3. I know the Turpin got arrested and all that, but I just think Tolbert is going to be out there more often.
All right, I queued up Jackson Dart, but I want to make sure, is this the pick? Do you like DJ Giddens, Jalen Noel, I should say, Tyler Shoup, anybody else better?
Yeah. I mean, Shoup has a better chance to start all year, but I'm fine with just taking Dart with the stack. And, we have Dak and Lawrence, 2 guys who we feel pretty good about if they can stay healthy.
Okay. Yeah, I think same page. I think I more often do take Tyler Shoup, but when you have the stack, particularly with neighbors already, just as opposed to going off in the playoff weeks.
If we didn't have neighbors, I would have gone Shoup. But
and 2 strong quarterbacks already, so we don't need another quarterback starting right away. Yeah, I think that's the pick here. No, yeah, I don't think they want to give Saquon as many touches this year either. I agree, because they're going to make the playoffs, they don't need to use him as much early on. Billy says, I just finished the DK draft. I accidentally entered when Neil faked me out editing his rankings. Yeah, apologies about that, but glad you finished it. This draft is taking a long time, it feels like, or maybe we started after the hour, I guess. I feel like the DraftKings drafts can take anywhere from, I've seen JJ Zacharyson come in, do a DraftKings draft in literally 40 minutes and he's out. I'm like, I got to do some of those, because I'm going to be doing a lot of stream drafts this week. This draft seems to be taking a while. I think there's a lot of people who are taking the full 30 seconds. I think maybe
it does seem to be that way. Yeah.
So maybe the next one will be a little bit quicker.
I think the other thing that can just help is, and I don't know who's at the turns, but if you got somebody at the turns who just makes those 2 picks so quickly, instead of taking a minute, they're taking 15 total seconds.
Makes a huge difference.
Really, particularly if you get both of them.
Yep. Taj Brooks goes in the 18th round here. I think at some point this week, Steve, I'm going to do a thread about my favorite picks who are taken less than 50% of the time in DraftKings drafts. Now, the data is only through June 27th, so some of it will have shifted by now. But Taj Brooks, I think, is going to be on that list. A player that I was surprised to see only drafted, I think, under 40% of drafts so far on DraftKings.
Yeah, I think that's wild in a 20-round format. He was one of the first shows Megan and I did this year, for best ball, was right after the Super Bowl, and it was a rookies one, and Taj Brooks was my favorite running back sleeper. I compared him to Kyron Williams. He's the guy that coaches are going to love, and that's the reports we got right from the jump. Coaches just love him. He does everything well. He's like a jack of all trades, master of none type, but that's good. That works, and I think he can just have some standalone role. If Chase Brown were to miss time, I think he just really comes in and takes over during that time frame. So,
would you also describe Chase Brown in that as jack of all trades, master of none? That's how I think of Chase Brown as being. Yeah. Is that fair?
A little bit. I think Chase Brown's probably has more speed and more breakaway ability, but yeah, kind of similar for sure.
All right. DJ Giddens still here. We could take another tight end, Harold Fannin, Will Dissly, Elijah Arroyo, AD Mitchell. Anybody you particularly like here?
Can you sort by receiver? Because I like Nick Westbrook-Akine, but it's kind of early. 80 Mitchell I'm also fine with. So either of those.
All right. I did not get it in time to switch to 80 Mitchell, but yeah, we got Nick Westbrook-Akine, who I have not drafted a ton. So good to get a share here. So you're high on Akine, it sounds like.
Well, I'm taking him now with the. I just don't think Waller is going to get Jonu's numbers. So
Sure.
I think a third receiver is going to step up. I believe it's more likely Akine than Malik Washington, who's just very similar size and skill set to Hill and Waddle, where Akine has had a red zone role, and as also just can be that like deep threat X. Like we've seen it over the years, where he'd have these crazy spike weeks where he has a 60-yard touchdown.
Yeah, no, that's very fair. And he goes pretty late here, 224 feels like a good spot to get him, like a player that has that kind of spike week potential. I do not hate it.
What are you thinking for this last pick? Another tight end, another receiver? I'd probably go receiver, but
all right, let's see what we have. So we have 3-7-7-2.
Yeah.
And we took 4 receivers in the first 5 rounds. And the sidekick clearly thinks we need another tight end. So that's usually how I make these decisions. Is like, all right, if the sidekick is telling me we need another tight end, I usually trust that. I mean, but we have not taken a receiver in a while. If you feel strongly about any receivers that you like, we certainly can.
Do you mind sorting by tight ends? I'm not as high on that group of tight ends that they're listing.
Yep. All right. So here is Noah Gray.
Elijah I'd probably go Arroyo with. I can't imagine Fant keeps his job. That's my take. They can save money.
Yeah, we could go Arroyo, unless if you prefer to go wide receiver. Like we don't have to follow this. If you just want to bet on Strange and Goddard, we can take a look if there's any that we feel strongly about here as well.
No, I mean you can get MVS would be another similar type thing, just team stack, team correlation that you can get late. I'd go Arroyo.
All right, we got Arroyo. I actually didn't see where Sam Darnold went.
He went like 3 picks before us when we took Sanders.
I see.
Shipley. Was it? Where was it?
He went at 173. So before Dylan Sampson. Yeah. Okay. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Like if he had fallen there, I would have been happy to get him, but I do really like Dylan Sampson falling a little bit here. I'll take that pick. All right, we're getting close to the end. We're going to hop right into another immediately after this. I wanted to say Billy says he finished his draft. He's going to submit his lineup to review in the Discord. Yeah, if any of you are not already in the Flaniverse Discord, by the way, it is free to join the Discord. The link is in the description of this video. There are also some channels that are only for YouTube members. If you're interested in joining, that is only $4.99 a month to join the Flaniverse YouTube. You get access to so far it's just Eliminator content is all I've put behind the paywall here, but if you want to show support, get into those premium channels, I'm more available. So yeah, feel free to get in there. But yeah, if you just want to have your drafts reviewed, I'll take a look at anybody and any drafts you post in the Discord in the Grade My Draft channel. Other people sometimes will as well. I also, for DraftKings drafts in particular, something that you can do that I think is pretty fun is if you do a draft and you want to know how many times has this combo been taken, this 3-man combo, this 4-man combo, I can look that up for you. So yeah, if you're interested in just having your drafts graded or asking about specific combos, happy to answer those in the Discord in the Grade My Draft channel, the Flaniverse. And the link is also in the description of this video if you want to join the Flaniverse Discord. All right, Steve, let's read off the team before we get into another one. Just a quick look at it. So we went 3-7-7-3. We have Malik Neighbors, Drake London, JSN to start. 4th round, we get our first running back with James Cook, George Pickens, RJ Harvey, Stephon Diggs, Matthew Golden, Dak Prescott, Cam Scatterbu, Zach Charbonnet, Trevor Lawrence, Dallas Goedert, Brenton Strange, Dylan Sampson, Will Shipley, Miles Sanders, Jackson Dart, Nick Westbrook-Akine, and Elijah Arroyo. So we have Jackson Dart with just Malik Neighbors. We have T-Law with Brenton Strange, and we have Dak Prescott with George Pickens. So we have three single stacks, unless I missed anybody.
Well, we have Miles
Sanders
Sanders also
yeah.
for like a
yeah. So we have the team stack added there with Miles, and also Cam Scatterbu for the Giants. So we do have some nice team stacks as well. I'd say it's a pretty nice team. I have no issues with this team. It's not, we didn't get any like amazing values or anything, but in general, I think like the team looks good. What do you think?
No, I agree. And like you mentioned in making that last pick, like with us going so receiver heavy early, 6 of the first 8 picks. So we waited, we took, Nick Westbrook-Ikhine as our 7th. But yeah, we didn't really need to like tack on an 8th. And so we caught up at running back and we kind of balanced like taking like a Miles Sanders to help with some of those young guys and guys like Shipley. So yeah, and tight end Goddard, Strange, and then a lotto ticket in Arroyo, I think is fine.
Yeah, I think it's generally a nicely balanced team with the different types of players there. I'm not going to wait. I'm just going to get us right into another draft. Hopefully this one does not take over an hour like the last one did. So hopefully some of you in chat get into this one with us. All right, getting in now the $20 Millie Maker on DraftKings. Not going to misclick this time, just getting right in. If it'll let me. There we go. All right, 7 more to enter. And then we'll have a couple minutes after we get in.
Yeah, so I was mentioning earlier, and we talked about a little bit. I really like how DraftKings is really structuring a lot of their other tournaments this year. A lot of 2-12 in the second round, really small finals, some nice payouts, typically at least 1.5, 2 times your money just from making playoffs. So I've been a fan of how they've really tweaked some of their structures this year.
Yeah, for sure. They have a lot of really nice contests. For the streams, I'm only doing Millie Makers this year. But yeah, I've been playing a lot of the others. It's kind of fun, like the different price points, different structure in terms of how it advances. I agree. Like the contest offerings have gotten, I think, better every year in DraftKings. So I've been pretty excited to get into them. Billy says he's in the 12 hole. So I got to figure out what to do with the sidekick, like where to place it on the screen, because I don't want to be moving it around all the time. I always have to, like, I'm going to be blocking somebody. So Billy, you are RMDA. I think I maybe knew that. Good. Glad that Billy made it. I see Wesley West is in here. That's a name I recognize.
UCF Jaguar is the name I recognize. So
UCF Jaguar. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Anybody else? I don't know everybody's DraftKings usernames. So
sometimes those are different. So yeah.
Jeremy missed again. Bummer. Well, there he is. What up, UCF Jaguar? Glad you can make it in. Hopefully, Wesley West is here. Hopefully, you guys do not use the full 30 seconds every time.
I like us being in the 4 spot. Like I said, I think you go any of the top 3 receivers, any of the top 3 running backs. Whoever is there. I mean, I don't think Chase is going to be there, but I think you're just in such a good spot with these first 5-6 picks.
Yeah, agreed. It's a fun place to draft. And you can often get fallers here to 21 also. Like if you get somebody to fall that you want, it can be just a really
like the one commenter mentioned from the other draft, they got Rice and Higgins as their second, third rounder. I'll take that any day.
Jeremy, are you gonna draft that one? Are you staying in? Buck City try. I mean, it goes quicker on these streams a little bit.
Yeah, and especially with this promo week, I think a lot more people are in the DK streets right now. So
yeah, I think that's true. All right,
which I like that they do. Like there's a lot of good promos. One, I like the full, max, and you get the money back, and I think it really helps your ROI.
Yeah, no, and it's fun that they do new promos every day. All right, Jefferson goes sad. All right, so we have Bijan, CD, Jahmyr Gibbs. Who do you like with the 4 pick?
Do you want to go Gibbs?
Sure.
He was the highest RB in full point PPR last year. Now, maybe Barkley had him because of the 11 ridiculous 300-yard or 100-yard games, but I love Gibbs's upside in full point PPR.
No, me too. Yeah. Do you expect that he's going to have a bigger role, like with David Montgomery healthier this year?
So the crazy thing is, even through 14 games, Montgomery got hurt early week 15. So through 14 games or 14 weeks, so 13 games apiece. And this isn't half point PPR, but I think it's even better in full point PPR. Gibbs was RB4, Montgomery's RB10. Now the gap, I want to say Gibbs was RB2 or 3 in full point PPR. Monty was like RB13 or 14, but I don't even know if it matters. Like any missed time, the other one's just going to smash. But in general, they're just so good. And I don't have major concerns about the loss of Ben Johnson. A little bit with them losing Frank Ragnow, but overall, not too much.
Yeah, I've seen kind of varied opinions on Jahmyr Gibbs. I think I've heard other people like mention that he would be their 101. So it is kind of funny, the wide range of opinions on Gibbs. But he feels pretty safe as a running back who is just going to be involved in the passing game. And again, similar to, it's not like quite the same deal as the like pure third down back running backs, but you still see like he does have his like, when he gets going with receptions, he can have several in one game and just really put up a big spike week. So yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs, I'm always happy to get him. He's one I've said before, and I think I still believe that it's a 6-man top tier here that includes so here Puka broke in ahead of CeeDee Lamb, but generally it would be the top 7 here minus Puka would be my top 6 in general as a tier. Some people I think would put Christian McCaffrey in that tier. I'm just a little bit too concerned about injury stuff. I think it's fair if you do. If you're just like, I just want to bet that he's going to stay healthy, I think that's reasonable. But yeah, to me, it is a tier of 6 there. Did you have, is your tier break different in the first round?
My tier is the same 6, but then I have McCaffrey as 7th. I just think he just offers this similar upside. And I like Puka, but especially in full point PPR, which I know Puka is stronger in because he only has 9 total touchdowns in his career. But I just worry Davante Adams. Like, legitimately speaking, he's the one receiver taken in the first 2 rounds. Wide receiver 1 who his wide receiver 2 could outproduce him without injury. Like, obviously Higgins could outproduce Chase with injury or something like that, but Adams is such a red zone machine and touchdown machine, and we saw him go and just outproduce Garrett Wilson last year. And I don't think that was just a Rodgers thing. I think it's Davante Adams is that good.
Yeah, no, I agree. That is and they can both produce too. Like we've seen it with Rams, particularly Puka and Cooper Kupp produce together. But yeah, I think that's a fair.
Yeah, and the other thing is just with the Rams. Let's make our pick.
Ooh, so that goes. Somebody you particularly like here?
Probably Rashee Rice.
Yep. Okay. Click it.
I have an edge to Rice over Tyreek. But yeah, I think obviously Tyreek's closer now with the Jonnu trade.
Yeah, Tyreek moved to me from he was somebody that I was very vocal about fading Tyreek this year, and then the Jonnu trade kind of ruined things there. They also traded away some of their. I forget who they traded. Some one of their best defenders, which also helps
Jalen Ramsey.
Jalen Ramsey. So that helps Tyreek also. So just everything is all right, I can't just fully fade a guy. And he looks good, admittedly, in his practice, just looks like he's in great shape. So I'm a little bit more nervous about the fade now than I was before all of that happened.
Yeah, I've definitely changed my stand on it.
Interesting that Trey McBride has moved up he's gone in the second round in both of our drafts so far, whereas sometimes he will fall mid third round. So these are wide tight end heavier rooms where people like the elites. All right, I have a thought about what we might want to do with this pick, but Jonathan Taylor's still there. Is kind of Taylor goes. T Higgins still there. I was going to say, do you want to go Davante Adams? But we also have Higgins, JSN, Breece Hall.
So I would take Higgins or Adams. I'm fine either way. I'd lean Higgins, so I'm fine with it. But I will say, I think the one thing people forget about Adams, or coming in with the Cooper Kupp situation, Kupp and Demarcus Robinson each of the last 2 years combined for 11 touchdowns. So those are vacated touchdowns. I think Adams just kind of fits right into. And so that's why I'm as much as I like Puka, I am going to have a massive share of Devontae Adams.
Yeah, I'm very high on Davante Adams, which is why I was thinking maybe we want to pull him up there. But yeah, T. Higgins also, and we talked about how Joe Burrow actually makes sense with all of his 300-yard games. Now we potentially could do that with our potentially with our next pick, or we could try to push it. We can discuss that as we get closer, see who else is available.
Yeah,
I do not remember the Gibbs longest rush prop from last year.
Yeah, a lot of times it'd be like, for a while it was like 30 yards or something like that, and you're just like smashing that.
Yeah.
No, for a number of weeks it was free money.
I can't sports bet here in Minnesota, so don't pay as close of attention to the props.
Yeah,
sometimes I did pick six. Like I do use that occasionally, but
yeah, I where I'm in Virginia, I can't do like season long props, which is disappointing. Because there's a lot of ones that I think are pretty thin right now that you could or go over or under. But yeah, regular props are nice.
Yeah, fun when you can do them. All right, so we're coming back up at 45. Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson gone. So Jayden Daniels still out there. Jalen Hurts still out there. And if one of those is available along with Joe Burrow, I'd be probably like, sometimes that's a factor for me as like that sort of protection of if we want to push Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
But of course we do have the Ja'Marr Chase drafter on the other side of us. So can't feel if we want Burrow, it's not going to feel that safe, but we'll see what makes it back to us.
Kittle also would be somebody I'd be interested in if he makes it back.
For sure. Oh, Wake says there are some other options here in Minnesota. I didn't realize that. Inner Harbor. Where is Inner Harbor? Is that Wisconsin? I don't know where that is. Oh, Kittle goes at 38. Yeah, Kittle just doesn't make it back to this range as much as he used to. Like I feel like a month ago you could pretty reliably get him at pick 45. I mean, not like all the time, but like was not infrequent to get Kittle to fall.
Well, I think people are reacting most to the the Ayuk news from like 2 weeks ago, where it was like, yeah, he's pretty much on the pup, and now obviously today. So, because I think for a while, I think people thought Ayuk would just be ready to go, and he's the one receiver of all these guys coming back from injury who isn't like out there practicing.
Yeah.
So I have almost no Ayuk.
I've seen really varied information on Ayuk because I took it as mostly negative, and then I saw somebody suggested recently that he could be back by like week 1. It was like not a sure thing to go on the pup. So I'm like, wait, what's going on here?
Yeah, one of the 49ers beat writers, and you just wonder, like it felt like there was nothing to back it up.
Okay,
and
just
so I don't know if it was and that was like, because honestly, when we got Diggs last time, and there was that report from The Athletic where Diggs could start the year in the pup and all this stuff, and there's truly, like, if you dig into the report, it's just like his opinion on receivers coming back from ACL injuries. It's not like this is from the team, this is from doctors, this is even from Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
So, and I saw today he actually wrote a kind of an update saying like, yeah, you look great in minicamp, and there's an expectation he'll be ready for week 1. It's like, yes.
All right, so Jalen Hurts went, so we lose a little bit of protection. Like Burrow probably doesn't make it back to us in the next round. You never really know, but if we want a Burrow, we probably need to do it now. Otherwise,
I would take Burrow. I just think the receivers we'll get back are kind of in the same range, and this is where his ADP is. The chance that the Chase drafter passes on him, I think, is then
very, very unlikely. Yeah, because at that point he's past ADP and stacked up, and he has Chase Brown.
Yeah,
but yeah, pretty unlikely.
Really wanted him.
And you're right. Like the wide receivers available to us at 52 are like the same as. I mean,
Bo Nix went 47.
Oh yeah, I missed that. Unstack. Oh, and then he goes Cortland Sutton. All right, so he is.
I mean, I like Nix and I like that stack, but
yeah, that's an interesting one. Zay Flowers, Devonta Smith, George Pickens.
I would go Pickens again.
Yeah, only concern there is then we'd have 3 week 10 buys, but we can. That's not
Devonta Smith. Yeah, let's do Devonta Smith. I think Pickens has the highest upside of that group, but that is true.
Yeah, just a slight concern at some point. Which
Mhm.
again, I am a big bye week pro. Everybody knows I'm very observant of my bye weeks. But I'm trying to be a little bit less this year, like trying to just say, you know what, I believe in this player's talent over that player. They can overcome bye week issues. But when it's three of your first three receivers, it
Yeah.
starts to be a little bit like
No,
like a coin flip for me between those receivers.
and one of the things that for me also is like total team bye week, and the fact that we took Burrow. Like if we had a different quarterback, and because we're already going to be down our top quarterback, then our top three receivers, just you start to get then down the line. So that week you could be 12th in your pod in points, and that, as I've said before, I don't think you can make the playoffs in 1 week in the regular season, but I think you can lose it if you just have like a 70-point week. It might be impossible to come back from.
Yeah, no, very, very true. That Prince is sleeping on. I do draft a fair amount of Zay Flowers. Yeah, I don't know why I do. I have sort of a bias against receivers whose quarterbacks are already gone when it's like in the same tier to me. And to me, Zay Flowers is just like he's in the same tier as some of the other. But I guess we ended up taking Devonta Smith anyway, so we still went with one.
My concern with Zay, and Smith has a few of these concerns, but I think he is honestly better, is Zay is he's just not a touchdown guy through 2 years. He just really hasn't had much of a touchdown or a red zone role. He had the same number of red zone touchdown or red zone targets as Bateman last year, despite 40 more total targets. And the Ravens are an efficiency team. They're not a high volume passing team. Like Lamar's not going to throw 600 passes. So, the one interesting thing I will say for Zay for DraftKings is he was like, I think he was second in 100-yard games with like 6,
Yeah.
right around there. But he just, I don't think you're going to get like a 1,400 yard year. I don't think you're going to get 100 catches. I don't think you're going to get 8 to 10 touchdowns. So he just has this very narrow window to succeed.
Yeah, no, I think that is. I mean, what do you think the range is for wide receivers? I think he's like his floor feels pretty safe to me.
I think his floor is safe, but he, at least in half-point PPR, I don't think he's been a top 25 receiver in 2 years.
Is that right? Okay.
At least in half point. I think
maybe a little bit better in full PPR.
Yeah, probably. But also it's not like he's like getting like 100 catches. He's not going to get that many targets, that many catches. So I don't know. It's tough for me, especially some of his best games going back to last year, or going back to his rookie year, where when Mark Andrews was out, like his splits with and without Andrews are pretty big.
Andrews was hurt at the beginning of last year, and then he got healthier as the year went on. Yeah. All right. So we've got Cincinnati plays. Who do they play in week 17?
Arizona.
That's right. So nobody really there. We've got Debo.
Yeah,
what do you say?
Connor's probably gone, right?
Yeah, Connor is gone.
I like Odunze or Addison.
Ooh, hard to get me away from Addison. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's go Addison. I like Odunze too.
Yeah,
but Addison is. I think he's proven that he's a pretty good receiver. I feel like people doubt him every year, and then he just when he plays, he produces.
Oh no, he's very good. And again, he's suspended for 2-3 games. It doesn't really matter. He's our fourth receiver.
Yeah. Don't love him as your first receiver, but as your fourth receiver, feels okay. I guess we could have gone Pearsall there. Pearsall was still available. Where do you have him ranked? Like, would you have wanted Pearsall there?
Yeah, I would definitely consider him as well. I'm pretty bullish on Pearsall. I'm at least 15% right now.
Oh, wow. Okay. So here is should I sort by ADP? So this is by ADP.
I think Jacoby Myers is fine. I think we could pull up a running back like Aaron Jones or Caleb.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was thinking too.
Pacheco would be team correlation. So is Jones, obviously. I'm good with any of those three.
Oh, and we got, I thought I had clicked Aaron Jones like 6 seconds ago, and the click did not take. So
no worries.
but yeah,
Jacoby
I'm
Myers
happy to get Jacoby Myers too. Yeah.
Yeah, he's totally fine and helps with some of the early bye week overlap. And he last year I think played only 15 games, and he had like 11, I think it was 9 games of 10 or more points in half point PPR. And he's gained a massive quarterback upgrade. No Devontae Adams for the early part of the year. So, Bowers is still Bowers. So I think he's totally fine. Quarterback, offense coordinator upgrade. Just offense in general, they should score more points. So I think Myers, where he's going, is a good click. Like, is he going to finish as a top 15 wide receiver? No, but I think he can be a top 20, top 25.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think the floor is like pretty good, and the ceiling is like it's not elite, but it's still pretty good also.
Yeah.
Okay, Peppertoni. Obsessed with Monken is obsessed with Zay Flowers. He thinks, you do get bonuses for 100-yard receiving, rushing, 300-yard passing on DraftKings, just like DFS scoring for best ball. Peppertoni. So I actually have the opposite take here. However, on full PPR, I do rank Aaron Jones ahead of a Mason. So it's pretty close for me. But it is. They don't go that far apart. My take in general is that I think Jordan Mason is going to get the bulk of the goal line carries. I think they traded for him. They brought him in specifically for that goal line work. I think Jordan Mason was actually like pretty good last year as far as like his explosive run rate was, I think, like 6th in the NFL for just a certain threshold of number of carries. He was really high there. Missed tackles forced per touch, he was top 10. Like he was actually really efficient last year. So like already just a pretty good runner last year. And now the Vikings trade for him. They upgraded the O-line. I made the argument several times about how good I think the Vikings offense is going to be this year. And then he gets the goal line work also. So I think like his base is really strong. I think that he's got strong standalone value, but then the contingent upside, if anything were to happen to Aaron Jones, is just amazing. Whereas I don't know that maybe it's true for Aaron Jones also, but like we saw last year that they didn't want to give Aaron Jones 25 carries a game. Like I don't think he has quite the same upside. Maybe if like they get late in the season and they've been kind of holding him off from a huge workload, maybe he would more than I'm giving him credit for. But I think the upside for Mason is huge. So Steve, are you agreeing with me? Are you high on Jordan Mason this year? Where are you at on the Vikings backfield?
I'm very high on Jordan Mason, but I do think there is a difference in full point and half point. I think, and I also think Aaron Jones has always been a back who is a split backfield guy. Jamal Williams and AJ Dillon for Green Bay last year, Akers down the stretch. So let's see, what do you want to do here?
Jalen Warren feels okay. Agmika Agbuka. We could go. I think Jordan Mason is still there. Pittman.
I like Mooney a fair amount.
Gives us another quarterback out pretty late.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Okay.
And now kind of similar, like we can start pivoting to other positions, because we're six in the top 8 rounds.
Yeah.
But no, the Aaron Jones thing. So I think Jones could actually benefit by Mason taking more of a workload, because I think he just kind of wore down also last year. Early on, before they trade for Akers, they just didn't trust Chandler and company to do that. And so it could be a benefit to him as well. And I agree. The Vikings offensive line getting Darisaw back is massive in and of itself. And then you just totally reshape the interior offensive line with the 2 Colts guys in the first round pick.
Yeah.
Could be one of the 5 best lines in the league.
Yeah, no, I think they could be very good. All right. Sidekick seems to think that we should take a running back here. I think that's where you were at, where I'm at as well. We only have one so far.
Let's go Mason.
Love it. Okay. Thank you for letting me take Mason instead of Scattaboo. So we're on the same page. But I do agree with you that like I I really like Jordan Mason. I don't want to make it sound like I'm out on Aaron Jones completely. Because I do think like Aaron Jones, like you said, like even if like for the beginning of the year, maybe it doesn't help him to get less work. But like for the weeks that really matter, which is at the end of the year, Aaron Jones could benefit from Jordan Mason just keeping him a little bit healthier, a little bit fresher for those weeks. And if it happens to be a game script where you need your versatile back who is dynamic in the passing game, then Aaron Jones could be great later in the year. So I'm not out on Aaron Jones, particularly for full PPR. I really like Jordan Mason where he goes also.
Yeah. And I know Rich Rebar has talked about him before. Aaron Jones has just historically been such a kind of a better and best ball type running back. Like he's how these massive spike weeks or how 60 combined yards and 3 catches and just totally not be worth it. So I like both of them this year, but half point PPR, I'm kind of Mason over Jones, but full point, I'm Jones over Mason, but I want both in both formats.
Yeah. So I think we're on exactly the same page. Like I do tend to take Aaron Jones ahead of Mason on DraftKings. But I don't have them separated by that much on either site. They're like, they're pretty close, which, if you're flipping them PPR versus half PPR, then that makes sense that they are close in the rankings. Somebody reached on Judkins. No, you can't be reaching on Judkins right now. Not a good idea because he's fallen. You're torn between Aaron Jones and Shakir in the Allen stack. I probably go, I mean, depends on the rest of your team, but I do like Shakir in an Allen stack. I think that makes sense. Tony thinks Aaron Jones ran cold in touchdowns. He just wasn't good in touchdowns though. Like that's why he only scored 7 of 13 expected, because he wasn't scoring them. And the Vikings saw that. And as a result said, we need a goal line back, and went and got Jordan Mason. So I don't think it's like, oh, he had bad luck, he's going to progress this year. I think he was bad, so they replaced him for those touches. So so I think I disagree a little bit there.
Yeah, Aaron Jones is good in the red zone, like 20 to 10 yard line. Inside the 10 that's not his wheelhouse. Yep.
Because he's a versatile back. Like you can, catch the defense off guard using Aaron Jones. You're not really going to do that as much with Jordan Mason. But then when you're close, Jordan Mason's just more likely to bully his way in. All right, so we are 1-6 right now. Scadaboo did go at the 102. So if you were hopeful that we'd get Scadaboo back at 117, I kind of was, but not the case.
I think we're probably on the same page here.
You are correct. You are correct.
Okay.
Just don't want to say it out loud.
Yeah.
Don't want to get our hopes up, And there he goes, son of a bitch. No, that was.
Yeah,
I mean, he doesn't. Oh, he does have Hawkinson, so you can't blame him. Get the young goat while you can. Can't be mad at it. But yeah, that was would have loved to get. I'm very high on JJ McCarthy. All right, could take Justin Herbert for a back stack. Bashal Tootin is there. Trey Harris. Who do you like in this range?
I don't mind. I mean, we took Shoup last time. Bateman, I think, is fine. Dobbins is fine. If you want to go Herbert, just get another quarterback. I'm okay with that, but we have some other options, I feel like.
Let's go. I'm not super high on Dobbins, but we did not take. Did I get him? Why did that not work? Uh-oh. What just happened there?
We got Shoup.
I'm having some issues with my.
We got Dobbins. Okay.
We got Dobbins, and then a couple clicks went. Something happened in my page refresh there after I clicked Dobbins, but we did get him. I'm not super high on Dobbins, so it's tough for me to take him this high, but I'm not. I also I don't want to overstate how low I am on Dobbins. Like he's a fine pick there. All right.
I like Warren or Kraft for a tight end.
Let's go. I mean, Warren is slight ADP faller here.
Yeah.
Gives us another late quarterback out.
Yeah. No, I'm good with that.
I don't know why my clicking is not working today. All right, let's go. There we go. Okay, we got it.
But no, I think, as you mentioned, late quarterback, I think Daniel Jones makes Warren a lot more viable. All the Colts pass catchers and Jonathan Taylor, honestly, more viable. And that's my expectation, is that Daniel Jones is going to at least start most of the games this year.
Yeah, Yeah, no, I'm not drafting a ton of Anthony Richardson. If Daniel Jones goes and I have a cold stack, like I'm fine saying, all right, well, what if it's Anthony Richardson? Willing to do it. Let's go Debro. Yeah, Debro. We're Debro and I doing a stream on Friday night with
Nice.
Dustin Steele of the Chicago Cubs.
Love it.
And Fantasy Guru Drew. So that'll be a lot of fun. It's possible that Debro will come on for another stream between now and then. Yeah, Debro super high on JJM. So RJ Harvey, I just Derek Brown, by the way, if you have not read, came out with his rankings today, top 200 rankings, and he had RJ Harvey at like 34 overall on the year, which I knew he was an RJ Harvey bull. I did not know that he was that much of an Uber bull on RJ Harvey. But that's good to see because I've been drafting a lot of RJ Harvey. Like I said, just drafted him on my unlimited keeper league. So pretty happy to get RJ Harvey, but. Yeah, so sorry, got distracted by my clip. But J.K. Dobbins, like again, like I'm not like, so I'm not extremely high on him because again, I think he was really good the first 2 games last year and then pretty bad the rest of the year. But he is going into like the ideal offensive situation.
Yeah,
and it's possible that they like split the work, and he's still like a pretty fine pick here, I think, if they do give him a fair amount of work. So I'm not really out there.
Well, and honestly, it could be very similar to the Vikings conversation that we just had, where Dobbins is their short yardage guy. I mean, Harvey is very small, and he is just not a guy. Like, if they get inside the red zone and they're at the 15, I think Harvey can get touchdowns, but I don't think he's getting that, 3-yard touchdown run. I think that's Dobbins, and similar to the Vikings, the Broncos have a great offensive line.
Yeah. Yep. So like both could work out, honestly. Like it would not be that surprising if both are fine at ADP.
Yeah, totally agree.
Are you like at this point where we're getting a feel for the offensive lines? Does that like scare you off of Nico Collins, Joe Mixon? Like I think the Houston offensive line, one that a lot of people are very worried about, myself included. I did see Debro not quite as concerned that like they couldn't be any worse than they were last year. So that is maybe true.
Yeah, that's a little bit my philosophy. I mean, obviously they trade away their best offensive lineman in Tunsil, but I think Cam Robinson, I know his filling in for Darisol wasn't great for the Vikings, but he's got a ton of starting experience. They also drafted from Minnesota Irsay, and so there's some other young offensive line, Fisher, and just brought in a bunch of veterans with some starting experience. Not always good, but new offensive line coach, it could just be better as a whole, like not a top 10 or 15 unit, but not kind of what he said, not as bad as last year.
Do you want to go with Geno Smith, Penix? We do have the stacks there.
I'd go Penix over Smith.
I think that's where I'm at also. We also do have like Luther Burden. Yeah, let's get one of these quarterbacks.
Yeah, and you're higher ranked on him than his ADP, but I think that's the right call. I think Penix is good, and I like Penix over to in a vacuum. Obviously, we don't have any Dolphins, but yeah.
Gonna keep it on this page for now until our pick goes. We could go with another quarterback here if we wanted to go Geno. We could go Kyle Pitts, throw him onto the stack.
I'm probably pretty out on Kyle Pitts this year.
Okay.
I would look at Austin Eckler.
I love Austin Eckler. Yeah.
In 12 games last year, he had 700 combined yards, 35 catches, 4 total touchdowns. He just has, we just talked about a number of like small running backs who don't do well in the red zone. His career trajectory in the red zone has been insane for being a smaller back. And Brian Robinson Jr., I just don't know if he's as secure in that role as some people think. He's the only running back on the team that this current regime has not brought in. And down the stretch in the playoffs, McNichols was taking some work from him. He wasn't taking Eckler's job. He was taking, Brian Robinson's job. So just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Good call out. I just realized I need to get the link to Wiley. I have not sent him the link for this yet, so I should better do that because he's supposed to be joining us in 15 minutes. Right now, how do I do this?
Now talk with you, do that. But I like how this team's really come out. Like
I do too.
Again, strong at wide receiver, but our running backs don't I don't think they're weak by any stretch. Tight ends, we even took one earlier than we did last time. A more elite quarterback, I think, in Burrow. So this team's feeling really good.
And you still, so we talked about it for the last one. You would still be inclined to go with a third quarterback here, even though we've got, I guess our second one is Penix, so not super elite there.
Yeah, I'm kind of bullish on Penix. It is still a second year guy who has a very checkered injury history going back to college. So yeah, I'm very good with going for a third quarterback. I think it just gives you so many more outs, both in the playoffs. I know Meg's talked about it, but her had a playoff team in week 15. She needed Aaron Rodgers to put up 30 points to advance. Would not have gotten to the finals without Aaron Rodgers doing that week 15. So, just having those extra outs can go a long way.
I sometimes forget that Aaron Rodgers actually had spike weeks last year. Like in my mind, it's like, he'll put up 14 points sometimes, but he actually did have a couple of those big games that were useful last year.
Yeah, and I think that's the other thing is, yes, quarterbacks deeper, but because it's so deep and there's so many elite quarterbacks, we need to still find a way to separate. The difference between like Lamar and Allen is not big. The difference between any of these like top 5 guys is not that drastic. So it's going to be what your number 2 quarterback and even 3 quarterback could potentially do to set you apart to get that, in our case, a Burrow team, but that Lamar team, that Allen team, et cetera, through.
Yep, absolutely.
And with the extra rounds, it's not as harmful as it is in a smaller draft format.
Yep. All right. So we have a few more before our pick. We are currently at 2-4-6-1. The team is Jahmyr Gibbs, Rashee Rice, T. Higgins, Joe Burrow, Devonta Smith, Jordan Addison, Jacoby Myers, Darnell Mooney, Jordan Mason, J.K. Dobbins, Tyler Warren, Michael Penix, Austin Eckler. So we could always throw on Daniel Jones soon, unless he didn't go. Yeah, no, he did not go. Coming up on our pick, it's a 3-quarterback team before us, so hopefully he does not take a 4th quarterback. But you never know. Again,
I was hoping for Gesicki. He did take the guy I was hoping for, but
you would have preferred Gesicki over Geno Smith?
Well, I think we could have gotten Daniel Jones on the way back, so that would have been my thought. But I think we take Geno here.
Yeah. I suppose Gesicki would make sense for our team, but getting Geno stacked well past ADP as a 3rd quarterback also feels pretty good.
Yeah, no, I mean that's a good fallback, but I do like Gesicki a lot. Gesicki, a lot of people talk about like it was Higgins' injury, but really his target share and snap share went up considerably after Eric All got injured, and they didn't replace Eric All at all this offseason. And in all but one of those games, Higgins played.
Pop Douglas, Dylan Sampson is here again if we want to.
I'm fine doing that. I think it makes sense. Like he could start to go way up.
Yeah. Yep. Get him while he's rising a little bit, because he might be 3 rounds more expensive in a week. So yeah, I think Dylan Sampson a pretty strong pick there, where we still need some more running back firepower. After we got Gibbs in the 1st round, we waited to get our second running back until pick 100. So
exactly. So we need to catch up some.
Yeah.
I think we're fine, but that's why I prioritize Sampson over some other options there.
Yeah, you don't have to spend hard to see a really good Eckler season this year, especially at his cost. That's exactly how I feel. And I feel like the floor is pretty high, I guess. You might have some concern about like Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt coming in and taking that role, but I just feel like Eckler has I don't know, he's got that pedigree. I think he's a pretty solid all-around running back. And like we talked about earlier with some of those other 3rd down backs, like he's just going to have those games where he's going to have 6 receptions. And if he does anything else on top of those, going to have some nice spike weeks.
Totally agree. And I think you're getting a discount on him. Like, what's the difference between him and Jaylen Warren? Like they're going to be used very similar. In fact, Eckler is a much better touchdown role also, and you're gaining him, 40 picks later.
60, maybe 50, 60 picks later. Yeah, somewhere in that range. Yeah, significantly cheaper. Yeah, I think with Jaylen Warren, I think we're still giving him kind of that young guy boost, and I don't know, like we haven't seen it yet. I think we were all expecting the big breakout last year, and maybe if because he had some injury issues
Yeah,
last
he
year,
missed
right?
2
Jaylen
games
Warren,
last year and was a little banged up, but
so maybe, and I think
but
we're just every year we're making excuses for him, and
yeah,
I'm
exactly.
guilty of it as well. But yeah, I think also
Yeah,
we're just like,
because I think Warren has what 6 total career touchdowns or something. Like he's just not been a touchdown guy. And I don't think he ever has had a receiving touchdown, which is very interesting given his profile.
That is interesting. I would not have guessed that.
I'm almost positive on that. So it's just, yeah. And it's interesting because I think Eckler is the upside comp for Warren, very similar body type. Warren was a late rounder. Eckler was an undrafted guy, but Eckler is just shown to handle a bigger workload and also, like I said, be extremely efficient in the red zone.
Yeah, no, absolutely. How are you feeling about a player that I've been getting more and more in on is Rachaad White?
Love him. One of my highest owned guys because it's kind of like not only he definitely has standalone value, I think clear contingent value for any weeks Bucky misses. And I just think, the offense, I know we had the Tristan Wirfs news, but other than that, this offense is fully back, fully intact. In fact, even better. And I think he is another one of these, at the very least, even if Bucky doesn't miss a single game, he's kind of like an Eckler. He's going to get some usage. He gets red zone usage. He gets passing game usage. I think no matter what. Yeah.
I think that a clean bet is exactly right. Who him says he's such a, because it's like he feels like he has a pretty high floor and then he has the potentially very high ceiling. So yeah. We are on the clock.
Come
on. There we go. Justice Hill's still there, but he's the other one we were talking about. Oops, what am I doing here?
I'm fine Sanders if you want to go back to that route.
Just
from a standpoint. Hill would be another one I'm very bullish on. But no, we need help at running back. So I think either one.
All right, we got Miles Sanders. It's driving me like the delay for some reason on my clicking right now. I don't know if it's my internet or what it is. My internet seems okay, but having some issues with the clicking, and it's throwing me off because then I'll click and then I'll try to move and I don't know, it's causing issues. But I think Miles Sanders, it was between Miles Sanders and Justice Hill for me there, so happy to just take another share of Sanders.
Yeah, no, I think Sanders is absolutely fine in this range and has probably a little bit more total upside than Hill.
Yeah, I think that's true.
What do you? Sorry, are you thinking tight end here or? It's definitely
we are. So we only have one tight end. We have we only have one tight end that's a rookie. So maybe a vet tight end would feel pretty good here. Do you have a preference?
Can you sort by tight end?
Go.
Honestly, Pat Freiermuth. I don't get why he's fallen this much. If you look at 2 years ago, Arthur Smith with Atlanta, similar situation, one alpha receiver, Drake London, now DK Metcalf. Kyle Pitts finished second on the team in targets, and Jonnu was fourth, and that was with 70 targets. They both finished in half-point PPRs, top 20 tight ends in both points per game and total points. I think it was like 14th and 17th in total points and like 15th and 18th in points per game. And that was also with Taylor Heineke and Desmond Ridder at quarterback. I mean, whatever you think of Aaron Rodgers, just a massive upgrade over that. They threw only 17 passing touchdowns that year.
Yeah. So you're not concerned about, just Freiermuth being the Kyle Pitts to Jonnu Smith, where he's just not going to have much work.
Well, I think they both are going to get 70 to 90 targets, 70 plus targets. And Freiermuth probably has more touchdown upside than Jonnu. So there's actually avenues where Freiermuth just outscores him. But I'm just not too worried. I know they gave Jonnu extension, but they just gave Freiermuth an extension last year. So and Aaron Rodgers was bonding with Freiermuth, like they were talking a lot and went to like games together and stuff like that. So yeah, I just think it doesn't sound like, according to the beat writers, they're not looking to bring in another veteran wide receiver like Cooper or Keenan Allen. So, if your other options are Roman Wilson or Calvin Austin, I think you're throwing to Jonnu and Freiermuth.
Are you a believer in the Aaron Rodgers inner circle narrative, where it's just you got to be in Aaron Rodgers' inner circle? It sounds like Freiermuth is already in the inner circle, so just like, all right, if like Aaron Rodgers is going to throw it to Aaron Rodgers, to who Aaron Rodgers wants to throw it to, and maybe Freiermuth is just one of those guys.
Well, I think, yeah, it's like, who does he develop trust with? And speaking of like Aaron Jones, I think it was Rodgers' last playoff game with the Packers against the 49ers. Devontae Adams had like 14 targets and Aaron Jones had 12 targets. It was like, those are the only two guys he trusted.
Yeah.
And, we've just historically seen that. And a couple of years ago, was it 2020, 2021? Aaron Rodgers just decided Robert Tonyan needed 13 touchdowns and he was like tight end 4 on the year.
Yep. I forgot about that. Yeah, he had a huge spike year out of nowhere. Nobody knew what to do with him the following season in best ball. Like, he went way too high.
Oh yeah,
yeah. That's funny.
But so that's what I mean is right now, like, who's Aaron Rodgers going to trust? Obviously, DK. He's working on that relationship. I know they've worked out together, and I think it's going to be Jonnu and Freiermuth.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good bet. Yeah, Freiermuth has been. I've drafted him a fair amount on DraftKings, but because of the 20 rounds is pretty helpful here. Where you don't need to. You can draft 3 tight ends pretty easily, so you don't even need to be right about the Freiermuth bet. But then, yeah, he could be pretty massive if he actually does retain a pretty big role here. So I like that. I like that call out, especially when we have the rookie Warren as our only other tight end.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind taking another tight end here because last time we took 2 veterans kind of back to back. And so we could wait on not veterans, but we took 2 guys back to back so we could wait on Elijah Arroyo. But here, I wouldn't mind another vet tight end.
Yeah. While they're still available, we can take a look at who is here. This is by ADP. Dalton Schultz, Jauan Johnson, JT Sanders is there.
Yeah.
Anybody you particularly like?
I have a lean on Jauan Johnson. I think, I'm not worried about Taysom Hill this year. I think Jauan Johnson, they resigned him to a pretty big deal. Tight end can typically be a rookie quarterback's best friend. And also, Kellen Moore obviously devised some pretty good.
And he goes. Jauan Johnson went.
So there I like either Schultz or Sanders at that point.
Do you have a preference between those two? I don't think we have any bye week concerns.
No. I think I guess going Schultz, just a little bit more veteran. Sanders, there's some concern when Tommy Tremble comes back, and they drafted a tight end in the 5th round also. So,
oh, did they? Who did they? I didn't realize
they took. What's his name from Notre Dame? Why can't I think of his name right now?
I don't know. I wouldn't know.
It's going to bug me, but yeah, they took a 5th round tight end from Notre Dame, who was banged up this past year in college football, and it has some decent talent.
We are on the clock. Is it not Ferkser? I don't know.
No.
All right, let's. Who do we want here?
Taj Brooks.
Is Taj Brooks available?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I like that. All out. All right, so we are at 3-7-6-3. So we only have 6 receivers, so we could go make a 3-7-7-3 build.
Yeah, I think similar to build as last time. Yeah. And I think we kind of needed, I guess we could have gone 2 receivers, but it's very similarly. We took 6 in the top 8 rounds.
Yep.
Running backs, while we have more of an anchor this time in Gibbs, we did wait a long time to pick 100 to get our next guy.
Right.
And so none of our other running backs are like guaranteed starters. So I think throwing 7 at it is kind of the right call.
Yeah. No, I think this is a strong build. We can take a look at some of the wide receivers available here.
Mitchell Evans is the tight end, finally came to me.
Okay. Yeah. Have you drafted any Mitchell Evans, or is he just a concern for JT?
I took him a couple times in pre-draft because there was some buzz he could maybe work his way into the 4th round. I don't think I think his landing spot's actually fine, but I'm taking Tavian Sanders some, but I just think Schultz is a little safer.
Yeah. Okay, we are making our final pick here. We do have another guest joining us. He is the president at Run Pure Sports, Wiley, Matthew Wiley, joining us. I'm going to throw him. Actually, hang on. Let me change the what we're seeing here. There we go. Trio. Throw him in here. Wiley. Oh, it looks beautiful. Look at us three together. Wiley, how are you doing today?
It's amazing that worked.
Yeah, I could not believe that worked. That was shocking.
When you were doing it backstage, I'm like, this ain't gonna work.
Yeah, there was a 10% chance it was going to work.
That's right.
It turned out okay. Have you been watching the stream at all? Have you seen our team, or do we have to read it off to you?
Every minute of it.
You're lying to me. Okay, I know that you're lying because you said you've watched every minute. So let me read off the team, and then we can make our final pick and do a review.
Good.
So we are actually no, yeah. Let's do this first. Then we'll do the intro after. Get this draft out of the way. So we have Jahmyr Gibbs, Rashee Rice, T. Higgins, Joe Burrow, Devontae Smith, Jordan Addison, Jacoby Myers, Darnell Mooney, Jordan Mason, J.K. Dobbins, Tyler Warren, Michael Penix, Austin Eckler, Geno Smith, Dylan Sampson, Miles Sanders, Pat Freiermuth, Dalton Schultz, and Taj Brooks. So far, we're at 3-7-6-3, and we are inclined to take another receiver here. What do you think of this team, Wiley?
Well, you drafted Burrow and you stacked the Bengals, so you automatically get an A.
Yes, love that.
Taj Brooks, his coach at Texas Tech, said that he reminds him of Emmitt Smith. I think Taj Brooks really is ascending a lot of draft boards. I don't know if Chase Brown is built to be an every down back for the Bengals, and they've got two guys that probably aren't going to be there much, P. Ryan and Moss. Right.
Yeah.
You went with Gibbs first, right?
We did.
What's your thought on that?
Good. I think he's a great player. We talked about that a little bit, like the standalone value really strong. If anything happens to, all right, we got to make our pick, and then we'll continue.
Oh, you're doing a co-sanctioned pick. I got it. You got to do Akine.
We did Akine the last draft.
It's not bad for this draft either. Also, MVS would be one I'd take late.
I don't see Akine here.
Unless he was just sniped. I just saw him.
I think he's just not sorted by ADP.
He's there. He should be there.
I don't know who just got
2 seconds.
No, we got Noah Brown. I think
Common guy.
We got Common on. Okay, that's fine. Not ideal. Wait, no, we got a receiver. We got All right, hang on. Because we got 3-7-7-3.
Oh,
Noah Brown.
Oh, okay.
Noah Brown.
That's fine.
Terrible.
Not the end of the world. Not the pick that we wanted, but I think he could work out just as well as any of the others. Wiley, I've been having
for you. I'm sorry.
Tyler Warren is tight end one for us.
Okay.
Tyler Warren, Pat Freiermuth, Dalton Schultz. I've been having issues with my my clicks here. For some reason, it's not going smoothly. There's like a delay every time I click anything, and it's causing some issues. But we're getting through it for the most part. I think that was the first like accidental pick that we've had so far through 2 drafts. So it has not been a huge issue. I think I feel pretty good about this team though. 3-7-7-3. We're all stacked up. Seems good.
No, I think that early philosophy for me has been taking tight end late. Not taking early tight end. I think there's a lot of value late. Gesicki 1 if you're stacking the Bengals. Njoku you can get late. Even like a Higbee with the Rams, you can get even undrafted almost. So
we were not able to get Gesicki in this one, sadly. With our Bengals stack, we got sniped.
With your Bengals stack. Yeah, I mean, and you know, the running back position, if you go heavy stud receiver first, it really runs dry quickly. And that's a gamble you'll have to make. I mean, my first running backs appear to be James Conner a lot of the time, and I'm not sure that's a great strategy at this point, but yeah, I mean, that honestly, to be fair, that looks like a draft I would do that you just did.
Yeah, I feel pretty good about the team overall. Again, you can see the full team here. What do you think, Steve? You a fan of this team?
Yeah, and you know, I don't mind, like I said, when we're in the front to take a running back first and have like that anchor back. And Gibbs was the top running back in full point PPR last year. So I think that's a good get. And then you just hammer receiver and stack up Burrow. So I think it's a good, strong start. And then we caught up at running back with, contingent guys or passing down guys. So overall, I think it's very good. And if, Freiermuth is kind of what I said, like similar to Atlanta 2 years ago, then I think it's going to be fine. And I like Warren, with Daniel Jones. So I think it turned out very well.
Yeah, I'm happy with the end result of that team. All right, we are going to get into another draft. Steve, are you going to stick around? I told you it's totally up to you. If you want to stick around, you're welcome to leave. What are you thinking?
I'll head out. I appreciate you so much for having me on, but I'll let you guys handle it. So I don't want to, have too many guys, chefs in the kitchen, so to speak.
All right. Well, then,
thank you so much for having me on. And,
thank you. Thank you for coming on, and let people know where they can find you, where they can find your work before you head out.
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter at SteveOSpeak or at Fanspeak. You can find our work at the Fanspeak Network on YouTube. Also, the Best Ball Substack, fanspeak.com. And yeah, you can find us all there. And thank you again for having me on.
No, thank you for coming on. Yeah, go check out Steve's work and check out Fanspeak. They're putting out content constantly. They're updating the rankings. A lot of great stuff at Fanspeak. So go check that out if you haven't already. All right, Steve, thanks a lot. Catch you soon. And now I gotta let me change this around. Go here, then we'll go back here. That looks good.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
I'm a professional. You just don't even know. Look at this. There we go. That's beautiful. Wiley. So you came on. I was all flustered. We haven't introduced you yet. Wiley is the president of Run Pure Sports. I think most people who are familiar with me come from, at least a lot of people come from DFS, so they probably know you already. There's a second ladder in your background now. I'm used to the one ladder that's on the wall next to you. I feel like there hasn't always been a ladder behind you. Is that correct?
It's always been there.
The
orange one?
Yeah, the orange one. Maybe maybe now that you say it. What is the Wiley 77 jersey? What's the team?
That's from our friends at SaberSim. SaberSim
nice.
got all their partners. Yeah. All my staff, all our partners, they got them all of us jerseys with our number and name on it. So they've been fantastic. So it was a really nice gift for Christmas. They always do something like that. There's a golf bag from them too, right there. Somewhere behind me, right there.
There we go. Oh yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
One of the perks. One of the perks of Run Pure Sports.
Yeah, I got a partner with SaberSim. Yeah, I mean, and they give them to other people at Run Pure Sports. You have great swag at Run Pure Sports. I'd say that's probably the best swag in the industry because you got the constantly new hats, new stuff. Yeah,
I'll grab one from the ladder.
Take a look at it.
There you go. That's the white one. I'm not really hatting tonight. There you go.
Yeah, well, when you got hair like that, why are you wearing hats? Wiley, by the way, I asked Wiley for picture for the thumbnail. Can you send me a headshot? And he said, you're using my Twitter avatar. It forced me to just use the same picture. You just really love that picture. It's like it like cuts off half of his face, so you got to like put it in the corner. It's just like pain in the ass.
I'm just not doing. I'm not doing headshots. I'm just not being that guy.
All right, that's fair.
I'm kind of the DK partner bad boy a little bit. So
clearly,
yeah.
I got that.
Sometimes I get my knuckles wrapped a little bit. We'll do the ad read throughout the show.
Welcome
to the team, right? Is this your first day as DK partner?
It is my first day ever as a DK partner for DraftKings Best Ball Week. Wiley, of course, part of Run Pure Sports, who are just full-time DraftKings partners, which is a pretty sweet deal. You guys are always doing DraftKings work. That's very cool. But yeah, it's my first day, and I'm enjoying it so far. This is fun being.
Yeah, well, I think in 99% of our conversations revolve around DraftKings content, right?
Yeah.
So it's a good partner, and we have fun with this app. We've built, niche cottage industries off of it. So here we are. Yeah. By the way, I just started streaming it to my Twitter. Is that okay?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, okay. Of course. One thing that you and I are going to do different than most of my guests is, are you going to draft against me?
I'll do whatever you'd like me to do. This is your show. I have no power over it.
I mean, it's totally up to you. I leave it up to the guests. If you want to just draft against me, that is totally reasonable. Maybe that's more fun. I don't know.
Have you done that before?
Oh, yeah. The Friday night stream that I'm doing with Debro and Drew and Justin Steele, we always draft against each other.
Then I will draft against you. We just have to get in at the same time, hopefully.
Yeah, so I'm going to pull it up on the screen so that you can see when I'm getting in.
Yeah.
Try to click at the same time.
And you'll do the big board and I'll just be around, right?
Yep, exactly. Yep.
And so our position in the draft will be indicative of how DraftKings feels about us as partners, right?
Whoever goes first is their preferred partner. All right, are you ready? I'm gonna go. I'm not clicking into it just yet. I'm just gonna go get ready to
you count down 3, 2, 1, and I'll get into it.
Okay, 3, 2, wait. 3, 2, 1, get in. Oh God, it's checking my location. It's checking my location.
Hurry, brother,
get out. Oh man.
Death.
I'm in. 10 out of 12. That's the first time it's checked my location today. So I was not prepared for that.
You're ready.
Already the delay and the click and then the checking the location. Yeah, it's a whole thing.
7th. I got 7th.
I think I need to refresh.
That's all right. There we go.
I got 8th. Oh man. Oh, that's painful. That hurts a little bit. I guess I already knew since you are a full-time partner and I'm just a 1-week partner. I kind of knew that they preferred Wiley, but
yeah. Let's see who we've got in this draft. Let's see if any Cup Nation's in here. I know him.
D. Lutomsky's in here. I know D. Lutomsky. Yep. I've seen Gordon Hayward.
20 seems familiar. What's your overall, like last year? I feel that I love being on the end, 11th, 12th.
Yeah.
I felt I could draft really well. Now I feel I want to be top 4, top 3.
Oh, really? No, I actually think that I feel sort of the opposite. Like this year, I feel really good. Although it's sort of changing for me. So early on, I would have said like 11, 12 spots are my favorite because I just think there's a really strong like start of the second round. So it kind of feels like the first few picks in the second round like could be first rounders to me. Like they're part of the same tier.
Mm-hmm.
But I also I don't know, sometimes you see some really nice fallers on DraftKings that make you really like the start of the board. So I guess I don't have a really strong opinion, but I do think that I prefer generally. I actually think I really like the range that we're in right now. Cause like, I feel like at pick 17, I'm very likely to get a player that I really like in the second round. The first round pick is always like, I could take any one of these 5 guys. They're all in the same tier. I don't know, throw your hands up. But I think that the second round pick is really strong here. So I think I like here where we are 7, 8 holes for me.
I think I think ASB falls too far as a stud receiver, and I will take him first.
You'll take Amon-Ra ahead of like Nico Collins.
Yeah, I will.
Malik Neighbors. All right.
Good. I will.
Glad to hear that. No, I think that's a fair. He's like one of the safer clicks, like in a great offense. Like you can kind of like call out concerns. Like I love Nico Collins, but like that offensive line is a little bit scary. Malik Neighbors gets Russell Wilson throwing the ball now. I don't feel that confident in that.
Little Stroud regression last year. A little Stroud regression, would you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, he was definitely worse, but then also just like the offense, like the offensive line was so bad that I'm hopeful that he'll be a little bit better this year. But yeah.
I keep thinking this is my StreamYard show and I wanted to do things I typically do, but I'm like, this is not yours, Wiley. This is not.
Do you want me to do things? What kind of things do you like to do?
No, I was going to pull up comments and.
Oh yeah, we can pull up comments.
No, it's fine.
What up, Marty? Good to see you. You are almost on the clock.
I am almost on the clock. Someone took McCaffrey. So Lamb fell to me.
Yeah. That's tough. Tough to not click Lamb when he falls to you. After you already promised to take Amon-Ra St. Brown, it's a little bit awkward to go with Lamb.
Don't worry. I stick by my guns.
Oh, man. Look at this guy.
So you get Lamb.
What a guy.
I gifted him to you. I'm not stacking Cowboys. I'm just not doing it.
I mean, why not? Like they're probably pretty good.
I do believe in some Detroit Lions regression this year, but getting and Lamb included with ASB, getting that really point separating wide receiver, which I think there's a few of them who can do what the Lambs, the ASBs, the Jeffersons, the Chases can do. That's primary for me. Look at Gibbs going third now.
We just got him fourth. So are you not? You asked us about Gibbs, and I felt like you had an opinion, and we didn't get to what your opinion is on Gibbs. What is your Gibbs take?
I'm going stud wide receiver every time.
I typically am too. Most of the time, like Gibbs, I most often will take at like 5-6, like after CeeDee Lamb goes. I will take Gibbs ahead of Amon-Ra, so maybe I rank him higher than you do. But yeah,
I think Barkley's an exception because of the ability to put up a 50-point game.
Sure.
Don't snipe for me, Neil.
I would never.
Do. No sniping.
I mean, if Nico Collins had come to me, there was a 1,000% chance I was going to take him. I'm indifferent between Bowers and London. So tell me which one you are worried about me sniping from you.
No, neither, but I would take London over Bowers. I'm not high on stud tight end.
Oh yeah, that's true. I am high on stud tight end, but I do think London feels like a good click there with CD.
McConkey was my pick.
Oh, love that too. Yeah, can't see this is just a fun range. Like you're gonna get a player that you like in this
absolutely range. I think McConkey could warrant first round drafting. He's a target vulture. Yeah.
Hard to really argue. Like given how good his rookie year was, like he's a strong bet to be. I think like Brock Bowers was too. Why are you so out on Bowers?
I just don't. We saw it in optimals last year. I've said this on my streams and within, we do a DraftKings Discord chat. Tight end really doesn't separate much from a stud to a Jonnu Smith was optimal in so many weeks last year. I mean, even on a gross points level. So Bowers to me can't do what a McConkey could do from a wide receiver separation standpoint, in my opinion. So I'm going to go a little later in the draft with tight end because I think you can guys that can cover Brock Bowers later if you get three of them.
If you get three of them, you're just hoping on like the volume they kind
correct.
of
Njoku, potentially a Baltimore tight end. Gesicki even later with some big games last year. I think he's going to be used even more next year. This one's easy.
Chase Brown, hard to argue. Oh man, who do I want here? This is a gross. See, this is where I really like the second round picks available. The third round picks.
You're staring Lamar Jackson in the face, right? Which I do look.
Yeah, I'm between Lamar and a receiver here. You're right. I'm just going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to take Jayden when Terry McLaurin's already off the board.
It's so much about touchdown equity for all, and Lamar and Josh Allen do it with their legs. The first two quarterbacks taken off the board, they should be.
Yeah. Have you looked at Lamar's game log from last year? Like you just look at the game log from like a consistency, like his like worst games are like 15 fantasy points. It was just like he was so good.
That's right.
Last year.
He covers a lot of quarterbacks just because of that rushing upside. And if you believe in a Derrick Henry regression, which there could be, he could potentially do more. And then you look at the playoff weeks coming up this year and what game stands out. Baltimore v. Bengals, right?
Yep.
Which will be a 90-point game.
Yeah, it could be huge.
So, and you can get late receivers from Baltimore too, which I know which would be hard for me not to snipe from you at this point.
Rude. So I teased at the beginning of this stream, Wiley, that a player, the only player who's been taken in every single DraftKings draft as of the data dump on June 6th, June 27th, there is only one player who had been taken in every single draft except for one, and that was DeAndre Hopkins, potential late stacking partner for me.
Say that stat again. You go ahead and draft, but say that stat again.
Yeah. So there's only one player who'd been taken in every single DraftKings draft. So there was like 15,108, I think. He's the only player who'd been taken in every single one of them except for one. Kind of a meaningless stat because there are other players who've been taken in like every single one except for 8, But
so you telling me Ja'Marr Chase has not been taken in every single draft?
Did I? No, DeAndre Hopkins. Did I say Ja'Marr Chase? I think I meant maybe I said it wrong. No, DeAndre Hopkins has not been taken in every single draft.
Oh, has not been taken. Oh,
yes. So he just one draft he was not taken.
Interesting.
It's kind of interesting. Other players right behind him, Jalen Knoll has been taken in all except for 2 drafts. Justice Hill has been taken in every draft except for 4 of them. Jalen Wright has been taken all except for 6. Keenan Allen all except for 9. So those are the players that are taken like almost every single time. But it's kind of interesting that there are a few drafts where they were not taken. Just kind of makes you wonder what happened in those drafts.
Yeah. I think that ultimately everyone's going to be drafting somewhat the same way in the first few rounds. I think the differentiation comes from reaching a little bit in different rounds, taking gambles on free agents, and then who is the Brian Thomas Jr., Malik Neighbors of this year, right? And where do you get them? Genty is first round. I mean, I don't know how much you've taken of him. It's kind of a little bit scary for me.
Yeah, I have not taken, like, I'm not out on Genty. Like, I will take him. Because I, like you said, I typically prioritize receivers. So like when it's between Genty and Malik Neighbors or Amon-Ra or any of those, I tend to go receiver. So I'm probably going to end up a little bit light on Genty, even though like, I'm not against the pick. Like if people want to go Genty, that's fine. But yeah, I would say I'll probably end up a little bit underweight there.
And why I like McConkey's second round is that you can get a secondary stack of Chargers with Herbert pretty late.
True.
And that's a decent stack. Right now,
are you scared at all of the Trey Harris holding out? Like the second rounder is holding out right now. Trey Harris kind of leading that charge. Are you worried that he's going to like miss some training camp and maybe not be ready to start the season?
Bengals are having the same problem with this new contract clause, right?
Yeah.
With their first round pick. I forget what the context of it was, some sort of non-guaranteed pay or what have you.
Yep.
So I think it'll all come to fruition once people realize I want to get my first game as a rookie. It just kind of closes itself up, including Trey Hendrickson. I thought you could say Trey Hendrickson.
Oh yeah.
But I'm going to draft you. This is going to offend you, by the way, what I'm going to do here.
No, you warned me that you were going to do it, and now you're about to just fucking do it.
Oh. You know what I'm going to do.
I know exactly what you're going to do.
And I'm sorry.
It doesn't make me feel any better. I'm not happy with you.
Was that it?
Oh yeah, 100% you were going to do that. You warned me. You did warn me. So from that perspective, I can't be that mad. But also, I got Ted McMillan.
Okay, good. Fantasy Guru Drew is in the house. He's clocking in.
Love to see it.
Salute to FGD.
Are you going to join us, Drew? Come on. Oh yeah, he is. Drew is a moderator on the channel, so yeah, make sure you are moderating hardcore Drew. I pay him very well for the moderation.
Let's test it out, Drew. I'm going to start moderating me.
Yeah. Do you have a lot of moderators at RPS, or is it just like employees?
No. Really, no. I mean, our Discord kind of self-polices itself.
Okay.
So we've been pretty fortunate. We've got a good crew. We got good following.
Yeah. Yeah, you got a big crew at RPS. Feels like you're clearly one of the biggest DFS sites out there. Just do you have a very active Discord?
We have I would argue we've got the most active Discord.
Wow.
In this industry. Golf on Thursday will be nuts for the final major. I mean, there's so many messages it's hard to even sort through. Now, 90% of it is just tilting, but
of course. Well, it's any DFS or best ball Discord, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to be doing any content for the golf coming up?
Yeah. Do a show tomorrow. Best ball week in conjunction with final major is gonna test us.
Yeah.
But we can handle it.
Yeah, I believe in you.
Last golf Millie, potentially. Maybe we'll do one for the Tour Championship. All right.
Lock in.
I'm gonna be fully locked here. I could go my tight end angle. You've got Laporta there, which is a good pick. Laporta or Judy. Does Laporta have a comeback season? Talk to me.
I think he's in a pretty good spot for a comeback season.
That
Like
is a stud tight end.
Yeah, he's just a good player. He was better in the second half of last year, and he's part of your double stack there. I didn't even notice that you took unstacked Joe Burrow at 4. I guess stacked with Chase Brown. So are you a believer in the quarterback running back stacks?
There's a couple of players later I'm going to get to make
I see.
Make more
You've
sense.
already kind of mentioned, yeah.
But right, I mean, what Chase Brown's going to get 6 catches. He's going to catch a lot of touchdowns if he stays healthy. I mean, a lot of these classic optimals week to week, and I can't necessarily correlate this to best ball. However, most often every week in an optimal build was a naked quarterback. So,
well, yeah, I mean, I feel like that's part of like, but like you won't get it in the Sims optimal, like the top ROI in the Sims, right? If you run like Saber Sim, it's not going to have naked quarterback.
No, you're going to be correlated.
Yeah,
and plus, if I'm really targeting this Baltimore Cincy game to get over the hump into the final, then I'm going to try to take as much Baltimore Cincinnati as possible on run backs.
Yeah, you like, so you're doing that week 15 game stack. Baltimore, it's week 15, right? Baltimore Cincy.
Yeah,
I think
I tried to ignore that last year and just thought, just get me into the playoffs and I won't worry about the playoffs. But once I'm in the playoffs, you really, you need those games. I mean, it's such a huge differentiation. I'm up.
Oh, yeah.
I'm up. God, this is a tough range.
Yeah. Yes, it is. I agree.
I want to take a running back with this one. One was just arrested.
That's not ideal. I would not draft that one personally, but he is dropping a little bit.
Jordan Addison, what the hell? I'll take up. Don't love it, but I took it.
I'm at 1.
That was a panic pick. I just saw nothing I liked there.
You don't like Jordan Addison? You even said the name. Do I like Jordan Addison enough to click him? I think I do.
Nice.
Vikings every time. That's my rule this year.
Vikings every time. You believe
Vikings
in McCarthy?
I do. I believe in the offensive system for the most part. Is the biggest thing for me in Minnesota. But I think McCarthy is like pretty likely to be better than the quarterbacks that have succeeded in recent years in Minnesota. So like I don't think he doesn't need to be Joe Burrow to succeed in the offensive system in Minnesota. So yeah, I think and he could be better than I expect him to be. So yeah, I like the range of outcomes for McCarthy and what he can do for the rest of the pass catchers. The one downside is tough strength of schedule for the Vikings this year. So I'm like, even if like he ends up being awesome, it might not happen this year. But still willing to make that bet. Yeah, Josh says Vikings might be top 5 in rush attempts. I don't disagree. That could happen.
Easy wants to do a 5.55 with me if I'm taking Burrow at 4.6.
Yeah, would you do it? Do you draft any differently in a 5.55?
Probably not. I'd do it easy. Come find me. Well, someone's taking Burrow in the 4th. Might as well be me.
True. Yeah, I mean, we talked about it with Steve before he came on that Burrow did have like 7 games of at least 300 yards last year. So he hit that bonus quite a bit, where you get the bonus here on DraftKings.
He doesn't also not have, I'm double negativing, but he has some rushing upside. He does run sometimes.
Yeah, true.
But if he's going to throw 5,000 yards and 40 touchdowns.
Yeah. All right, who do I have?
Hawkinson just went.
Hawkinson did just go, so if I wanted to double stack, I could. I mean, that's a nice fall for, I guess not much of a fall for Pollard, but I think I might do it.
Judkin's really falling now.
Yeah.
That'll up my Jerome Ford shares in other drafts.
Yeah, Jerome Ford feels pretty good on DraftKings.
Yes. Okay, so we are in... I need a running back. Najee Harris is out of the picture. Let's go Jaylen Warren.
All right. You expecting a lot of dump off passes from Rodgers to Warren?
Yeah, I think it'll definitely help him. I don't love him as my running back too, but that's where I am right now. That's what you get for drafting all these receivers first and a quarterback.
Sure. Yeah, so you're at 1-1-4-1, 1-2-4-1 now. That's not too like you're pretty balanced now.
Yep.
I'm at 1.
You'd still get a good quarterback even after Nick's Mayfield. I mean, who's available? Herbert should be available. Yes. McCarthy, Caleb Williams is good late. Jared Goff always slept on.
Yeah. Yeah, still, I mean, most quarterbacks still available. Like there plenty of options left. I guess you took my Zay Flowers, so that takes away one quarterback stack option for you. But yeah, you got Herbert, you got Goff.
I do worry about the Bengals offensive line. I do. I worried about it last year. I worried about it this year. But Marius Mims, I think he's a star. So, and Burrow seems to have no trouble even with bad offensive line. So,
yeah, so far has not been a huge issue for him,
unless he gets hurt, of course, Josh.
Yeah, but that's true for like any player. Like it's just there are players that I have more concern about getting hurt than other players, but just a fact of football.
Here comes Dak for you. He's coming. Do I take an offensive stance and snipe him from you? No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
I know you would, though. We've talked about this.
There's an offensive strategy to best ball. Yes. Stack breaking.
Which I do not subscribe to personally, but that's one.
This is a big range here.
Sorry. Good. I wanted Mark Andrews anyway.
You could have him. Do you like Mark Andrews over Likely?
That is funny though. Oh yeah, big time.
Okay. Did we not see some division between quarterback and tight end at the end last year? Was there something wrong with Andrews?
It was beginning of the season. Mark Andrews was recovering from car accident and tightrope surgery.
Nice.
So then, but like later in the year, he was elite. Like he was back to being himself. And Isaiah Likely had like one blow up game. Was that last year or 2 years ago? Whereas like the first game of the year, he was awesome. I'm not a huge believer in Isaiah Likely.
No, it's like Jalen Tolbert for me or Jalen McMillan. 2 games, that's enough. I'm taking you.
All right, you're sold.
Herbert's off the board now.
Yeah, that's what you get for sniping me on Bateman. But honestly, I wanted Andrews. I had not even thought about Bateman at that time.
Really?
So yeah, which is kind of a blind spot. Like Bateman could clearly take another step forward this year. He was really good, pretty good last year. But I wanted a tight end anyway. Thought Andrews fit.
Njoku's still available.
He's your guy.
Garrett Wilson was just signed or extended.
Okay.
Javonte Williams is a curse. I can't take that.
No.
Najee Harris is a curse. Cannot take that.
Ooh, Dak goes one pick before me.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Who would do that? Who would do that?
I'll tell you, the nature boy.
I could go with my guy JJ. Yeah.
Scatabo is interesting.
Scatabo is interesting.
Taj Spears is interesting. You took Pollard, didn't you?
I did. I do. I like Tajay Spears. I think he's a fair value.
Spears. Yeah. All right.
Mr. Griffith says Ravens want Isaiah Likely to be an all-pro tight end, though. I mean, they've said that, like, yeah, we could see him being like, of course they want that. Like every team wants all their players to be all pros, but we haven't really seen anything to suggest he can be.
Likely's biggest game was his first game. 29 fantasy points, 9 receptions, and a touchdown.
Yep.
And then we all played him every week from then on in. And that's what happens. Those are the games you remember.
Yeah, because it was also what was it the first game of the year? I think it might have been like Thursday Night Football.
It was Kansas City, yes.
Yeah, so it's very memorable. It's like, oh, this is the only fantasy game we can look at so far.
I love the Njoku play. Honestly, I just didn't need a tight end there.
Yeah,
Josh.
Yep. I got Andrews. You could have we could have fulfilled our destinies there with Andrews and Njoku. Yeah, no, I think Njoku seemed, but that's also, he says if Flacco starts, Njoku will crush all year. Yeah, that's a concern is the rookie quarterbacks.
You think I think they go to Shadur Sanders some point in the season. I think the osmotic pressure from the Sanders family will push that into existence, especially if they're in a losing season.
I think it feels likelier than most probably give it credit for that Shadur will start at some point this year. Given how much he fell, people are like, all right, we don't have to worry about him. But I think you're kind of right. I think there is some like the fan pressure, the family pressure, like it's all kind of.
They'll want to see it. The fans want to see it. That's what Cleveland does.
Yep. Justin Forsett was a must-have that game. Is that real?
Justin Forsett and Likely were must-haves. That look at Fantasy Guru pulling up his brain. He remembers the actual game.
He's ChatGPT saying like, say something smart that I can say. Come on, have you ever talked to this guy, Drew?
Yeah, have I talked to him?
Idiot. The guy's an idiot. Yeah. Coming on my stream on Friday night, by the way.
He's doing one of these.
Yeah. He's doing. We're going to be doing a Friday night stream with Drew, Debro, and Justin Steele, Chicago Cubs pitcher, who Drew introduced us to.
Steele loves his fantasy sports.
He does. He's a big fantasy football guy.
I just want to say for the record that I was the first guest of this show. No, I'm the second guest. Never mind.
Of which show?
The first DraftKings partnership show.
Oh yeah. I mean, you were on the first show. You're one of the guests on the first show.
Okay.
I invited you on to come on tomorrow. I had a whole plan. I'm having on JSU tomorrow, so I was thinking maybe you guys could overlap at some point. It would be fun to just do a full like run pure together, but I'll have you guys separate on Monday and Tuesday.
All right, I'm picking now. Now we get serious. It's amazing how far Dalton Kincaid has fallen this year compared to last year.
Yeah,
but I'm going with the All-Pro. I'm going with Josh and the All-Pro tight end Isaiah Likely.
Oh, there you go.
Now we're fully Ravened out.
There we go. You got your Ravens team stack. I've got my Ravens solo stack.
Yeah.
And Bashal Tootin. Just want to think about whether that's what I really want. I kind of like the pick. I've been taking it. No, these are ETR rankings and Ledner upside rankings.
Sorry, what's ETR?
Establish the run.
Okay. I was kidding.
It's okay. It's like, man, you lead Run Pure Sports. You don't pay any attention to the competition.
Blinders.
Yeah.
No, they're a great company. Good people. Good golf people, man.
Yeah, no,
Jeremy and Sky. Sharp.
Yep. I will. Speaking of, also on the stream with JSU tomorrow is going to be John Daigle of ETR.
Who?
John Daigle. Are you doing a bit again?
Yeah. Of course.
Now I just never know if you're doing a bit.
No, I'll let you know. I'll hold up a sign if I'm doing a bit.
Okay, good.
Dalton Kincaid's still there for you if you want it.
I don't want Dalton Kincaid.
Do I.
I guess he is actually a. No, he's not. It's Packers Ravens. So I was thinking it was It's Eagles playing Buffalo.
Ray Davis available. Had dinner next to Ray Davis the other night in Lexington, Kentucky. Former
No
Kentucky
way.
grad. Yep.
Okay.
Looked good.
Cool. In shape.
Not drinking. Look good. There's my inside analysis.
Love it. That's powerful. No, he's a strong pick. Kincaid is still there, but Colston Loveland. Is he ready?
A tight end for the Bears. Think of what happened before.
What happened before?
Cole Kmet.
He had some good games.
Oh, man. Was I just sniped? No,
I just took Colston Loveland.
This is where I reach. Think, Wiley. Think. Use your brain. Davis. Ray Davis. All right, reach. You're going to love this.
It's my screen is really, Jalen McMillan.
Yeah.
All right. So you're just anticipating.
I think if Mayfield throws for another 4,500 yards, Evans, Godwin, always susceptible to injury. They're a little older now. McMillan had some monster spike games for them.
Are you worried at all about Emeka Egbuka?
No.
You just think one of them is going to get hurt at some point? Because like I would think he would be fourth in line if everybody's healthy. Could be wrong.
What is the screen? Oh, the board. This is a new piece now. The board is a new piece on this app. I'm using my phone for the app, and I just noticed this snake board that just is a new dev part of this drafting.
Okay.
It's totally different. Or maybe I'm wrong.
I have not been using the app. I've just been drafting on. Okay. I'm going to pull it up and see what you're talking about.
It got me a little discombobulated there.
I think somebody else mentioned a difference that had happened in the app. I'm not seeing what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, the board on the bottom right. Oh, I see.
Yeah. I thought I was looking at your screen or something.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying. Nice.
Jonnu Smith's coming up. You took Freiermuth last draft.
I did. We took Freiermuth last time.
What's your thoughts on Jonnu Smith coming in? Tied into the year last year.
Yeah, I mean, I hate it for Jonnu because I think Jonnu was like perfect in that specific offense where they were feeding him the ball, like letting him do the yak thing. Like they were just like, all right, catch the ball and then do your thing after the catch. And now he's in a whole new offense. So I hate that. All right, you are on the clock.
Yep. I'm going to take Ray. I said Ray. I'm going to take Ray.
Ray's still there. Damn.
Yep. Now I can do exactly what I wanted to do, and hopefully he comes into fruition.
I'm a big Austin Eckler bull on DraftKings.
Are you really?
I am, yeah. He's a pass catching back on a full PPR site. Love that. Some continued upside if anything were to happen to Brian Robinson. I think Brian Robinson maybe has not proven to be the best running back. So maybe I
think Robinson has a ceiling. I think he's probably hit it. Don't you?
Brian Robinson certainly has a ceiling, yeah. But I also think the floor is just like he hasn't been amazing, and maybe they stop just trusting him, and maybe they'll give the other running backs a little bit more early down work. I don't know. Wide range of outcomes.
Eckler definitely didn't like having to leave the Chargers. I don't think he was ready to, and I think he was caught by surprise. So he could have some football left in him.
Yeah, agreed. Romeo Doubs did go. I was hoping Romeo Doubs would make it back to me for my Baltimore Green Bay stack. But goes to the Jordan Love drafter. Maybe should have expected that. All right, what do I want here? Definitely not taking Jalen Knoll here this early. Could go Wandale.
Giants?
Yeah.
No Kyle Pitts? Another faller this year? No. He's dust, right?
I think so.
Okay.
I think Dalton Kincaid is too, though, which could be totally wrong. Actually, Quentin Johnston's sort of interesting.
I wish I'd gotten Herbert so I can do QJ too. I'm going to go Gesicki here. So I've got my 3 tight ends.
There you go.
No overlapping buys. We are good. So a little mini Brown Burrow Gesicki stack. I may get one more. In fact, I will.
Drew never responded to me calling him an idiot.
Yeah, I would never do that.
Did it hurt his feelings?
Drew. Yeah. Moderate your friend Neil here.
Yeah. No, those are always fun streams with that crew. I might just be done at 2 quarterbacks on this one because I've got.
Is that typically your build?
No, I usually do 3. Probably 85% of the time I'll get 3 quarterbacks on DraftKings. But when I've got Lamar and I'm making the bet on JJ McCarthy just being good, I think I'm happy. Or at least I'm fine. I might add a 3rd, but I would be okay with having just 2 on this one.
What's statistically, and Fantasy Guru you can probably pull this up, but from memory, I recall statistically the teams that get through and win. It's in a 2-6-9-3 sort of build.
No, I think.
Or am I
so
wrong?
This is, I believe, based on some research that Mike Leone has done. 3 quarterbacks historically is better.
Okay.
And if you look at I'm using the Sidekick Sims here from Legendary Upside. They most of the time are going to show that 3, you want a third quarterback.
Okay.
So I think most of the evidence would be 3 quarterbacks, usually the best, but it's obviously going to depend on who you got to. If you go 2 elite quarterbacks, probably don't need a third. Alec Pierce.
I like getting Alec Pierce there.
Wandale's still available for me.
No one believes in the Giants' dust balls.
Yeah. I mean, he could have double-digit reception games.
Yeah, who else have they got other than Neighbors?
Yeah. Theo Johnson, I guess.
I might need another quarterback here soon. So who do we take? Is Darnold gone? Darnold is gone.
If only you had taken wide receivers with quarterbacks available instead of sniping me all the time.
Wide receivers with quarterbacks available.
Instead of going with 3 Baltimore Ravens pass catchers.
Hey, you got to be different. That's how you get through and win.
It's true. Being different helps.
We're down to Rodgers. Do you think Daniel Jones starts for Indianapolis?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so too.
Whether he keeps the job all year is a different question, but I think he at least starts the year.
Decision's made. The pick is in.
The pick is in, unless I can snipe you, unless I can figure out who you want and aggressively beat you.
DeAndre Hopkins. There you go. There's your Baltimore receiver. You get DeAndre Hopkins.
I mean, yeah, I've already got Andrews, so I'm all stacked up. I feel good about it.
I still have no idea what the stat was you said earlier about DeAndre Hopkins.
It's just that he's been drafted in every draft except for one. It's not that great of a stat. It's just kind of sort of interesting to me. It doesn't do anything for you. Just lets you know in 15,000 drafts, only one time did nobody take him.
Okay. And it's just interesting because it's DeAndre Hopkins.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's he usually goes around here, several 16th round.
Who took him?
I took him.
Oh, good.
Double stack. Yeah.
Okay, so I took Daniel Jones. I got a stack with Alec Pierce. That's okay. I like that.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Could throw on Adonai Mitchell if you wanted to.
80 Mitchell, still available. Went really early last year.
Yep.
Oh, now we got some receivers down here that are easy picks.
A lot of strong receivers left.
Yes.
Yeah, we're already in the 16th round. This draft going faster than we started with.
Feel it's going faster?
Yeah, I mean the first draft that I did with Steve took an hour and 5 minutes or something. This one we started pretty well after the hour. It's still not going super fast, but it's going a little bit faster.
How the Pros Do just said he was in this draft, I believe. Maybe it's Gordon Hayward. That's who it is.
Oh,
that's
Gordon Hayward. Yeah.
How the Pros Do.
I know that name from somewhere. Yeah. Nice.
Barkley first, Taylor second, Josh Allen third. Fish. Gordon.
Reading off the team.
Yep. Fish.
Barkley, Taylor.
His first receivers, Keon Coleman. Dead.
No, he got Xavier Worthy.
I'm just kidding.
It's a bit. Just giving him shit. I see.
I gotta hold the bit sign.
You forgot to hold up the sign. Yeah, I didn't
too professional. I'm so unprofessional.
Yeah. But as a DK partner, there are rules about professionalism.
Oh, I know.
Which I've already broken. I've accidentally already multiple times been. Oh, shouldn't have said that. Didn't mean.
Hey Matt, do you mind reading the call to action at the end when you do your reads? Again, please.
Yeah.
Sure. All right. Fryermuth's there. Don't need a Do not need a tight end. I'm not going to take running back, even though Justice Hill is available. I'll leave that for you,
What a guy.
Tolbert.
I assume
Did you
Dylan
take Dak?
Sampson went.
Did you take Dak? No, you didn't take Dak.
No, I did not take Dak. Yeah, I am gonna go Justice Hill.
Yeah, there you go. We're going to have a good playoff game.
Yes. It's gonna be beautiful.
Actually, we won't because we will be, well, we could be paired with each other, but
Unlikely.
possibly.
Yeah. What are you doing with the Browns running backs?
Jerome Ford.
Just Jerome Ford?
I've taken Jerome Ford so many times late.
Yeah. No, I like Jerome Ford quite a bit. Are you taking any Dylan Sampson?
No.
Interesting. I am taking Dylan Sampson also. Because I think he's screaming up boards.
Tillman, Flacco, some Shadur, a lot of Njoku.
Breaking news. Mike Williams placed on PUP list. So
is he still with the Jets?
I think he's back with the Chargers.
Is he?
Yeah.
Someone just took Darren Waller. I would not take Darren Waller personally.
Oh, I'm on the clock.
Yep.
I do like JT Sanders.
There's a pick here that I'm curious as to whether you're going to take.
Me too. I'm curious. I'm going to take him. I do have Wandale.
You go Slayton. Slayton.
Not working. Did I get him? Who did I take? My click was not working.
Oh no.
I think I got Corum. Who did I get? I got Corum. Okay. It's not who I wanted. It's not who I was trying to take. But I'll live with it. My board, it's like it's not just my click. The like the timer will sometimes pause for like 10 seconds and I can't see what's happening on the screen. I don't know if this is like an issue with my monitor right now, but it's not something I usually deal with.
At least you're like Frank Gore.
Yeah. It could be because my wife is home also using the internet. And she is usually, when I'm streaming, is usually on Wednesdays, and I'm home alone those days. So she's home from work.
Do you have limited internet where you live? Where do you live? Let me guess. Let me guess. Blaine, Minnesota.
You're not far off, but I'm in St. Paul, Minnesota.
No shit. I'm that close?
Yeah.
I just made that up.
How do you even know about Blaine, Minnesota is the real question.
Because the 3M is there next week. That's where the fantasy championships are.
That's right.
Are you going?
No, we are not going. She works for 3M, so she actually could have gotten us tickets. But we opted. I went 2 years ago. With Will Sue. We went to the DraftKings live final there.
And that wood door over your left shoulder reminds me of Northern Cabin. Is that a door to your left shoulder?
That is. Yep.
You're definitely north.
This is funny. DD says, why is there a person behind Wiley dressed like a Civil War soldier standing on the ladder and waving their arms?
Don't do that to me, dude.
That's funny.
Some people do see a ghost behind me. Typically, I know he better be messing with me. I mean, Dan D'Annunzio, I think that's DD.
I assume that they're messing with you. Yes,
but
I see him now.
Shut up. It freaks me out.
Yeah, that's yeah. You've posted videos of your haunted office.
Yes, it is. There's a lot of stories here with very old building in downtown Lexington, Kentucky, with a lot of history. And being here alone, there have been some incidents that cannot be explained. Period.
That's creepy. I would.
And I only was made aware of this, not because I sensed something my whole life here, but people saw it on the live streams and would tell me about it. And say, go back and check minute XYZ because something flew through your head.
Is it because you had already like brought up the idea that it might be haunted?
No, I had no idea. Guys like Dan would always do it. They'd say something's in the background there. There's a shadow, and then you can see something fly through your head. Yeah. I swear I'm completely a sane person. I don't drink. They have a voice has come through my computers at night before.
That's creepy. That's super creepy.
So there you go. He's literally smelling your hair as we speak.
That's funny.
Classy.
So you have owned this property your entire life? You said that it's happened your whole life.
I've been on this property. My agency is. So
Okay.
in Lexington. I'm downtown Lexington on a short street. So
Gotcha.
I've been here for over 10 years.
Wow. Do
Are we almost to close out? We got one more pick left each?
We're at one more pick left each.
Okay. So I'm 2, 6, 8, and 3.
Is that right?
Someone took Yoshabas from me.
You are 2, 6, 8, 3.
2, 6, 8, 3. So this seems simple to me.
I'm at 2, 7, 7, 3.
Okay.
So I could go with the third quarterback.
Russell Wilson just taken. No, we're not Russell Wilson.
Roman Wilson. Okay.
Is Russell Wilson taken yet? Not taken.
I mean, Jackson Dart is usually the one I'd go with if I were
You
going.
You think he's going to start?
At some point. I could go Devon Vele. I could go with my guy. Ty Felton. Add on to my Viking stack.
You almost sniped it. I think Denver receivers late. Even a Bo Nix is a good round value. You can get some good Denver picks late.
Yeah.
Vele Mims. Josh Reynolds, good pick.
Troy Franklin is a fine late round pick, I think.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I think. Yeah, it's not a bad way to go. Who are they playing in week 17? Denver is playing. I had all these memorized just like a few days ago, and now I'm blanking on every single week 17 matchup. They're not playing Cincinnati, are they? That was last year.
So 15, 16, 17 the playoff weeks, right?
Yep.
Playoffs for the week 17. Bengals are at home to Arizona. Smash. The Broncos are playing at the Chiefs. Eef.
Yeah, it's a little tough. They have a good defense.
Commanders, Cowboys, Thursday Night Football. Big. Vikings, Lions. Big.
That'll be huge score.
Huge score. Packers, Ravens. Bigs.
That could be a fun one. All right. So my team.
Go ahead.
CeeDee Lamb, Drake London, Lamar Jackson, Breece Hall, Tet McMillan, RJ Harvey, Jordan Addison, Tony Pollard, Mark Andrews, JJ McCarthy, Bashal Tootin, Colston Loveland, Austin Eckler, Quentin Johnston, Wan'Dale Robinson, DeAndre Hopkins, Justice Hill, Blake Corum, Harold Fannin, and Ty Felton. Ends up being a 2-7-8-3 build where I've got Lamar Jackson double stack with Mark Andrews and actually triple and DeAndre Hopkins and Justice Hill. I've got JJ McCarthy with Jordan Addison and Ty Felton. Yeah, feels pretty good. Feels like a solid team. No week 17 bringbacks or anything, but overall feel pretty good about the talent of the team. And then Wiley's team goes Amon-Ra St. Brown, Lad McConkey, Chase Brown, Joe Burrow, Zay Flowers, Sam Laporta, Cooper Kupp, Jalen Warren, Rashad Bateman, Tyjae Spears, Isaiah Likely, Jalen McMillan, Ray Davis, Mike Gesicki, Alec Pierce, Daniel Jones, Jalen Tolbert, Taj Brooks, Raheem Mostert, and Devon Vele. This is a
winning team.
2-6-9-3 team with Joe Burrow stacked up with Gesicki and Chase Brown. And then you've got Daniel Jones with Alec Pierce. So you're really counting on Joe Burrow here. You've only got 2 quarterbacks, and one of them is Daniel Jones.
Joe Burrow did not for me.
You just need Joe Burrow. He's just going to carry you.
That's all right. 40 points a game. That'll be enough. 5 touchdowns a game, 400 yards.
It's a unique build. 2-6-9-3, a little bit unique with 9 receivers there. But but I think you get it done. Got some talent there. I'm a believer.
Always light on running back. Welcome to my show. Always.
Yeah. Wiley, I'm going to do another draft. Are you going to join me for another draft? What do you think?
God bless you. Okay. You're great. Good luck with your partnership. You're awesome at this stuff. They picked a great guy.
Appreciate you. Do you have anything that you want to shout out before you get out of here? I'm gonna, after I let you go, I'm gonna play the commercial, run and take a piss, and then I'm gonna come back. But before we do that,
so you got the ad read taken care of everything.
Yeah, I did the ad read. It's just a 1 minute long video that plays. So I'll run that while I go take a pee break.
Oh, check us out at Rumpier Sports.
Check them out. Check them out at Rumpier Sports. Buddy. Great stuff. Thanks, Wiley. Appreciate you. All right. Like I said, I am going to do first. I'm going to change this to. There we go. Just me on the screen now. I will be doing one more draft in a minute. First, I'm going to play the ad. So I'll run the ad and I will be right back. Football season is right around the corner, and there's no better way to lock in your fantasy dominance early than with Best Ball on DraftKings, where you draft once and ride your roster all season long. And right now, DraftKings is giving all customers a can't-miss offer. Draft one, get one. Enter a lineup in the $15 million Best Ball contest for just $20, and you'll score another Best Ball ticket to play free for a share of $15 million, giving you a second shot to win big. It's easy. Just draft your team once, no weekly management required, and let your top scorers automatically start each week. Across the whole season, every breakout star, every clutch play, every touchdown will count toward your quest for a share of $15 million. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now to draft your $20 Best Ball lineup and get a second ticket to play free for a share of $15 million. That's 2 chances to win big without ever setting your lineup again. Draft one, get one. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Football season is right around the corner, and there's no better way to lock in your fantasy dominance early than with Best Ball on DraftKings, where you draft once and ride your roster all season long. And right now, DraftKings is giving all customers a can't-miss offer. Draft one, get one. Enter a lineup in the $15 million Best Ball contest for just $20, and you'll score another Best Ball ticket to play free for a share of $15 million, giving you a second shot to win big. It's easy. Just draft your team once, no weekly management required, and let your top scorers automatically start each week. Across the whole season, every breakout star, every clutch play, every touchdown will count toward your quest for a share of $15 million. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now to draft your $20 Best Ball lineup and get a second ticket to play free for a share of $15 million. That's 2 chances to win big without ever setting your lineup again. Draft one, get one. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours. Football season is right around the corner, and there's no better way to lock in your fantasy dominance early than with Best Ball on DraftKings, where you draft once and ride your roster all season long. And right now, DraftKings is giving all customers a can't. All right, we did it. We did the ad read. Went just over once. I was hoping to only get in there once, but no. Started the second one. More importantly than taking a pee, I also refilled my water, which had been out for quite some time. But happy to be back for one more draft. Let's get a fourth draft in, and then we'll call it a night. All right. So I am going back to the lobby to join one now. If you want to get in. Oh, this is slow. Sort of frustrating how slow my computer is right now. All right, getting into the $20 Millie Maker on DraftKings. Clicking in now. If you want to join. I'm going to throw on a little music since it's just me now. What up, B-Spurf? It is too hot in this office. There we go. Little music. The one downside to guess is I can't play my music. I mean, I guess I could, but feels rude. I don't know. All right, are we full? It says one more. All right, we're full. All right, we got D. Lutomsky back in the 6 hole. I got the 12 hole for this one, which again can be fun. I think I preferred the middle a little bit more right now because you just don't get the same kind of level of fallers in the 12 hole. But not going to complain. I think the second round pick is amazing from the 12 hole. Anybody else in here other than D. Lutomsky? Do I recognize any of these other names? I don't know everybody's DraftKings usernames. Let me know. Let me know if you're in. All right, D. Lutom there. Yeah, D. Lutom in the middle. We got 2 end the thoughts, 1 end the prayers. I get it. 2 in. I get it. Oh, is that your username? See, I've got the sidekick is blocking you. I can't see your. There you go. 2 in the thoughts. That's a funny username. It's just like I can't get the sidekick quite skinny enough to be on the side of the board. I wonder if there's a better place for it than the way I do this. But we'll be all right. It's having it there, I think. Almost ready to get started. Well, luckily your first pick is generally pretty easy, and then you got a couple minutes. 2 N says his kid just had a blowout. Sorry to hear that, though. Ooh, Justin Jefferson. Look at you. Or was that? Oh, that was the second pick. Okay. J-Jets 2. Barkley Bijan. Nothing too weird so far. Jahmyr Gibbs at 6. Not really a fault, but he went 3 and 4 the past couple drafts. Take that for Lou Tom. Nico, a little bit of a reach that I don't mind. I do that one at 7 sometimes. Now the 1-2 turn is where you start thinking about, do I try to reach to get some unique combos, or do I just take the guys that I like? Yeah, it just feels like a lot of first round picks here. Just this whole group feels like a lot of players that could go in the first round. I'm thinking about doing Neighbors Bowers 17 because I'm higher on Bowers than yes they are. But I'm gonna get something a little. We do like HM London. That took. Which is not my usual. Usually I just go with BTJ there, one of this group of receivers. But we went a little different today. Don't mind Genty at the turn there. But that'll be a more unique combo. Yeah, Jauan Jennings. I did hear that he's asking for a new contract. I don't love it. As somebody who I've been fairly high on Jauan Jennings. I'm a little bit concerned because if he misses any time, then suddenly get passed on the depth chart by Ricky Pearsall. I've generally been Jennings over Pearsall in that group. Just I do believe the talent. I think he looked pretty good last year, but I don't know. Don't love the holdout there. Definitely some concern there. I think Puka's awesome. I think Puka's just one of the top 3 to 5 receivers in the NFL, like by talent, and the situation is amazing for Puka. So yeah, I don't have Puka in my top 6 tier that I've mentioned a couple times. That is, I think, just the way this draft board went is exactly that top tier. Yep, it's Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Saquon Barkley, Bijan, CeeDee Lamb, Jahmyr Gibbs. I usually will take Puka with the 7 spot after that top tier is gone. I think it's all pretty flat here, so that's kind of a made up tier, but that's kind of the way I break it down in my mind, is that you can justify going Nico, CMC, whoever at 7, but Puka is typically at the top of that list for me. I think the situation pretty awesome. The Rams feed their top receivers. He's kind of like the continuity of just he's played with Stafford. Stafford clearly likes him. Like there's no like question mark there with the role and the situation for Puka, and I believe in the talent. So all of that kind of, yeah, it's a first round profile. Some injury concern with Puka. He tends to not stay healthy, so there is that. But yeah, I'm very high on Puka. Definitely. Are you in this draft, Alan? Where did Puka go? One Boston boys, is that you? Or just a general question? Chase Tyreek Higgins for one of the thoughts. Nice start. Anything weird in this room? Nothing really weird. Josh Jacobs at 20 is a little bit unique. Have not seen anything that is going to benefit me. So I haven't seen anybody who's like a 4th round value go in the 3rd round so that I might get a faller. It's all players that would have gone before my pick anyway. So far, no benefit to me, sadly. Yeah, it's going well, Beastburf. The streams have been less frequent so far this best ball season. I've only been doing most weeks just 1 per week, but this week going to be streaming all week, so hopefully you can hang out for some of them. Maybe join some drafts. I'm doing well. Yeah, I'm as I announced on Twitter, I'm DraftKings partner for this week for best ball week, which is a good time to be a DraftKings partner because it is, first of all, it's MLB All-Star break, so a lot more people in the best ball streets. They've got promos going all week. Like I just ran the ad for the Draft One and Get One promo. So yeah, I'm excited about doing these DraftKings best ball drafts all week. I love drafting on DraftKings. The one downside to doing content, doing these drafts as I'm doing content, is generally you're going to get sharper draft rooms, and part of the beauty of drafting on DraftKings is more chaotic drafters. So you kind of lose some of that when you're drafting with people, but it's still fun, and you can still hope for some of them. Still nothing too crazy in this draft. Feels like people are drafting essentially how I normally draft, but I don't hate what I'm getting here. Breece Hall always feels pretty good at this turn. Wouldn't have minded getting Kittle there. Let me see who else is there. I think it's just probably these top 2 for me. I could go McLaurin Daniels. It's another option for me. Do I want that? Do I want to go quarterback this early? Screw it. That's fun. Jayden Daniels could just be a beast this year. I mean, I typically I'm going Lamar and Allen over Jayden Daniels, but the upside is undeniable there. It was either those 2 or JSN Breece for me. Oh man, I'm liking this draft for CJ here, because Omari Hampton didn't even cross my mind. And Omari Hampton is, I don't know, I think I still have Breece ahead of him, but I am pushing Omari Hampton up my boards. If I can get him at this turn or anywhere past it, I'm very happy to do so, because I think that he's like totally fine pick there as is, and then you throw in the possibility that Najee might miss some time, and suddenly I'm loving it there for Omari Hampton. Albogi says buy the dip on Jauan. Yeah, I might. I don't really disagree with that. Any players that I'm on an island with? That's a good question. I assume you mean that I'm higher on than the field. And not really. I feel like I had hot takes early on, and the field is sort of with me on my hottest takes. Like JJ McCarthy, somebody that when I started streaming and talking about him, like I thought he was a quarterback 20, and I was saying that I think he could be a quarterback, top 10 quarterback this year. And now he's being drafted like around where I think he should be, like right around Drake May, I think is sort of a fair place for J.J. McCarthy. I think the upside is to be better than that, but I also think there is still downside risk clearly with the player that we haven't seen yet. So I feel like the field is sort of almost caught up to where I am, and I'm still like I'm drafting a ton of JJ McCarthy, but it's not. I felt really good about it when he was pick 130. Sometimes you get him at 140. Like I felt awesome taking JJ McCarthy there. Now it's like, okay, I'm deciding between JJ McCarthy and Justin Herbert and Jordan Love, and a lot of quarterbacks I think are pretty good bets. So it's the field is sort of around where I am now on JJ McCarthy. What that went and sort of the opposite, where I'm closer to where the field is now, in the opposite direction, where I was way out on Tyreek Hill, and now I've come back around to being closer to the field on Tyreek Hill because they traded Jonnu Smith and their defense got worse and he looks good and all that. So I'm hating it. D-Ro says, yeah, I mentioned JJ McCarthy again, and Debro arrives. I feel awesome that I got a ton of JJ McCarthy at pick 140. Like I do feel awesome about that. I'm still happy to take him at 115, but I don't feel like I'm getting like some awesome discount where it's like, oh, he shouldn't. This is crazy that he's going right here. It's like it's probably pretty close to fair where he's going now. Because like again, it's the range of like Dak, who I think has major upside, and Drake May, who I think has pretty big upside. Robert Griffin III fading New England. Yeah, you are kind of on an island. There are others there. I can never tell with the way people talk about New England because it is such a like slappy situation, because it's like the content creators for the most part are pretty in on New England, and I think I kind of am too. Generally, I think that they're a pretty good bet, but I can never tell when people fade them. I think a lot of people are just like being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. Like you hear too many people saying that they like it, and then they're like, no. A lot of people just have the knee-jerk reaction to be like, I'm out then. This is the stand I'm taking. If all you guys like them, I'm not going to be in on New England. So that's I always worry about just being contrarian for being the sake of being contrarian. To me, New England feels like a pretty good bet. It honestly, I do think like it's 50-50-ish that JJ McCarthy outscores Drake May. I think that's kind of a toss-up. And at one point, that was a very contrarian take, and now it's like they don't go that far apart from each other in drafts. And Drake May does have that rushing floor, so it's tricky. Coming back up on my pick, I'm trying to think of who else I might be on an island with, because I'm sure there are players that I am somewhat. Or I should say, it's possible that I am, because I'm not super like hot takey guy generally. But I'm guessing there are some that I'm going to be a little bit different than the field. Let's go. Commies and Commanders, week 17. We get George Pickens to go with our Jayden Daniels stack. Love to see that. I could go RJ. Did RJ Harvey go? No, he's still there. Travion Henderson's there. I usually go RJ Harvey over Travion Henderson. Should I do it for Debro? Travis Hunter there also. Debro, who should I take? Should I go Travis Hunter or should I go RJ Harvey? If you're still there, let me know who to take. Yes, RJ Harvey. All right. There you go. Ooh, he is week 12 bye. As a bye week bro, I now have 4 players with a week 12 bye. But I'll survive. I'll survive it. Debro, you don't want to jump on, do you? We did. Debro offered to be kind of a wild card. I don't know what I'd call you. Are you a wild card, like where he can just come on randomly in these streams? Of course, I always want to have Debro on. So if you feel like jumping on Debro, I'll send you the link. Because I already drafted a great team, and that could be half yours. Just saying. Love it. All right. I'm going to send you the link. Going to send it on X, the Twitter app. That's what we call it these days. X, the Twitter app. I usually just call it Twitter. Slowly but surely, the marketing team is winning me over, and I'm just accidentally calling it X. All right, sent it to you, bro. All right, where are we at in this draft? Plenty of time. Also love that I'm picking from the 12 hole. So there's time to talk in between these picks. Bye week bro card revoked. That's fair. So D-Bro says JJM easy over Drake May. I love it that you have that take. And I do have them very close. And I will take JJM every single time if I have a Vikings pass catcher on my team already. To be clear, it's just Drake May does have a pretty nice rushing floor. But we'll talk about it. Yeah, this is where I'm at with Beastburf says, yeah, all the quarterbacks in that range are pretty flat. Not hard to see that ceiling with JJ. That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I love the JJ ceiling. I think he's probably got a pretty high floor. Or like I should say like his 20th percentile outcome, I think is pretty high. I think there's a tail end that's really bad with JJ McCarthy if he's just terrible. But I don't think he's going to be. I think he's actually talented and going to a great situation. But I think because he hasn't played in the NFL yet, you just never know how players are going to react. Drew, you want to come in? You can come in too. All right, I see D-Bro getting his mic set up. I'm going to wait till he is ready. Then I'll ask him for the thumbs up, and then we'll get started. It's almost my pick. Uh-oh. Hopefully you can get in here before the pick. Are you ready, D-Bro? You're ready. All right, I'm bringing him on. Hang on, I got to change this to a 2-person. Boom. Boom. There he is. D-Bro. How are we doing today? It is coming up on our turn. Might already be our turn. So let's see. Where are we at? We are on the clock. Jayden Reed, Josh Downs, and Mika Agbuka.
Who's your quarterbacks?
Jayden. We already have Jayden Daniels.
Josh Downs or Pollard be my pick just in a vacuum, or Pearsall. Pearsall would be great. Take Pearsall. Oh, never mind. Whoops.
Oh,
What'd you get?
I don't know who we got before Josh Downs.
Are you having issues? You were having issues earlier today.
I got Pollard and Downs. Oh, that's a bummer we didn't get Pearsall though. Because that
Dude, I love Pearsall. I've been banging the Pearsall drum, bro, and now we get the Jauan Jennings news.
Yeah, Pearsall would have been a great pick there. Because I think Pollard and Downs are great for this team also.
Oh, dude, I still love both of them. I mean, we've talked about them on Flannel Pack, and I mean, Pollard's just such a great bet for volume where he's going, man. He's so underrated. And Downs, we've already seen produce as a wide receiver too, and he perfectly fits with Daniel Jones. I mean, Daniel Jones ain't throwing the damn ball deep. Daniel Jones is not throwing the ball into contested situations. It's going to be over the middle to I've kind of warmed up a little more to Tyler Warren in the process, just because I think they're going to scheme a ton of crap up for him. I don't think A-Rich at this point, he's gone full Darren Waller, and he's more worried about his rap career at this point. So I think Daniel Jones is definitely going to be starting. And now, honestly, he's much more in the mix for as a third quarterback option than I previously have been going with him.
Yeah, no, I like that call. He's moving up. Like, I think he's
yeah, but I mean, what is he like? Still like quarterback, like 23 or 4?
Oh, later than that, Daniel Jones. Yeah, he's still like 28, 29, I think.
So he's still free, dude.
Yeah, no, that's true. And
how's the streaming going today? Like, I got on here for vibes, dude. Just shoot the shit with you.
I mean, yeah, I love having you on. It's going well. It's this is the 4th draft of the day for me.
Damn, marathoning it, baby.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be doing a minimum of 20 streamed drafts this week. So getting 4 out of the way on a Monday feels good. Just to get ahead of it a little bit. On Sunday, my wife is, I think she's leaving town, so it'll be kind of weird timing for me when to do it. So I'm hoping to keep that one a little bit shorter. So getting ahead of it feels pretty good.
Did you see Drew's comment in the chat?
That he's saving himself for Friday? Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's best ball celibacy. It's an interesting angle, Drew. I appreciate it though.
Billy, I think that I did successfully make the pick, but that's a good note that I should check that I am not auto drafting. I don't think that I am.
I don't think you are. It doesn't look like you are on screen.
Oh yeah, because it would show the little
You would see the auto draft thing,
orange thing. Yeah. Looks like.
So
no
what's
Wii's
the whole
auto.
team so far? You gonna give me the quick rundown because we were like the gun real fast, but
So I went unique to start. I went Achane and Drake London, just to get a little bit different with the start. So I took them over Bowers, Genty, Brian Thomas, a lot of my usual suspects. Then I went with the Terry McLaurin, Jayden Daniels stack of the 3-4 turn. Got George Pickens back.
Pickens, baby, that's pure sex. I love it.
Yeah, and that's a Week 17 game with the Commanders. We got Daniels, McLaurin, Pickens. That's probably a little bit rare. Then RJ Harvey, you were here for that one. We got Tony Pollard, Josh Downs, you were here for those ones. So pretty strong start. 1-3-4-0 so far.
Yeah, that's a strong start, man. I definitely like it. And yeah, speaking of drums beaten and stuff like that, like Pickens is somebody I just keep drafting, man. Like he is so underrated. And I think once we get to training camp and all of the buzz and stuff starts, like Pickens is getting fed by Prescott. It's Lamb and Pickens and da-da-da-da-da. And Prescott's healthy and people have that validation, which, I mean, I don't see why they wouldn't be approaching it, but Dak Prescott, you could tell by his ADP, people are kind of very tepid about him and that offense.
Yeah,
I think people are going to warm up to Pickens more than they are right now. Like where he's at is just, it's honestly criminal, man. Like if you look at all of his metrics, I think you and I were talking about this in texts or shit. Maybe it was in Wolfpack DMs. I don't know. I just don't understand his price point as a wide receiver 3, considering it's going to be a pass happy offense.
Yeah.
And he is the clear number 2 option. And I think he proved a lot last year, but I know you're coming up on the clock. What's the board look like?
Yeah. So here is what's available. I'm just going to sort by ADP.
Mm-hmm.
So we have Pickens. Theoretically, Dak could make it back to us. We got to get through one more pick to potentially get Dak here. Then we have Ayuk is there. Brock Purdy is there. We could do that double tap instead if you prefer. Pittman is there. Caleb Williams. Okay, Purdy goes. So we could go Dak if you wanted to.
I'm fine with that, especially if you don't have a tight end on this build, and all the other guys have like that I really love right now.
Well, and we have 2 picks.
We could go Dak and Tyler Warren to that point.
That's what I was going to say.
And then we could backstack Dak with Jake Ferguson.
Yeah, what do we think of that? Dak
and Tyler Warren, it would be my 2 spots here.
Let's do it. Just to be sure, Tyler Warren over Pittman for you?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was talking about with Downs. Like Pittman's archetype of being more of a clasher, not so much like a clean separator. It just doesn't fit with Daniel Jones. Like Daniel Jones is very much a see it, throw it quarterback. If you look like you're open, he's going to throw it to you. If it's a contested situation or he's got to worry about it, shit, dude. Like it, that's not great. That's not great for Daniel Jones.
Yeah. To answer some of the Billy says, what's on Friday? Yes, more DraftKings BB best ball promos. DraftKings best ball promos are all week, just for the record. So I believe there's going to be a new promo every day. I would just Google best DraftKings best ball promo week or DraftKings best ball week. I think that you can find them on a website somewhere. But
they're still running that whole like 20. If you haven't done like one of the Millie shots yet for $20, like you draft one, you get one. So
yep.
I mean that's a free 20 spot in your pocket anyway.
Yep. And that's the ad that I've run a couple times on this stream. You can find the link in the description if you want to check out that draft one, get one if you have not already taken advantage of that for the $20 Millie. But what we're referring to on Friday, we're going to be doing a what we call a Wolfpack stream, or did you call it a flannel pack? I don't know what we're calling
flannel pack, baby.
Flannel pack stream with Galifianakis. Speaking of Wolfpack, with myself and Debro and Fantasy Guru Drew and Chicago Cubs All-Star Justin Steele, going to be doing a nighttime stream, streaming some DraftKings drafts, usually against each other. We have so far had success getting all 4 of us into the same draft to draft against each other. I'm always surprised that we're able to do it, but we're going to keep trying.
It's always a fun time, man. I know we're losing some EV by all 4 of us drafted in the same damn room. But I mean, dude, we're doing all this for vibes. It's just a fun time. I mean,
it's a good time.
Yeah, it's just us getting on stream for 3 or 4 hours and just shooting the shit and stuff like that. And then, drafting some teams in the process, man.
Yeah, it's just, I always enjoy it. So yeah, we're going to be doing that starting at 10 Eastern on Friday night, I believe is the start time. We do have to do it kind of late because both Drew and Justin live typically in a more Western timeline, and they have to time zone, and they have to get their kids to bed.
Steel
So
might still be at the vacay house, bro.
We might be. That's true. That
we
is
might.
true.
We might get Steel to hop up, but they got to, getting kids to bed and stuff like that. So
yeah, but those are always fun streams. We've only done one of them so far this year.
I know.
We could
we gotta definitely rectify that.
Yeah. So yeah, that'll be on Friday night. That'll be the first nighttime stream this week. I'm streaming every day, mostly going to be in the afternoon, starting at 2 or 3 Eastern, and then Friday we're pushing it to the evening. It'll be a good time.
No, it's a good time, man. I mean, a lot of people just sitting at home, just chilling and stuff like that. Not everybody's out, at the bars or restaurant, date night, whatever the hell on a Friday night. So for anybody, after you get the kids to bed, just hang out, chill, pop up in a cold one, or, your preferred method of chilling out at the night, and come hang out, talk some best ball.
Yeah, come hang with us. It's a good time. This is a very Debro draft where Drake May is still available. JJ McCarthy went at pick 98. Drake May falls all the way back.
Yep.
We could get him at pick 132 if we wanted. Jake Ferguson is here, though, I would guess. Oh, Cam Scadaboo fell all the way to 132.
Scadaboo's a definite. That's an auto click right here. You know my thoughts about him. I think he's going way too. Again, another guy that I think as soon as training camp hits, boom, done. Right. Ferguson's here.
All right, so we got. I'm going to throw some.
And we took. Let's go Scadaboo and Ferguson. So we'll already have 2 tight ends in the hopper. And that's the 4th running back.
Yes, that'll be 5th running back.
5th.
Scadaboo was the 4th. You are correct.
Yeah.
We'll throw Ferguson in there.
Because you're at what 1-4-4-2? Am I right?
Yep, it will be 1-4-4-2 after Ferguson.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, mental math's not wrong. There we go.
Good math. We got it.
Yeah, Drew, cold sodas, baby, for everybody. Remember, Drew, cold sodas on stream only.
Yep. Nice start here. 1-4-4-2. We've got, again, strong. So at quarterback, we have Jayden Daniels and Dak Prescott for that Week 17 game set, fully stacked. Then we have at running back Devin Achane, RJ Harvey, Tony Pollard, and Cam Scadaboo. Pretty strong start at running back, I think.
Team, dude.
Wide receivers, we have Drake London, Terry McLaurin, George Pickens, and Josh Downs. Probably need to add a little bit of volume there.
Yeah.
We only have 4, and we gotta fill.
I think the next 2 picks we could see with the wide receiver. We shoot for upside.
Yep.
Maybe get somebody like a PPR more focused, and then see what what do the wide receivers look like that could come back to us.
Let's see. All right, so sorting by ADP.
Oh, Romeo Dobbs, baby. I do live that. Did he just go?
Luther Burden finally goes. Here's top of ADP. We have Kyle Williams, Hollywood Brown, Cedric Tillman, Jalen McMillan, Jack Besh, Xavier Leggett, Wandale Robinson, Romeo Dobbs, Alec Pierce, D-Hop, Josh Palmer, Demario Douglas.
Dude, there are so many players in that range that I am just out on. You and I were talking in text the other night, but today I just submitted. It's live for anybody on, whether you're on Fantasy Pros or just following my feed. I got it pinned to the top. My top 200 came out today. So literally 200 players, whether it's kicker, defense at the bottom, everything. They all have write-ups. Once I got through that, Neil, it was very glaringly obvious, like at this point of the draft, like these late rounds, guys I am just not in on. Like Hollywood, hell no. Wandale Robinson, no, as long as Jameis Winston is there. Love Dobbs this year. Still an unchecked Bash and McMillan in best ball formats. So, dude, I am so out on Cedric Tillman. I texted you this the other night. Like his per route metrics they just weren't good, dude. Like they just were not good, and it was propped up by a lot of in that spot where I think just in general, you could say the same thing ipso facto for Jerry Jeudy, but like the amount they were passing and the play volume they had is pumping up some really middle of the road or just poo-pooed metrics. Like 1.77 yards per route run. No, thank you. A guy that's not having a high target per route run rate. The first downs per route run was mediocre. Like, it was just a lot of touchdown luck and a lot of extra volume that was really helping Tillman out last year. Like, it was good to get through all of that work. One, because I wanted to put it out there for the people, and then two, I'm going to keep adding to that when we get to week one. Like, when it's all said and done, I'll probably have, like, it's going to be a top 225 probably before week one.
Oh, wow.
And so really helping out people in best ball formats when you get to round 20 and stuff like that. But, like, just getting to those later rounds, like, so solidified who I really want. And I'm not talking the table because I think he's still out there. And I'm really hoping a certain guy gets back to us.
All right. Well, we are almost back to our pick.
Come on.
Don't do it,
Drew.
to
I
us,
know
Jayden.
your love affair, Drew, for Hollywood Brown, but show me a Hollywood Brown that can play more than like 10 to 12 games in the season, and then I'll be in. I'll much
Romeo
rather
Dobbs
just take the
goes.
bet on Jalen Royals late.
All right. Was it Romeo Dobbs you wanted?
I wanted Romeo Dobbs, but I also want Josh Palmer. I know he's down there. I don't think, did he get drafted or not?
No, he did not. We could go Josh
All right,
Palmer.
Josh Palmer's one. Go up. I want to say Pat Bryant, but we could take Jack Bash or Jalen McMillan here. Did you say you had Ibuka on this team, or am I wrong?
No Ibuka.
I mean, it's up to you, Neil. It's McMillan, Bash, or Pat Bryant for me.
Let's go.
One of the above would be my pick.
Let's go McMillan. We don't have any Tampa receivers on the team yet.
Okay. Down with it.
I guess Jack Best. Do we have any in New York?
We
could have gone. You're not high on Wandale Robinson, I take it, either?
No, not unless Dart or Winston are starting. Russell Wilson, he's an incredibly poor fit with Russell Wilson. Like, he's just not going to get that type of target volume because Russell Wilson does not throw the middle of the field, dude. Like, he doesn't. It's literally the Derek Carr model. It's check down to running backs, or you're chucking moon balls.
Right. I want to catch up on chat for a minute here. Paul, I agree with Billy. Billy says Pollard is a good chaperone for Harvey. Yeah, I feel like that's a strong pairing. Delu Tom says this kind of hot take: Ridley over Pickens for him.
I don't hate that. That's really making a bet on Cam Ward. Cam Ward's going to have to hit his ceiling probably for that to pay off, but I don't hate that. I've definitely warmed up to Ridley. I'll double down on that take. Ridley could be this year's Terry McLaurin.
Ooh, that'd be fun. I mean, yeah.
Tell me why not, Neil?
Ridley. It's funny because I've been out on Ridley.
Option. Cam Ward, if he truly has the spike weeks and stuff, and he doesn't go full Caleb Williams in his rookie season, which it could be. That was some of my concerns about him, but I mean, I definitely think it could happen.
Yeah. I have not been in on Ridley in the past, and then I think he's just proven that he still has some juice, and now he gets quarterback one in the draft class. So yeah, I'm not out on Ridley. I'm still Pickens over Ridley, but I don't hate it as a hot take.
I'm pulling up stuff to add Spurs to answer Spurs question. And what is your take? I know Drew isn't on Hollywood. I think Drew is living in a postseason DFS world a little bit too much with Hollywood. But I still remember us texting back and forth like, Hollywood, baby, the free square of playoff DFS.
This is the case for Josh Palmer's average separation score. I think he was good actually by a lot of metrics last year. But I know you're pulling it up.
I'm pulling up all the stuff. I'm about to make the case for Palmer.
Love that. Hollywood. I will say, I thought it was pretty promising the way they for at least a couple games in the when he came back, they were force feeding him the ball. So there's some chance that he is just going to get volume on a very good offense. I've not drafted a ton of him. So I guess I'm more on your page than Drew's, with the other options that in that range. There are others that I attack more, but I also don't think, how can you argue that he's a wide receiver 2 when they have Xavier and Rashee? There's
That's
just
fair. Well, so he's the wide receiver 3, wide receiver.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, if you want to talk about the true target pecking order, he's the 4th option there. So you want me to make my case for Josh Palmer?
Yes, I do.
So I put this out on X as well as it's in my top 200 write-up for Palmer and Keon Coleman, honestly. So the Buffalo Bills went out and they got Josh Palmer to fill the role they wanted Keon Coleman to fill last year. And shut me up anytime, because I know we're about to get on. Let's talk pick, and then I'll give the essay on Palmer.
Okay, so we are here. Hang on, we're at 2-4-6-2. So we're in a pretty good spot as far as being balanced. We could take. Let's pull up the top by ADP. If I can click, there we go.
Samson's a good bet now.
True. Oh, I was hoping you would not say that until after this person picks.
If they take him, they take him. I'm not going to sit here and there we go.
I like Samson is just moving up quickly, and I think he's a pretty good bet here. So
I'd bet on Samson because he's still not very high priced. And then, so that would put us. Where does Daniel Jones at? Could he wait until our next pick?
I think he might have just gone.
Shit. Okay. I'm not drafting A-Rich.
Yeah, he went the pick before us. So
of course.
Oh gosh, I should not have clicked out of the players. Okay.
Okay.
Here, Jalen Noel.
Roll down.
We don't have time.
Take Leggett or not. Or you got Noel. That's fine.
No, I think we might have got we got Leggett.
Okay.
It just my clicks are not working. I clicked it with 3 seconds to go and it just did not work.
You got to minimize that sidekick, bro. Or is that as probably as small as it gets?
This is as small as it gets. I move it off of the board and it just does not take. So yeah, this is the thinnest it can get.
Streaming Neil might have to go sidekickless.
It has not caused issues in the past. I don't know what but yeah, maybe I should try it without the sidekicks just to see if that helps.
Yeah.
Let me try. Oh wait, I don't get the option to just close it, do I?
Well, maybe not. Drew, I'll take that bet, by the way.
All right, hang on. Yeah, it's frustrating when your clicks don't work. It's like I'm not used to this. I'm used to it just being a really easy, and then it just it's taken so long. All right, what's the bet? Hollywood will have the second most targets for the Chiefs this year. You heard it here first. Come on, Drew. Come on.
I'll take that bet. We can figure out terms in the group text, but I'll take that bet.
Yep.
That's why. Yeah,
I did.
Oh God, we got derailed. Josh Palmer. Yeah, Josh Palmer. So the reason I'm in on Palmer, man, is I think they wanted Keon Coleman to be the man coverage beater in this offense last year. If you look at his usage, so against man coverage, Keon Coleman had a 27% target per round run rate. Against zone, only 14%. He was okay versus man coverage, but still not great, man. Amongst 71 qualifying wide receivers, 7th in separation, 44th in route win rate. You look at Josh Palmer and the addition of him, he pops in so many different separation metrics. And the reason that the Bills care about this, they face the highest man coverage rate of any offense in the NFL at almost 35% of their snaps last year. So team, if they had the corners to line up and play man against them, they were like, nah, screw that. You're not going to beat us. Because we know Shakir is not going to sit here and he's more of your zone beater. He's the underneath guy. Keon, that's why they drafted him, but he just wasn't ready to take that leap. If you look at Josh Palmer's metrics, he was 5th in separation and 5th in route win rate last year against man coverage. Even overall separation and route win rate scores, he was fantastic. Now, why didn't he get targeted enough in the Bolts offense last year? Couldn't tell you. Sometimes that's one of those things where it was like if you were following fantasy points data and you were following Heath and Barrett and a lot of other people as well as myself last year, you would have been in on a lot of different guys that looking at just the separation scores and the route win rate, Bateman was one of them that it kind of foretold that these guys are better than people give them credit for. And you need to be investing because, again, the cost is not prohibitive in drafts. It's not baked in their upside. And everybody could say, well, Bateman was a wide receiver 4. Yeah, managed leagues. But the dude had massive spike weeks. He had 3, 4. It was either 4 or 5 weeks as a top 12 to 24 receiver in weekly scoring. So in this format of best ball, yeah, it matters a shit ton, dude.
Yeah.
I can't make you a case for Eli Moore, Spurf. I think he's going to just be thrown in the mix. I think that's the coffin nail for Curtis Samuel.
We are on the clock.
Lloyd, if we could do we need to take a running back here? God, I just want to double tap running back.
Yeah, we could. We're at 2-5-7-2. We could go a couple running backs.
So you tell me your favorite two then. You know my love for Quez, Taj, and Marshawn Lloyd. Two of those three, or if you wanted to work in a wide receiver for one, it's all good.
We can probably do running backs.
Lloyd is too damn cheap, dude. Once we get positive training camp stuff and he's fully healthy right now, he should not be going in this spot of the draft. So I love taking him.
So you're Quez over DJ Giddens?
I think Quez has more upside. I'm fine with both of them. I think Quez could have a standalone role and not need an injury, whereas I think Giddens, you need an injury to tailor. But I mean, shit,
Sure.
He's been unable to stay healthy over the last 3 to 4 seasons. So, I mean, that's not like we're forecasting a ton here.
Right. So we are now, I'll read off the team. So we have, I think, just 2 more picks, right? We're at 2-7-7-2. So we'll get 2 more picks our next turn, and then this draft will be done. So what we have right now, Jayden Daniels, Devin Achane, RJ Harvey, Drake London, Terry McLaurin, George Pickens, Tyler Warren, Tony Pollard, Josh Downs, Dak Prescott, Cam Scatterbu, Jake Ferguson, Josh Palmer, Jalen McMillan, Dylan Sampson, Xavier Legette, Marshawn Lloyd, and Jarquez Hunter. That's interesting. I feel pretty good about the team. Our wide receivers, we detoured a little bit early on where we only had 2 through 4 rounds, but I still feel like mostly pretty good about our wide receiver room. We probably want another receiver.
Yeah, definitely need one more.
And maybe another tight end.
Yeah, that you hit the nail on the head.
Yeah.
I think looking at wide receivers, scroll down, Neil, Tutu Atwell, I like it. Cost Deontay, I love Deontay Johnson. Again, he's the reason why I'm not very much in on Jerry Jeudy. Tutu makes some sense. If Jennings ends up holding out, Jordan Watkins makes some sense.
Devon Vele, somebody I click sometimes.
I can't. Jalen Royals is I like him a lot. Who's at the top of tight end? Is my dude bet still out there? Is Mason Taylor out there, or somebody take him?
I think he's gone. Yep.
So I don't know. Since you've been on stream, did you see the news that Mike Williams is going to be on the pup?
I did. I saw that.
So I think that's Trey Harris leverage. That also could give us a reason to take a flyer on Gadsden here.
True.
Higbee, I think, is mispriced. I don't understand. I think he's going to move up as we get into training camp, because why is he so damn cheap, dude? I get it. He's old and it's not a sexy pick. It's a consolidated.
It's because of Terrence Ferguson. It's because people think.
But he's not going to play that much. Terrence Ferguson's not taking Higbee's job. That was an heir apparent pick. He's the starter next year. Higbee is going to go full Zach Ertz here, dude. Is he not?
Good. Yeah, that's a good call. It's a strong argument. I have not taken a ton of Tyler Higbee because I guess I sort of have a blind spot there. He's kind of old, I guess, coming off the injury. Yeah, we can go there.
Way too cheap.
I don't totally understand the Tutu Atwell love. I know the fantasy sanctuary guys love him.
I don't love with him, but
I've talked with them a little bit about it, and they really like him. But I just didn't feel like he had a full-time role last year. Toward the end of the year, it was like he was running 30-40% of routes.
To your point too, that's more of the bull case for Higbee too, right? They run more 12 personnel. Higbee's going to run more routes than Tutu is. I don't think that's a hot take.
Yeah.
I think you see Terrence Ferguson's the guy that's going to be basically only in on 12 personnel, and he's not going to be out there. Higbee, there's nothing stopping Higbee to have an 85-90% route share per drop back.
Yeah.
At all.
So we are almost on the clock again. We did lose Deontay Johnson, which is kind of funny. I don't think he normally goes, but he went in this one. Troy Franklin is there. I mean, we could still take
go
two.
up on wide receiver.
People-
Yeah, Luke McCaffrey, bro. You got Daniels. Luke McCaffrey.
Luke McCaffrey. He's somebody that nobody's taking these days.
I know.
I love that. I love that.
How could he? I mean, what? So I think Luke McCaffrey again. Like I was in on Luke McCaffrey last year.
McCaffrey and Higbee.
Anything?
McCaffrey, Higbee.
Yeah, McCaffrey, Higbee, or if you wanted to go full Commanders, McCaffrey and Sennett if he's still out there.
No, I think that's too much of a.
No, I agree with you, but at cost, it's not too much.
Yeah, but just like both of them together. I mean, it feels.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it.
No, I guess. Sorry, go on.
No, you're good. Luke McCaffrey didn't do anything in his rookie season, and the weird thing about it is like that. I feel like this team just they put him and Sennett in bubble wrap. It was like, oh, we need to surround Jayden Daniels with players like more veteran presence and stuff like that, more stability and stuff, instead of letting the young guys learn on the job. And it's because like I don't think it was the case that Luke McCaffrey was bad last year. I don't think like that at all. Like if you look at his per route metrics, he pops in a number of different spots, like from the slot, or actually out wide, his separation score was decent. His route win rate was actually pretty damn good, like 29th out of 128 qualifying wide receivers. That's not too bad, Neil. So I think that, we're so, and myself included, we're so ingrained in like, okay, rookies hit, then we're all in on them. Rookies don't hit, then we got to fade them. And I think that there's something to be said for considering where you're at or their ADP, you're not paying for any upside. Like Luke McCaffrey is being left for dead in drafts.
What percentage of drafts do you think Luke McCaffrey has been taken? This is as of June 27th. DraftKings released their draft data that was through 15,108 drafts. But I'm just asking, like, what percentage? Do you think he's taken in 60% of drafts? 15.6. So a little bit more
than I thought it'd be. Like I thought he was not getting drafted at all, but I mean, I get it.
Yeah, no, that seems it's higher than I thought it was going to be too, but makes sense in a 20 round draft after how much we liked him last year.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think he makes sense on a Jayden Daniels team in particular, like where we already have the stack. It's like taking some of these players that nobody else wants makes some sense here. Here's not a hot take. Billy says Jauan Jennings holding out is actually bullish, not bearish for him. He needs to get paid for his wide receiver one role this year. Maybe if he gets signed and gets paid, then I would agree with you. Then it's bullish for him. If he does not get paid,
then he does. But also it's like what? Yeah, and I was talking about this with in text with some of the FP guys. Was like, I think like what are your range of outcomes for Jennings if he does get paid? What does that contract look like? He's probably not getting more than Bateman or Slayton money at his age and stuff like that, and only a small sample. It's not like he was like freaking amazing over the last few years. He's a 27-year-old fourth-year breakout, and it was only a breakout for like half the season. So, I mean, I don't think he's going to get the contract. I think San Francisco, what they probably do, if they do give him any kind of contract, they probably give him like a 1-year extension with like little guaranteed bump up his money this year to say, look, like we value you, but you need to go out and do it this year again. He's not going to come away with some massive 3 to 4 year deal. And if that's what his agent's telling him, then he's feeding him a load of bullshit.
Right.
So, I mean, I think that's a lot of giving the chance that he gets the contract. Whereas I don't think that's going to be the case, or he's not going to get the contract that emphatically says it. Like the thing about Pearsall that I have not understood the entire offseason and I don't get now. We have a former first-round pick that really popped in the final 2 games of the season. And yes, it was a small sample, but it happened. And the team, like by first read share, fed him the freaking ball. If we were to just take this in a vacuum, Neil, and we take all of the names and everything out of it, we say former first-round pick, popped in his rookie season. We could talk about sample size and all that kind of stuff. One wide receiver that's a veteran gets traded away. There's a 27-year-old fourth-year breakout that's standing in his way, and another player coming off a major ACL. Why the hell are we not higher on Ricky Pearsall then?
Yeah, I mean, when you put it that way.
Oh, and he operates in one of the best offenses in the damn NFL. Oh, sorry, I left that out too.
So I think that the counterpoint is to the first point where you say he popped last year, that he was great as a rookie. I think a lot of people would argue that he was, from an efficiency standpoint, like not that great overall. Like Jauan Jennings was clearly better.
Yeah, but he got hurt in training camp, that postponed it, and then he got freaking shot. So like he wasn't able to practice.
Yeah.
Much less play.
He was a fantasy points darling last year. Like they loved him going into last year.
I love Ricky P, man.
Loved
him.
So yeah, and that was Steve was saying the first on the first draft that he's really in on Pearsall over Jennings. I've been Jennings over Pearsall all off season, just from the standpoint of Jennings like felt like the alpha to me last year. Like he already took that leap to be the alpha. But yeah, if you want to make the argument that Pearsall is ready to overtake him, I think that's fair. So how much are we regretting not getting Pearsall at pick 85 wherever we had the opportunity today? Was that
I don't feel good about it, Neil, but
we got Downs and Pollard though. Like
hopefully that doesn't turn out to be another Puka and Taysom Hill situation.
Right.
Okay.
That was sort of pain. Let's read off the team. So the final team that we have, it's a 2-7-8-3 team. We go Devin Achane, Drake London, Terry McLaurin, Jayden Daniels, George Pickens, RJ Harvey, Tony Pollard, Josh Downs, Dak Prescott, Tyler Warren, Cam Scatteraboo, Jake Ferguson, Josh Palmer, Jalen McMillan, Dylan Sampson, Xavier Legette, Marshawn Lloyd, Jarquez Hunter, and Luke McCaffrey and Tyler Higbee is the final team. So we got a couple Rams on there. We go just two quarterbacks here with Dak. Oh, Dak and Jayden.
I mean,
pretty good about.
Decent picks. Like that. This is a perfect 2 QB team if you're going to go 2 QB.
Yeah, I feel awesome about this team.
I really like this team, dude. This is a really good team. You started it off just with a banger, man. Like I feel like really good construction to start. We backfilled some wide receivers. I feel like my favorite spot of this team was like I know we wanted Pearsall and stuff like that, but like those middle round picks, which I think like those are the picks that are going to win people leagues, and those are going to be the picks that tilt all of this in your favor. Like there are always guys like, but I mean, like, dude, like you can make a serious bull case for Achane, for London, McLaurin. Everybody seems to be out on him, or they're like, oh, he's going to regress and he didn't do this. It's like, dude, if you look at his per week stuff, like I think everybody looks at him at like the overall, and they don't look at it like by parts of the season. Like we saw an offense that when Jayden Daniels the first few weeks, very check down heavy, very get the ball out of his hands. And it was like Cincinnati, I think it was Cincinnati game on. Dude, they started running more plays. They were pass heavy down the back half of the season. The pace picked up, the passing. He started throwing the damn ball down the field. Terry McLaurin, I forget where the split is that I have. Again, this is in my top 200. But Terry McLaurin, like his target share went from 20 or 21% to 24%. So like another year in the offense, like does that climb to 25, 26%? Like people are saying, oh, there's no way Terry McLaurin like can repeat it and stuff. And I'm like, well, fine. Like if you want to talk about the touchdowns and things like that, but can his other peripherals go up and kind of, for everybody screaming, oh, the touchdown regression and he ran so hot and stuff like that. Dude was still wide receiver 14. He got 117 damn targets and he finished with an otherwise, outside of the touchdowns, this looked like a very Terry McLaurin type of stat line. If this offense does run faster, this offense does pass more, could Terry McLaurin catch 95, 98, 100 balls this year and be not an 1,100 receiving yard player, but be more of a 13, 1,400 type of receiver and define leagues? Shit. Can anybody tell me that can't happen? You're not looking at the numbers close enough.
Love it. Yeah. Makes me feel pretty good about that pick, that turn with Terry McLaurin and Jayden Daniels. We've been asked to take a look at and I have not been doing a lot of saucing because trying to get through so many drafts, but I do think this is interesting. The one hole goes Chase, Hill, Higgins. So he gets his two Bengals receivers. Joe Burrow goes unstacked at 46. That's Max Payne. That's Max Payne right there.
That sucks, dude. That's what happens in these DK streets, man. That happens. A lot.
James Conner at 40. What is your level of concern for? I think these two are both in the cohort of 2017 drafted running backs, where like they've reached the age where if you look at like the drop off in that season, it's pretty precipitous in whatever their 8th season for a running back. So I'm a little bit scared off of drafting too many of them on one team. I still draft a lot of James Conner, but so I'll keep it. So it's James Conner and Joe Mixon both in that group. But that's kind of funny. It's just kind of reverse. Usually you'll get Conner at 72 and Mixon at 49. That's interesting. Jordan Addison 73, Jordan Mason at 96. Kyler Murray at 97, CJ Stroud 120, Christian Kirk 121. So he gets that stack right there. Tua at 144, Correndo 145, Kate Otten 168, DeAndre Hopkins 169, Michael Wilson 192, Jerome Ford 183, Terrence Ferguson, Tyler Conklin, Elijah Arroyo. So that's a 4 tight end build, 3-5-8-4 build. I think so. You got Tyreek with Tua, Stroud with Kirk, Murray with
and Mixon with Stroud, basically.
Yeah, and Mixon with Stroud. Was Kyler stacked up at all? He went Michael Wilson. Yep. Yeah, I mean, you kind of got screwed with the Joe Burrow snipe, but overall,
that sucks.
Overall,
I mean, recovered well for the stacks and stuff like that. I think, like, kind of, overall, like, at that point in the draft, like, if you go Kyler, you're basically just banking on his rushing upside, and you're tacking on Michael Wilson that he has, like, I don't know, one freaking spike week or something like that. Like, I'm not you won't see me drafting Michael Wilson, but I get it. Like, for this team,
I draft some. I think you could have multiples. I think you'd have more than one spike week, but yeah,
I mean, it's possible. I mean, that passing attack is still like incredibly like condensed and stuff. So
yeah,
if you believe in Kyler, which I'm not a believer in Kyler, I'm not drafting him much at all. But if you believe in him, like, I mean, it definitely makes a lot of sense. I mean, to your original, well, not your original, but like one of the talking points you were going through, Neil, was Mixon and Connor.
Yep.
I'm out on Mixon and I'm in on Connor at cost. Just because I think they carry the same amount of injury risk and the same amount of downside considering their age, kind of how you outlined. But they are polar opposites. If you look at just the per touch numbers for Mixon were still whereas Connor played some of the best football of his freaking career. Like, he doesn't look. Hey, baby, hold on.
we got a child in the Debro studio.
Close the door. She didn't know I was on a stream. Usually, like, I announced to my kids and stuff like that, like I'm on a show and all this kind of stuff. So hopping on here impromptu, she's asking me can she watch stuff on YouTube, and I'm like, sure, whatever.
Come on, check out the flannelverse. You tell her check out the flannelverse.
I don't want her staring at your mug all freaking day.
That's fair. That's fair.
No, she's into all these video game Twitch streamers and stuff like that post up to their YouTube. But where was I at? Mixon, but yeah, it's a simple case, man. I think they're two players in the same kind of archetype, same kind of pool, as it were. But I feel like they're two very differing profiles. Whereas, like, Connor gets all this shit for being so injury prone. Like, he was, like I said, he was so freaking good on a per touch basis last year. And then if you just look at his games, dude, like, I understand we're worried about injuries, but does everybody realize that, like, over the last few years, this is how many games he's played? 16, 13, 13, 15, 13. So, like, are we really, like, that worried about his injuries? Whereas, like, Jonathan Taylor, that doesn't get talked about it as much, and it's not baked into his ADP at all.
Right. Yeah. And then Alvin Kamara also in that cohort, Christian McCaffrey in that cohort. It's like 6 or 7 like good running backs who are all
Aaron Jones hitting
that age cliff. So to me, it's just like I don't want to have too many of them on one team. I think that I'm generally with you. Like, I'm pretty still in on Connor, not really drafting a ton of Mixon. Debra, are we closing it up? We doing one more? I was planning on closing it up after that draft, but if you have time,
you can close it up, dude. I mean, you've been on camera all freaking day. I've got other writing and stuff I got to get done and stuff. I was just going to kind of leave it open-ended for you.
I mean, what I'm saying is, so I have to stream 20 drafts this week is part of my, so I could get one more out of the way if you want to.
If you want to go one more, I'll sit with you for one more, Neil. It's up to you, buddy.
Yeah. Let's do one more. We're already going, right?
Let's go. I'm fine with it. Yeah. Like I'm sitting here just I got the to-do list out for today after, dude, I was up till I think almost 4 a.m. Friday night, finishing out the top 200. So today, like I've been kind of recovering a little bit. Today's been a little bit more of a slower day, just getting odds and ends and a few more players added and some other things done and stuff for work. So I'm good.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not trying to like twist your arm or anything. I just, you sound like you're open to it.
If I wasn't open to it, I wouldn't have told you yes and even hopped on here, Neil. I know it's a possibility. I know what I'm getting myself into. I'm an adult.
Yeah. That's fair. Good.
I know.
Yeah. We're doing it. Oh, thank you for the reminder, Billy.
Because
I forget to tell people. Yeah, please do like the video, subscribe to the channel, and hit that notification button because I'm going to be going live throughout the week. Going to have a lot of fantastic guests, including this one. Will be back on at least on Friday. We'll see. Oh, we got a 2-0 at least on Friday, maybe sometime before that. I
mean, come on. Just like today, I told you, I was like, I'm on standby. Like, if you need somebody to hop on and just shoot the shit, dude. Like, if I'm free, at various points of every day. Like the next few days, I'm gonna be like tomorrow's gonna be busy as hell. So I don't know if I'm gonna be able to because we're doing a new show on YouTube that if people haven't watched already for Fantasy Pros, we're doing Fantasy Court. So basically making the for and against cases. Dude, those episodes have been so fun to record and stuff. And Seth Wolcock and I, one of our hosts over at FP, does a lot of content, but a lot of stuff for us, both forward facing and behind the scenes. Seth and I are actually kicking off tomorrow. We're gonna have kind of like a daily show on Twitch. So we're gonna start like as training camps are opening. We're gonna do this 2 to 3 times a week. So Seth and myself, we're gonna hop on. It's gonna be about middle of the day, but look for my account, his account, the main account to kind of tweet this out. Be streaming for, taking questions, talking about with, the news that's popped off and stuff like that. So I'm super excited for that because, dude, I got a chance to do more stuff with Seth around the NFL draft. If anybody tuned in for the Fantasy Pros NFL draft show this offseason leading up to the NFL draft, and he's just hard worker, awesome dude, incredibly sharp. So really excited to do more stuff with him.
Sorry, who is Seth? What's his last name?
Seth Wolcock.
Seth Wolcock. How do you spell that last name?
Oh, good Lord. I'm just shitty with
putting you on the spot. See, you're always ready to be quizzed when you come on the Flannelverse.
Yeah, well. Woolcock.
Okay.
If I have to spell cock to you, Neil, then we're gonna have a problem. But I did.
Yeah. Because I in my mind you're saying Wilcox. Like I know people with the last name Wilcox. So that's like what I'm like, what are you saying? It's not quite. All right, Ja'Marr Chase goes. Who is your 102?
Bijan.
Full PPR.
Bijan, or you make the or this is a JJ team and we go Jefferson. Up to you, sir.
I do so much Jefferson. Let me take a Bijan team with you. Who is your RB1?
He is my RB1. Yep.
So yeah, we'll get a little different there. The one downside to go on running back here is oftentimes you get running back fallers at the next turn. But that's kind of why I don't get a ton of Bijan.
So then we could get a different build for you. I mean, I know it's very missionary-esque and redraft-esque, but starting RB is not a bad thing, Neil.
No, we're allowed to do it. I did a draft.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't do it, man. A lot of people do not do it.
Crazy.
A lot of streamers, sharp people, they don't start running back. And I'm not sewing us into that type of build, but I mean, I'm old enough to remember. I'm pretty damn sure Pat Kerrane won it all with a running back start. There's been other people that have been out there that have won copious amounts of money with RB starts, but you don't hear about that talked about in the general populace. It's 0 RB, hero RB, too many RB. I don't know. Shit.
He's doing an impression of me right now. That's D-Bro's Neil impression.
Pretty much.
Pretty accurate.
I should have worked in Toledo then somewhere in there.
Toledo, so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't do a ton of early lots of running backs starts.
I didn't say lots. I said 2. How was 2 lots?
You literally just said. Oh, you said too many. Too many is what you said.
Yeah, too many RB. Which two in the first 2 rounds is too many for Neil. Who knows?
No, I'm open to it. I have expanded my horizons this year. I'm drafting running backs here and there.
Yeah. You're
I'm
saying that right
allowing-
now because I'm giving you a ton of shit about it, but
I'm allowing my
as soon as I
guest
hop off
to
of here,
force my
hero
hand.
RB is the way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah, obviously. Billy says he just started Bijan JT. I mean, that might fall to us.
Good follow.
Maybe we will see you in the finals.
Oh, see, you got the stamp of approval from Drew.
Drew was
Now you
always
gotta do it.
big on the. I think that's my reason for not drafting running backs, because Drew likes them too much. I'm just like, screw you, Drew. Not taking any running backs. You can't make me.
That is the realest answer you've probably given in the entire stream, Neil.
Yeah. Can't force me, Drew. No, I'm in.
Don't worry,
on,
Drew. I got it covered, baby. I got it.
I've had Saquon ahead of Bijan Robinson, so that's part of it. So like, I just don't take a ton of Bijan. What's gonna be fun is when we all draft against each other on Friday, and then I can just do what I want, and I can say, screw you guys, let you have your you can stay in your lane, I'll stay in my lane.
Oh,
Which
look
is
at me.
apparently
I'm
different than
Neil.
you
I got my
and-
wine poured, and I'm going to sit here and not take a running back until round 12. I'm so cool. God.
I liked your earlier Neil impression a little bit better than that one. I think.
You didn't like that one because
That
it
one was
more on
kinda bad.
point. That one was more on point. You
That
didn't
one
like
was-
that?
A little bit more offensive, frankly. And
It's
maybe
more
more on
offensive
point.
because it was
may be.
real.
Yeah, like if it's the other impression didn't sound like me at all, so it was okay. This one just a little bit too close to home.
Oh, I'm dying. I'm dying. Because if anybody's tuned in any of the shows, they already know. Oh my god, that shit's funny, dude. Dear God, this feels like a Friday night warm up right now.
T. Higgins just went at 20.
Woo-hoo.
Interesting.
Okay.
Okay, we are up next.
So what's the board look like, Neil?
All right. Top of ADP, JT, Bucky Irving, Josh Jacobs. It's all running backs. Trey McBride, Tyreek Hill. We are on the clock.
Ooh, Bucky baby. Let's go,
Bucky baby.
Yeah.
Will let
Why
me click
can't
it.
Bucky Irving? Why
Please let
can't
me click? There we go.
Why can't 2025 Bucky Irving be 2024 Devon Achane?
Who says he can't be? You're right. All right.
I
Trey
hear a
McBride
lot of,
goes.
oh, well, he only played this many snaps and he was super efficient and stuff like that. Dude, it feels like the exact same case why people were out on Achane last year.
All right. I wanted Tyreek there just because we need I would like
Garrett
a wide
Wilson.
receiver, but he goes. Garrett Wilson's your guy.
Wilson. Yep. I love Garrett Wilson. There's nothing stopping him from pulling a full DJ Moore with Justin Fields. Nothing. There's nothing stopping him from getting 140, 150 targets. Nothing. And they just paid him, dude. Like, even in the low ball estimations, like a 30% target share, they're going to throw the ball at least 500 times this year. They will. They're going to throw the ball 500 times. He's going to get 140, 150 targets.
Yeah, kind of. The targets do feel inevitable. Are you concerned that the Jets just aren't going to score like much at all?
I mean, I don't think they're going to be a high scoring team, but even if they're league average, I mean, look at their roster and look at the Commanders' offense last year. Which skill players would you like more? But we're all in
the
on Jayden
Jets.
Daniels, and Jayden Daniels crushed. You think the Commanders had a better skill set of players than the Jets do this year?
No,
I'll
I
take
don't.
the Jets.
No, I'll take the Jets too.
Well, exactly. So
think.
then, like, why are we so worried? I just feel like it's so much of a narrative of Justin Fields can't support weapons. Oh, yeah, but we did see DJ Moore and Cole Kmet, so I guess that's kind of debunked. Justin Fields doesn't have enough weapons. Oh, but we did see Jayden Daniels, and I understand Cliff Kingsbury, but we do have kind of like the unknown X factor of the OC for the Jets. Like, would it be so crazy that somebody comes from the Lions tree and they're this year's like Bobby Slowick or whatever, and like they're really freaking good, and then like everybody's like, oh, holy shit, like look at the Jets offense, like it's the sum of the parts, not all like the individual pieces, and everybody's like, oh, we can't draft Garrett Wilson. Yeah, okay, because really 140, 150 target wide receivers are just a terrible thing in fantasy.
Yeah, no, you're making some fair points about Garrett Wilson. I take him kind of at ADP, not something that I super target a lot of the time.
Yeah, I'm not aggressive, but like as a wide receiver one on an RB build, And you're saying we just said that the wide receiver 1 on this team now is going to get 130, like conservatively, I think 130 targets to maybe 150. Like shit, that's fine by me.
Chat is with you. Robert Griffin says 90 million guaranteed for Garrett Wilson,
Yeah.
LFG.
Money
Garrett
talks,
Wilson,
baby. Money
Garrett
talks.
Wilson will be a smash given his target share. Billy says, yeah, the target share is like almost inevitable with Garrett Wilson.
Then what are we pushing back about?
Who is the week 16, 17? Is it? I think Patriots week 17, if I'm remembering right. I don't remember week 16.
Here, I gotta pull it up. I got a spreadsheet somewhere. Let me see. Who are you asking? The Jets?
Jets for
New
week 15.
Orleans, New England is 15 through 17.
New Orleans, New England. Is it in New Orleans?
Oh God, I didn't put all that in there, Neil.
Okay, fair.
Would you like to know their implied team total too? Maybe the spread? No, I'm just kidding.
That'd be helpful, yeah.
Smart ass.
I mean, if we're talking about how good the schedule is, we got to know. Yeah, Saints and Patriots.
Well, let me get it. I'll just have to get it added to the spreadsheet. I apologize. I'm failing.
So we are going to be. So we could potentially take at like pick 95. We should have the option of taking Fields potentially if we go with that stack.
Yeah, I'm down with that.
George Kittle goes at 43, so a little bit of a faller for Kirk Kittle in this one.
What's the wide receivers looking like for us in the call here?
Yep. So the wide receivers on this
please, baby. Damn it. Did Smith and Tet just go? Oh no, I'm wrong. You were sorting by ADP. Sorry.
Yeah.
My absolute nut outcome here would be Tet and Devonta Smith. Devonta Smith is another player that like he's never finished outside of top 24 in fantasy points per game over the last 3 years, but he's a wide receiver 3 this year. Somebody's got to square that with me. So
Tet first.
I'd say Tet first, and then we go Smitty.
You do have on DraftKings, you get this Q tag, which is pretty helpful. Sometimes people see that and they're like, nice. I don't want to take a guy with a Q tag. But Tet is, I don't think we have any injury concern there, do we? Like, I don't even know what that's about.
No, I don't know what that's even about. Feels like a glitch in the system. The sim is trying to get us.
Tet, pretty nice late quarterback out. Also, are you in on Bryce this year?
I am. I'm very much in on Bryce. There's a lot of metrics that are pointing me towards Bryce. For a team that was quietly pass heavy, he was very aggressive in throwing the ball down there, like when he was playing really well weeks 12 through 18. And Neil, if I were to tell you that Carolina was actually quietly 4th in red zone passing last year, would you believe me?
No, absolutely not.
Yeah, 4th in red zone passing rate last year. So you're telling me that Canellis is going to what? He threw the ball a ton in the red zone, and the problem was more they were never in the red zone last year. I love Tet, dude. I think he's a smash pick right now. Like, I think he's going to go up the board some as we get training camp stuff. I think I think the narrative for him has been wrong from the get, is that like everybody characterized this as a down wide receiver class. Then they tried to shade Tet. But then everybody's main comp was Drake London. And then they were like, oh, well, he's not going to get the draft capital because he's too slow, apparently. But then he gets the draft capital. Then he goes to Carolina where they're starving for a clear alpha. And it's like,
it's perfect.
Why does Tet not have the I'm not saying the Marvin Harrison Jr. type of like ADP of last year, that was drunk. But like, you're telling me like he shouldn't be a top 24 wide receiver? Why? Oh, that's right. Because we didn't see Adam Thielen produce as a top 24 wide receiver when he came to the back half of last year with Bryce Young balling. Oh, okay. Sure.
I need you to tell me how good my draft was for this unlimited keeper league draft. So I did an unlimited keeper league draft on Friday, and this is the league that. So I'm in a lot of fantasy league. This is the one that I care about the most, that I pay the most attention to, and I have mixed feelings about how things turned out. But so unlimited keeper, for those who are not familiar, you can cut down as many players as you want. So if you cut down to nobody, then you have a pick in the first round, and you're picking between all the rookies and all the players that got cut across all the teams. If you cut down to one player, your first pick is in the second round, et cetera, et cetera. I cut down my team this year. After being in the championship last year, I lost in the championship. I cut down to just CeeDee Lamb this year. I was hopeful that I was going to have the first or second pick in the draft. Two teams cut down. One of them I was pretty sure would. The other one, we had a manager change. So the person who dropped out of the league was pretty loyal to their players. So I was hopeful that they would stick around and keep like 6 or 7, but they cut down their entire roster and they didn't have a single player that would have been like a top 6 round pick. So kind of a bummer the way things turned out. But so the team I ended up with picking, my first pick was 5th overall, and it went kind of as you would maybe expect. It went Ashton Genty. Devin Achane was one of the players that made it back. So it was Ashton Genty, Devin Achane, Omarion Hampton. 4th pick was Bucky Irving. So then with my 5th pick, I got Tet McMillan. My next pick was the 8th overall pick. I went Rashee Rice. Ooh. Then I get RJ Harvey with my next pick.
Damn, Neil.
Yeah, so I'm feeling pretty good about
sick team, dude.
Thank you. Matthew Golden on the team, kind of a later pick.
Everybody's got a misstep eventually. It's okay.
Oh, you're not a Golden guy. I forgot where you
feel
on
Golden guy.
Nope. All right. I got Josh Downs pretty late. Jarquez Hunter, Brashard Smith, Taj Brooks, all of them late on the team. So
I love that. I mean, this is a damn good team, man.
Probably not competitive this year. Too many young players for this year. But
I think you're sounding a little bit short, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, I mean, we will see.
You're being conservative.
CJ likes your beard.
One of the few things I got going for me, CJ.
Rabona wants to know your thoughts on the Judkins situation. What are we doing with the Browns?
I wasn't in on him at ADP. I think the suspension and stuff like that's questionable, man. Like the NFL handles basically every case on a case-by-case basis. Some of this is with public perception, and some of this is with how much evidence and things like that. I think, and this, I want to be very clear about this. I'm not discussing this and what I think and what I think the NFL should do. But the NFL is also very much like, if as soon as we could sweep this under the rug and keep the news cycle moving, we want to. Right. So I could see a short suspension for Judkins. At this juncture of what we know and what we don't know, I don't see him having a long suspension. I could see him not being suspended. So really, this is a build. This is just depends on where your team's at. Where he goes in drafts. I think he's a player that's going to fall some. So, I mean, if you want to draft him, I'm not really in on him at cost anyway. So it's just an easy avoid and kind of fade for me.
We're on the clock. Do you want to go with Pearsall here at 71?
Yeah, dude. Pearsall. Yep.
Nice. Okay.
Pearsall and...
Well, we don't get... We're not back-to-back now. We have to
No. I know. I'm just kind of like looking at where... So what's the team so far, Neil?
Hang on, let me sort by ADP. So we are Bijan, Bucky, Garrett Wilson, Tet McMillan, Devonta Smith, and Ricky Pearsall so far.
I think we veer back to running back here. It's either
Aaron Jones.
Shit, no. I think Caleb was in there. Wasn't he in the discussion?
Caleb just went the last pick.
Okay. Go Olave. We made the bet that our 2 top running backs are going to be like league winners and top 5, top 7. Yeah. So it would have been early to go back to it, but I was in on doing that for Caleb. But like, dude, tell me we didn't make up some serious ground at wide receiver, dude.
No, our wide receiver room suddenly looking plentiful to me.
Looking very stout.
Yeah.
We got volume. We got a good mix of upside and all kinds of stuff, man. You saw CJ's other question. I saw you, CJ, ask it the first time, but I wanted to give the thoughts on Judkins, and Neil set it up for King first.
Yep. Yeah. Let's do the Judkins situation first. Yep, and then we'll do CJ after.
But yeah, we already kind of covered Judkins.
Yeah. Okay. And then CJ wants to know floor and ceiling for Chase Brown and Rashee Rice.
I mean, ceiling's top 5 for both of them. Floor is the floor is a top 24 wide receiver. Brown, the floor is being like the 55-60%er in the Bengals offense, instead of being like full CMC. So that's depending on how touchdowns would shake out. That's like probably a low end RB2 is probably the floor for Brown. The ceiling's again top 5. Like He gets all the work. He gets, since he's a top 5 scoring offense, the defense sucks. They run a shit ton of plays. He gets a crap ton of checkdowns. I'm more tepid on Brown. If we just want to talk about like just centric player takes, like I'm more tepid on Brown because of 2 reasons. He wasn't overly efficient last year. They did start with a 60-40 kind of split between him and Zach Moss. I don't know if that's how they want to utilize it. And everybody could point to all the Joe Mixon stuff. Joe Mixon had a longer track record of being a bell cow running back. And he also, like when Taylor came into the team, Mixon was established. This wasn't Brown. This wasn't the case of like a player coming on down the back half of the season because they had nobody else getting that type of usage. He wasn't efficient with the work. So like I'm more tepid on Brown. I see the bull case, but I'm going other directions when his name is up in drafts. But Rashee Rice, dude, like I've taken like pretty much a 180 on Rice in like the KC passing attack. Like early in this offseason, I hadn't gotten to, because really when I get to the point of like when I'm writing these guys up and I get a chance to dive into all their numbers and see what I think about this offense, I am not in on Patrick Mahomes this year, but part of that is because he has been broken as a deep ball passer. It's been check down city. And people could talk about like that's because of what defenses have done to the Chiefs. Dude, the large part of that lays at the feet of Patrick Mahomes, but that never gets talked about. I think they run back the same offense that they've been running out there, and it's going to be a lot of underneath heavy stuff. Rashee Rice's numbers, like, dude, he would have been the Chris Godwin of Kansas City last year if it had not been for the damn injury. Like, that is where he was heading. His numbers with target share, first downs, yards per route run, like everything was freaking insane. And he was heading towards like a top 5 to 7 type of season, like an Amon-Ra type of season. But then he got hurt. And now we get to draft him at like wide receiver 15-ish range when like he's the guy. If you want to take that swing in the middle round, like in the middle, like wide receiver 2 territory, and you want to take a swing on a guy where it's like in the mid to low end wide receiver 2 range, that of somebody that could be a top 3, top 5, top 7 receiver, like strong wide receiver 1, that's the swing you take right now.
We are up in 1 pick. I have a thought on what we should do.
I've got 2 thoughts. Yes, I
have 2 thoughts now too. Actually,
I have two big thoughts. Okay, first we need to take Fields.
Yep. I was thinking Pollard was one of my thoughts, by the way.
Pollard was we were right in line with each other, Neil. I think it's with that though now, like I think like Mason. I think this is the time we go back to I think this is the time we go back to running back. What's the tight end situation look like?
We do.
No, wait, no. So we got Fields. What about Andrews here? Tell me your thoughts on him, because that's a swing right now that it's not baked into his price where he could be top 3, top 5 this year.
The only other thing, so we could go Andrews, and then I think Purdy was still available. Would be or Mason. Those would be the 3 that I'd be considering. Jordan Mason goes, so we don't have to worry about him. Do you want to just go Andrews instead of Purdy?
I want Andrews bad for this team.
All right, we're doing it. Despite your mockery of the way I draft, we didn't have a tight end yet, so that feels pretty good to get Mark
Feels
Andrews
really good, dude. Yeah, like I love Andrews. His price point, again, another guy where his ADP, it feels like people are so caught up with what he did at the beginning of the season, and they are not talking about enough of what he did down the back half of the season, like further out from the tightrope procedure, and the preseason accident that he had too. Like both of those things heavily impacted. And just for everybody at home, weeks 1 through 9, Mark Andrews was the tight end 16. He had an 11% target share. He had 1.7 yards per route run and a 13% first read share. Out of all those metrics, that type of involvement for a player of this talent, like that should tell you a ton. Now, weeks 10 through, so after week 9, dude, 18% target share, 2.3 yards per route run, 48 receiving yards per game, 18% first read share as the tight end 5 in fantasy points per game. It's not baked into his ADP right now, Neil. It's not.
No, it is not at all. I'd just like to point out that we are now in back-to-back drafts where J.D. McCarthy has gone in the top 100. So
It's deserved, dude.
the field is caught up.
People are waking up.
It's deserved. I'm just saying the field is caught up. Like it's
caught
no
up.
longer
It's
like
deserved.
our secret.
Like the field has really caught up. But was that the Jefferson team as well?
It was the Jefferson team. Yeah.
Yeah. I think some of that too is people have gotten past the fatigue on Jefferson. Like could I'll ask you this, and I know you're a Vikings homer, but I want you to give me a really impartial take. Do you feel like Justin Jefferson's kind of become like a boring pick, and last year was more of the floor and not even close to the ceiling for Jefferson, Neil?
100%. I think that's the case. Yeah. I think people are just like, he's been like, we take him at the top, but he hasn't actually been the wide receiver 1 in fantasy. So like, why do we keep taking him so close to the top? But to me, it's like, he's just consistently one of the best in fantasy. Clearly could take a step forward with a better quarterback play this year, better offensive line, everything improving. So yeah, I think that is it. That people are just bored with the Justin Jefferson click. Like who have we not really seen it from yet? Who could really, just get some momentum and take off? People want those picks instead of Jefferson.
Jefferson could have a league defining Ja'Marr Chase type of season this year. Like he could be the guy that like runs away as the wide receiver 1 overall. Like I know I'm forecasting a lot right now, but like he's never had more than 10 receiving touchdowns in any season. We have seen him get as high as 184 targets in the Vikings offense and get as high as 1,800 receiving yards. You're telling me there's no way, shape, form, or fashion in this offense. They've been pass happy with every quarterback. Does not matter who the hell is under center. You tell me there's no way will we get a season out of Jefferson like I was talking about last year with Chase, where everything kind of goes Yahtzee. It just wheels up. He gets the 180 targets. He gets the 1,800 receiving yards, and he scores like 15 touchdowns. Shit, man. Come on. That can happen.
Yeah. No, absolutely can happen. So I got to answer this before we get to Ramona's comment. It says, where's Steele? Probably fishing, would be my guess.
Yeah, probably fishing. Enjoying some much deserved time with the fam.
Yeah. Rabona Shoup says, can we get the $100 3-entry max to fill? Can you guys help out? It's currently at 7 out of 12. I assume that he's still trying to fill that one, so check that out. But then I got to throw up this comment from Rabona. It says, Andrews isn't even TE1 on his team, D-bro. Come on. I think he's joking. I think he's joking. But
yeah, I know. I think that's an absolute just joking.
But a lot of people are super in on Isaiah Likely this year. I have not been.
He's just somebody to hype for people, man. Like I get it. He pops in a lot of metrics, but like I think it's so dismissive to Mark Andrews, man. Like they talk about him like he's not still one of the best damn tight ends in the NFL. If you're still one of the best damn tight ends in the NFL when you're healthy, that Likely's not taking your freaking targets and he's not taking your job. Maybe that happens next year, but it's not happening this year. It's absolute wish casting.
I really thought we were going to get Brock Purdy to come all the way back to us for a little bit there.
That'd have been very nice.
That would have been.
Oh, well.
Yeah, no, we're okay without him. Interestingly, Trevor Lawrence had pulled up to the top here. That's kind of surprised me since we don't have anybody on the Jaguars.
No Jacksonville players? Why?
Yeah, I don't know.
Weird.
It's a mystery sometimes.
So what are we at for build right now?
We are at 1-2-5-1.
So going back to what are the quarterbacks that are? We have any late stack options here? Kind of like May right here.
Yeah, I mean, we could always take May, throw on Hunter Henry, Kyle Williams.
Yeah. I like that for this build. It'd be May, and then if May gets poached from us, what are your thoughts on doing a Love? Okay, did May make it to us?
May made it to us.
All right, let's go May here. We could tack on Hunter Henry. I don't know where he's at in ADP.
Oh, we can take him later. Yeah, he's pretty late.
We can take him later. Then we could revisit running back. What's that look like right now?
Yeah, so running back would be. I'm guessing no Najee Harris. I don't want to.
Oh, I like Javonte, man. You get interested me in Javonte.
You're the first person I've ever heard say they want Javonte on a team.
Okay. I'll make the case for him in a second. It's not hard. Or we can go Bashal Tootin if you want to take the upside. I know you're with me on Tootin.
I've taken Tootin in every draft. So
let's get Javonte. Let's get a different exposure. And I'll give you the reasons why.
All right, let's hear it. Let's hear your because nobody on this channel has ever made the Javonte Williams bull case. So give me the Javonte Williams bull case.
So social media was not happy when I put this out a few weeks ago, but I don't really give a shit. But you're going to hear it anyway. Javonte Williams, I think we could be looking at the context of his season poorly or wrong, should I say. If you look at just his overall numbers, and this isn't me trying to cherry pick numbers, it's really going through the granular stats of Javonte Williams and saying, okay, where is he at in his career? You look at last year, okay, coming still, recovering, because the further these guys get out from these injuries, you hope that they get a little bit more of what they had before back. You know what I mean? So if you look at where he was last year and you just look at his singular games every single week, Neil, there is a definitive line of demarcation where just Williams hit a wall, dude, like hit an absolute wall. And I've got nothing outside of the numbers to talk about this. Like Williams hasn't been out there because, we hear like, oh, a guy was hurt or injuries come out after the year. And then we don't hear about them during the season, but then after the fact, we don't even hear that here. But there is a wall in his numbers. So if you look at weeks 1 through 8 for Javonte Williams, amongst 43 qualifying running backs, he had a 20% missed tackle rate. That was 13th best, Neil. 13th best amongst 43 qualifying. And a 20% missed tackle rate is strong, dude. Like, that's really good. Yeah. If he'd have kept that up for the entire season, he would have been somewhere probably around like the top 12 to 15 in running backs, just for context for people looking at numbers. But if you look at that, so that was weeks 1 through 8, weeks 9 through 16, he did not force a single missed tackle for the rest of the damn season. 0. And it's those two, like that Jekyll and Hyde aspect of his numbers from last year pulls all of his numbers down and makes him look like the player that we all, like a lot of people think that he is. But my thing is, what if this year, with another year off the injury, we get Javonte Williams, who we already know, like, I think he's going to be the preferred passing down back. They're going to trust him in pass pro. He's going to run routes in an offense that's probably top 10 at the floor in passing attempts. So that's there. And at worst, the running back in that situation is going to be the RB, like the number 4 passing option on that team, okay? What if he gets all the volume? What if he looks closer? And I'm not saying all the way back, but 70, 75% of the old Javonte Williams that we loved. If that's the case, shit, dude, tell me why he can't be this year's J.K. Dobbins.
He could. I guess I've kind of been hesitant to get rid of the more recent stats. So I feel like you're splitting them apart. Really good early on, really bad in the second half of the year, and we don't have any kind of injury explanation. Aren't you worried that that's just like his body has kind of fallen apart? Like, are you just you're betting that he's going to come back?
The ADP of where he goes.
That is true. It is.
His ADP right now is that he is going to probably get replaced. He's an RB3. He's a placeholder. He's a guy you draft in best ball to either catch up at running back, or he's a placeholder.
We're on the clock, by the way,
until somebody else takes off.
Bayshall
one quarterback, right?
I'm very confused. I thought we had Bayshall Tootin there. Did we get Bayshall Tootin? What just happened?
No.
What is going on?
Is it frozen? What the hell?
Jake Dubs. Ferguson I put in the queue. Oh, Dubs.
Dubs
is way ahead of ADP. Okay. All right, we got Dubs. I thought that Bayshall Tootin was there for us. My thing was frozen. It allowed me to put him in the queue, so and then
what are we at for build again?
So we are at 2-3-6-1.
What do we have for running back then? I see Jayden Blue is still in there, but
oops.
We only have Fields at quarterback too.
Yeah, Jayden Blue is there. No, we have Fields and Drake May.
Oh, okay. What's that wide receiver?
Kyle Williams is there.
Let's take Kyle Williams. That's fine.
Give us a little stack.
Can we get Hunter Henry on the next one?
Possibly.
Okay.
Yeah. 170 ADP. Yeah, pretty good chance he'll be there.
Yeah. So I think we queue up Henry's one of the picks next, and then we'll figure out the other one depending on.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of got lost in the build of this team because we're just talking player takes and stuff.
No,
like
that was chaotic because I thought that we had gotten Bashal Tootin queued up, and that was the decision. All right, we're good.
I mean, are we done? How many wide receivers do we have? Are we pretty much done with wide receiver now?
We may be. Let's take a look at the team. Let's go over for one more time.
Let's refresh. Yeah, we got 7. I mean, we're basically.
So our wide receiver room, we have Garrett Wilson, Tet McMillan, Devontae Smith, Ricky Pearsall, Chris Olave, Romeo Dobbs, and Kyle Williams. So at most one more. We could be done. We could do one more.
Could be done, but
running back, we now have Bijan Robinson, Bucky Irving, Javonte Williams. Is that it? Yeah, that's it.
So I mean, but I mean, dude, here's the thing. Like, I love so many of these running backs in the later rounds that are mispriced. You know what I mean? Like, we've talked a lot of these guys. Like, it's so easy to have a team where you just backfill like 3 to 4 running back spots out of your final few rounds, man. Like, the wide receivers dry up out of guys where you're like, oh, okay, who's really going to earn like a 20 to 23% target share, even in the best of circumstances? Where it's like, oh, wait, we have one injury away, RB2s just littering the board. Hello, Jarquez Hunter. Hello, Marshawn Lloyd. Hello, DJ Giddens. Hello, Taj Brooks. Like, not even talking about Rashard Smith here in a PPR format. Like, shit. Like, or even, dude, even if we wanted to go with Spike Week, Justice Hill, like, there's so many guys where you can backfill those, like, last 3 to 4 running back spots on your damn team that where it's like, wow, like, you can start again. You can start with these RB builds, and we just did it. You can make up at wide receiver and then just backfill the rest of your damn running backs where it's like, if those 2 guys stay healthy and they hit, like, dude, wheels up.
Yeah. So I think that I'm coming around to it in large part because I'm feeling better about the later wide receivers. Like for a while, I was like, I don't love any of the wide receivers that go later, but because we can get guys like Romeo Dobbs pretty late, now we get like Jack Besh will be available potentially with our next
Jayden
pick.
Higgins is too damn cheap. Christian Kirk is too cheap.
Yeah.
Trey Harris, again, like he signs tomorrow. Does his ADP go up now that we have the Mike Williams on the pup news? Like he's going to be a starter in 3 wide receiver sets. And anybody still banking on QJ, have fun holding the bags on that shit.
Yeah. I am higher on Wan'Dale Robinson than most are, I think, that I know.
Yeah.
He
makes sense for PPR format, and then you're just betting that Dart starts earlier than Wilson. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I'm coming around to the early running backs because of, and I do sort of take the like draft backwards approach where I'm thinking about like, all right, what do I like in the late rounds? What can I save for those late rounds? And more I'm like, I actually kind of like some of those wide receivers in the middle rounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because guys are mispriced. Like Tet McMillan's upside is not priced in. Devonta Smith's floor is not priced in. Like he's getting drafted lower than his damn floor. Like
Hunter Henry went, didn't he? Shoot.
Oh, did he go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, not the end of the world. Yeah, it went at 163.
This is another so what do we need on this? Do we go all right? So Hunter Henry's one of them, right? Did he go?
Yeah, Henry went.
Shit, come on. Then we just take 2 running backs.
Yeah, unless you like.
We go Mason Taylor. Go Mason Taylor, one of these picks.
All right, who do you like at running back? Should we go Dylan Sampson again? Pull him up.
Yeah, Sampson makes a ton of sense because again, time capsuling this, his ADP is going to go up.
Yep. I think you are the only person, by the way, on any of my streams who is high on Mason Taylor. I feel like most people are not expecting much from Mason Taylor.
Why? Because what?
I don't know anything about him because he's a rookie, and I just haven't heard much about him because most people are like don't expect him to be very good this year. So you should make
Who's taking targets away from him? Who's taking routes away from him? Like they spent a 2nd round pick on this guy. Like why?
Yeah, I mean, I think he makes some sense as just a tight end who's going to get some targets. Let's make the pick, and then you make the bull case for Mason Taylor.
Okay, so we have Mason Taylor now. We got
Mason Taylor. We got.
Hey, I don't understand why nobody's talking about him, Neil. Like and I know I've said like, I'm not making sense out of some of these ADPs because some of this shit just is ridiculous and dumb. Mason Taylor not getting talked about is kind of crazy to me because 1, he's free. 2, he's a second round pick and he's got a clear avenue to routes and targets. Because after Garrett Wilson, let's just go through the wide receiver depth chart for the Jets. After Garrett Wilson, you have Josh Reynolds, Almazar, Tyler Johnson, Arian Smith, Malachi Corley, Charles Irving, Braden Smith, Xavier Gibson. You believe any of those guys are going to step out and be anything more, even Josh Reynolds and Almazar, anything more than what? 15, 17% target shares? Maybe 19 at like the best case scenario for Almazar if like they play him as a big slot or something like that. But like outside of that, who are your high-end target earners? And then at the tight end position for the Jets, they have Jeremy Ruckert, Stone Smart, Zach Kuntz, and Neil Johnson. And they spent a second-round damn pick on a team that was devoid of other target talent behind Garrett Wilson on Mason Taylor. Why in the hell not can Mason Taylor not be the clear every down starter? And even if you want to parse this out, a team that throws the ball 500 times, which would put the Jets bottom 5 in passing attempts. He gets what? A 16, 17% target share? Even if you drop him to like 15 and we say the pace is surprising for the Jets. They run the ball a lot. Their passing rate isn't high, but they run at a decent pace. Okay, cool. Let's play that out. If Mason Taylor in this target environment is an every down player, because what's standing in front of him to say that he won't be or can't be? You're going to put him somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 targets. Do we all understand that like that is in the vicinity of tight end 1 production? But it's not baked in. And for some reason, but all you need is one training camp blurb to come out like the first week of training camp, Neil, saying Mason Taylor is going to be the number 2 target. Aaron Glenn looks at him the same way that he looked at Sam Laporta when he was in training camp. And Mason Taylor's ass is going to go shooting up the board, dude.
Yep. Suddenly he's a 10th round pick, 12th, 11th round pick,
He's
somewhere up there.
Somewhere in the like tight end 15 to 17 range. Like he's probably maybe about a round and a half behind Loveland and Warren.
Yeah.
But none of that's baked in at all.
Fact 74 says Saban has said not getting Taylor is one of his biggest regrets to him to get him to Alabama.
I mean, right. Poke holes in it, Neil. Like, I mean, am I crazy here?
No, so I think maybe Jeremy Ruckert being in his way, I guess, is maybe the obstacle. Stone Smart was a new addition this offseason, so I guess maybe just some concern that one of the vets is going to stand in his way. I think the biggest obstacle from a like analysts that I've heard who are analyze rookies is that he just was not a prospect that people were really excited about coming in. Were you higher on him prior to the draft, or is he more just a situation
on that? Like, okay. I think people were extremely high on Mason Taylor, higher than I was. If you go back and anybody like, and again, the receipts are out there. Go tune into the Fantasy Pros NFL Draft Show. I was very, very clear about my stance on Mason Taylor. I was not nearly drinking the hype Kool-Aid that everybody else was with him. I didn't think that he should have gone. Where we at? I mean,
Aaron Rodgers is a huge faller here. We could go Rodgers and Freiermuth or something.
I'm fine with that.
Because 168 ADP, we're at 191.
I'm fine with that. And he makes sense in this build.
We didn't take an elite quarterback. Yeah.
Calvin Austin's not out there, I'm guessing.
He's probably still available.
Yeah. Austin. I'm trying to think of who else is
maybe Freiermuth went. Let me see.
I bet you he went.
Yeah, Freiermuth did go.
I mean, I'm fine with Roman Wilson. I'm sure he's still out there. If you want to pair somebody, single him up with Rodgers, I think he's the guy that's going to play in 2 wide receiver sets.
Calvin Austin is still out there.
Actually, I want to go Roman Wilson.
Roman Wilson. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Where's my mouse? There we go. I couldn't get
like,
my mouth over.
Damn
It was like,
Neil, don't you do this.
yeah, no, we got him. We got him.
All right. Yeah, but on the case of Roman Wilson, dude, like Calvin Austin is a slot confined player. We know how much 12 and 13 personnel the Steelers want to play. I think, dude, I think the Steelers are going to be a crazy storyline all year. Like I think we're you talked about like I know we're getting a side tangent from Mason Taylor here. I'll swing back to him in a second. But like the Steelers, the marriage of Aaron Rodgers and Arthur Smith is either dude, I keep scratching my head of like, oh shit, I don't know how that works, dude. Like there's so many parts of like Arthur Smith's offenses and things that like he does or wants to do that Aaron Rodgers does not do, like at all. Arthur Smith's offenses for a lot of seasons run fast at a high pace of play. Rodgers does not do that. He runs condensed formations, 12 and 13 personnel. Aaron Rodgers does not do that. It is a lot of 11 and a lot of static, a lot of motion for Arthur Smith. Aaron Rodgers does not do that. It's a lot of static formations. The marriage of somebody's got to give, dude. Somebody has got to give, and I don't know who it's going to be. At this juncture of his career, I have a hard time thinking that Aaron Rodgers just all of a sudden like reinvents the wheel and plays football a different way than he's done for the rest of his freaking career. Yeah. And one of the things that I think like pretty well illustrates this. Have you watched Quarterback, the new season of Quarterback?
I have not watched it yet. I've heard interesting things.
It was extremely eye-opening to hear Kirk Cousins talk about how much he struggled in the Falcons offense to pick up the nomenclature, to pick up the motions. Like them talking about that and like, because we don't know, we're not in privy to all this stuff in season. And so like, sure, we can all talk about the Achilles stuff, but going and playing in a totally different system and doing things that you have not done for the majority of your career is unsettling for players. Like you have a certain way, like we all have habits. And you're telling me Aaron Rodgers at this point, like he's in his freaking 40s and he's done something to a certain extent the same way for most of his career. And now he's going to a system that does everything that like highlights other things that he does not do.
Yeah.
This thing could be like a dumpster fire easily, or they could just go really run heavy as they try to figure it out and lean on their defense. Like it's kind of crazy. But getting back to Mason Taylor, dude, I think a lot of draft pundits hyped him a lot and loved him a lot more than I did. I was not that heavy into him as a prospect, but I'm heavy into him in redraft because all of the dynasty buzz about him has not crossed over into redraft circles at all. Like the stink of the Jets offense is depressing his ADP to a point where like it doesn't make a whole lot of sense if you look at one, the state of their target tree, and two, the draft capital and the talent that he does have. Like again, I'm not huge on him, but there is an easy way where Mason Taylor just volumes his way into being like this year's Zach Ertz and such. We need running backs, right?
Rashard
Smith is one of those. Bingo.
Is he the one we should take? Yep.
And is Quez still out there, or was that crazy?
No,
I thought I saw him down the. Okay,
he just went.
Where are we at for build? Is this final picks? Kind of lost myself.
I think we have two more.
All right, we need to take another running back here.
We do need another running back, and probably another tight end.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Taj Brooks there.
Taj. Easy Taj.
Lock it in.
Not close. Easy Taj. Taj Brooks. And I don't think there's much difference in this. Taj Brooks, there's a case to be made the best pass protecting running back in this last draft class.
Wow.
He's really good, dude. He's really good on pass protection. Like that's one of the parts where I'm kind of like lower on Chase Brown, not only just the efficiency stuff. I think people are sleeping on how good Taj Brooks is because of the capital. He didn't test crazy, but if you look at his archetype, like that dude is like a Dameon Pierce, David Montgomery cut from the same kind of cloth, like volume eating, really underrated as a receiving option. Honestly, there's spots on Taj Brooks's like film dude, where he's got like they ran him up the seam in one game, and he caught a ball one-handed over his damn shoulder in one of the games. I'm forgetting who they played it. I don't know why UNLV is sticking out to me, but like there was one of the games. I had to go find the clip and text it to you, Neil. But like ran him straight up the seam. He catches a ball over his freaking shoulder one-handed, and I'm like, oh shit! Like how many running backs are doing that? Come on.
Yeah, that's fun. Is he going to do it for us in the NFL this year? I really hope so, because I'm drafting so much Taj Brooks.
He's going to walk out of training camp to clear RB2. I'll say that with my chest, no doubt.
Is he going to be an RB2 that gets any kind of workload, or is it going to be like the Bengals were last year, where it's like the RB2?
But dude, the upside is the Zach Moss role at the beginning of the season with him and Chase Brown. That's the upside. The standalone role, that's the upside. Without an injury.
Yeah, I like that. Westy West says, Debro just made me feel better about my Mason bags. Anytime I grab Fields, Mason is a must.
Agreed. Big agree.
Rabona asked, if Judkins is suspended, would it shock you to see Sampson going in the 120-ish ADP? Not even if
I'm honestly kind of surprised he's going as late as he is, considering the news has already hit.
Even if it's like a short suspension to start the year, I wouldn't be that surprised. Yeah. Especially
in a PPR format.
Is Dylan Sampson much of a pass catcher?
He's got some stuff in his I think he's more of a check down option, but there are some efficiency metrics to kind of like be hopeful. I think that's why Cleveland drafted him, though. I think that they wanted to kind of run back like a newer kind of dollar store version of Chubb and Hunt. So I mean, I think like especially if you're making the bet that Cleveland's bad this year, which I think is a pretty solid damn bet to make.
Yeah.
Sampson's going to get some work in the passing game. I don't hate the Taj Brook overtakes Chase Brown take at all. Like
it is. I mean, Chase Brown was pretty good last year. Like they clearly liked him,
dude. But like, how many times have we seen these stretch run running backs not do it the next year? You know what I mean? Like I'm old enough to remember freaking CJ Anderson shit in the bed.
Yeah, I mean that is fair.
Ronnie Hillman said, "Nah, I'm taking your chain and the lunch money. No, bye."
Yeah, I guess I'd be surprised if Chase Brown doesn't still have some significant role.
I think he still has a role
as long as he's healthy. But I guess overtaking him as far as like a 60-40 split by the end of the year. It's not what I'm expecting, but like it wouldn't be totally shocking.
Yeah, I mean, I just think there's a lot of outs for Taj Brooks, whether it's Chase Brown doesn't hold up, it's a split backfield, and he's getting 40% of the work. Then if this is even a 60-40 situation, Taj Brooks' ADP, he should be going like 4 rounds earlier than he should be going at least in the Dylan Sampson range then, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So, honestly, we're just pointing out like bad ADPs right now because of the uncertainty of roles that we don't know. And I continue to say the same thing about Rashard Smith. Like he's the new Jarrett McKinnon in KC. He should be going 4 to 5 rounds ahead of where he's at.
Speaking of Taj Brooks, by the way, I mentioned earlier that I might do a little thread for DraftKings week about some of my favorite players who are drafted in under 50% of DraftKings drafts in this Millie Maker as of June 27th. Taj Brooks drafted in just 32% of leagues.
That number's going up in training camp, so I don't want to get people like that number will.
It's already gone up. I'm pretty sure. It's gone up.
It's going to go up in training camp. I'm like I promise you, if he's healthy, he's going to make some waves in training camp. He's going to make some waves in the preseason. He's going to show people what's up. No doubt.
I think we need a tight end here. We've only got Mark Andrews, Mason Taylor. So let's take a look at our options. This is our final pick. This will be the final draft for anybody who's wondering. We're finishing with 5 drafts today. Feels pretty good to get 5 underway.
That's good, dude. That's
on day one.
Hint. I mean, you're on a good pace then.
Yeah. You
might be able to just take Friday off if you keep up that pace. Take Friday off and just do the flannel packs.
Don't want to see you guys. No, that's all I'm doing on Friday is the flannel.
Oh, well, never mind. You've already built it into the schedule.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Ferguson, who would make sense with the correlation? I just closed my spreadsheet too, as far as like week 17, like week 17.
The Jets and the Patriots are playing each other. Pittsburgh is playing Cleveland. So Harold Fannin would be a bring back on.
What about any one of Ferguson, Gadsden, or Arroyo? Any of them?
Gadsden in week 17 plays Atlanta. Who do you like?
Arroyo a lot.
Okay. Arroyo plays.
I'm guessing. I doubt that you've picked him any.
I have not. He's the ring back for Tet McMillan.
Oh yeah, Arroyo.
All right,
I'm going to get you some exposure to Arroyo.
Right on. Look at that. What a team. And it's final pick of the draft, and then I'll read off the team. And we'll call it a day. Get out of here at 7 p.m. Eastern.
Love to see it.
All right, the final team from the 2-hole. We go Bijan Robinson, Bucky Irving, Garrett Wilson, Tet McMillan, Devontae Smith, Ricky Pearsall, Chris Olave, Justin Fields, Mark Andrews, Drake May, Javonte Williams, Romeo Dobbs, Kyle Williams, Dylan Sampson, Mason Taylor, Aaron Rodgers, Roman Wilson, a lot of Wilsons, Rashard Smith, Taj Brooks, and Elijah Arroyo. Wait, what's that? Yeah, there are a couple.
What do you think about the team, Neil?
I think it's kind of fun. We got what we finished.
I know. Okay. Ixnay about the RB start. Get yourself over that hump. Go vomit really quickly if you have to. Outside of that, what do you think about the build, man? Like I like this team a lot.
No, I think I'm with you. I think that I'm with you because I feel like the RB start actually like gives us a really strong running back room because we still got some of those late guys to really give it a lot of juice. But I feel like the wide receivers actually turned out okay with going 5 straight from rounds 3 through 7. I mean, that's not a bad one. Garrett Wilson, Tet McMillan, Devontae Smith.
Dude, there's so much volume and upside and underpriced. Like Smith shouldn't be available at that spot, but he is. Like I understand none of us want to draft like any Saints players right now, but the volume is going to be there. Like,
yeah.
And I'm not saying that I don't like Rashid Shaheed. I do. Again, he's a player that I was much lower on after I wrote up the top 200 coming out of it than I was entering it. His separation and route win rate scores aren't fantastic. And I think considering his role because of how Derek Carr plays quarterback, like, dude, you have to go back. Like, it is hard to find a quarterback that's both like top 5, top 10 in check down and deep throw rate. That is really hard to find. So like Derek Carr is just like, the middle of the field. I don't care. Yeah. It's all good. Like underneath routes, we don't care. Those are called checkdowns to Alvin Kamara. We go deep. And so like that was Shaheed's role. So I think that accounts for a lot of like why he cut into Olave's stuff. Because Olave on a per route basis was fantastic last year. So I think you could see the target share where we saw it was more evenly split. And a lot of people cite that. I think that was more of the quarterback playing than some of the other stuff that like I care about. So I think it's honestly like a little bit more noise than people probably get. They weigh it a little bit too heavy. I think this passing attack could just move more back in the direction of Olave, and it's not a 1A, 1B situation. It's a clear you are first option and you are second option. Or maybe Kamara's number 2 option and Shaheed is third.
Yeah, which would not be great for Shaheed if that's the case. But Olave, I think it's like clearly a pretty strong value where he goes. RGT is asking for sauce. I'll read it off real quick just because I kind of like the start that he has there. So let's just take a quick look. He goes Puka Nacua, Brock Bowers, Josh Allen, Omari, and Hampton. That top 4 to me is just super fun. One at each position. I'm loving Omari and Hampton when he falls mid 4th round right now because the Najee situation to me is still kind of up in the air. Like we don't really know the extent of Najee's injury. I think Omari and Hampton to me was already a fine pick in like at the 3-4 turn. So to get him to fall this far to me is good. Are you in on Omari and Hampton at all this year?
So if he falls and depending on the right build, I'm okay with him. At his current ADP, we're like, correct me if I'm wrong, Neil. Right now on DK, he's going as a top 20 running back. I can't stomach. I can't stomach that at all, dude.
Oh, really? Come on now. You don't think the Chargers are going to be wanting to run the ball? He's a talented early draft pick on a team that wants to pound the rock. I mean, come on. How do you not want Omari and Hampton?
You're saying that what if Najee's healthy and Najee cuts into his role? You think he's a good pick as a mid RB2?
Who has the whole role to themselves? Like which running back is just like the guy who's going to get 25 to 30 touches in a game?
But being drafted as a top. Okay, but hold on. Let's go to the thesis of the play. as a top 20 running back, you're already projecting that he will be the workhorse based off of that ADP and where you're drafting him.
That he will be the primary
You
back.
want the ceiling, though. So the ceiling is for him to really pay off. You're not drafting Amarion Hampton for him to be RB16 to RB24. You're drafting Amarion Hampton to be an RB1. Am I wrong?
No, you're absolutely right. I'm expecting. I think that Amarion Hampton has the potential.
But if he's a 60 or 65% snap share back in that offense, can he get to RB1 status?
If they're running a lot, yeah, because most running backs are in split backfields. Like we don't have that many running backs who are getting 80% of the workload these days. We just don't have that many. So he's in an offense that's going to be running the ball a lot, should be a pretty good offense. And who's to say he doesn't take on more and more of the role as we get deeper into the season?
Okay, that's fine. So he gets more early down roles. So basically, I think the nut run out for Amarion Hampton is that he's Jonathan Taylor. Okay, in that type of offense. Okay, but the floor, because he's not going to get any pass game involvement straight up, because Greg Roman does not throw to his running backs. Last year they had the second lowest target share to the running back position, with only the Rams.
Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins.
Roman has never thrown to his running backs, though, Neil. Never. Ever. Never. Like, I could pull him numbers and like keep going down the pipeline with it. He does not throw to his running backs. So really, the value of that backfield is always the early down volume and the touchdown equity. So if either one of those get like snafu'd a little bit, like Najee eats into the early down volume, if he doesn't have a high-end touchdown run out, at RB16, I just think the bet, there's not as much meat on the bone as people think there is. Like, I think in a vacuum, you're telling me if we wanted to, and I've made this case here before on your stream, and I'll do it again. If you're talking about the upside for targets, and you're talking about in a good offense, touchdown ceiling, all those types of things, in what could be a split backfield, Amarion Hampton and RJ Harvey's ADP should be flipped.
You have made that case on here. See, I'm pro both though. Like, why not both? You can just like the rookie running backs where they're going. I have
a hard time seeing the bull case for Hampton when there's meat on the bone when he's already being drafted as like inside the top 20. If you were telling me he was in the RB 22 to like high end 3 range, then I would be much more in on that if that was the case. But it's not going to be the case, especially with Najee now kind of like his availability. I think he's going to be fine, to be honest with you. But his availability up in the air, like everybody was so quick about all the Najee stuff too. It was like, oh my gosh, like Najee might have lost an eye. Dude, based off of what? Like, come on, man. Like, y'all are freaking crazy with this shit sometimes. Like, all these tea leaves and you look like Charlie Day standing at the damn board, like connecting yarn dots and shit. Like,
I'm rewatching
and then it comes out and everybody's like, oh, well, he went to 2 hospitals. Dude, y'all just don't understand how the healthcare system works. Like, they might not have had an eye specialist. They might have referred him to somebody else. It could have been because of the burns as well. There's multiple reasons why, or because the team is doing their due diligence, they could have gotten one opinion at the first hospital and then gone and seen a specialist at another hospital.
Yeah.
So, like, anyway, I just kind of get out over her skis with all this shit.
On that note, I will say, so I'm in a Discord with Mathology, who I'm going to be starting a show with, a regular show a week from today. We're starting a regular show, but Mathology works in construction, and he pointed out that it's just, and they have a lot of eye injuries. He pointed out it's just common practice to go see a second eye doctor. I forget exactly what he said, but essentially, like, eye injuries are serious. You need to like get.
If you don't, I'm a former nurse, so I can actually speak.
Oh, right, you can.
Knowledge.
Yeah. I forget about
that. If you don't have a specialist on call and stuff like that, or anybody covering the hospital at night, or who knows, based off of like his evaluation, his physical exam, his eye exam, like there's multiple different spots of that. We also don't know I don't know the capabilities of the first facility that he went to. Right. It could have been the closest place that was available to him, and they referred him to some other place. There's so many different parts, or the team knows some, like the team doctor knows an eye doctor or whatever. There's so many parts or pieces to all that I think him getting referred to or going to a second hospital is absolute noise. Like, people like just throw that shit out. Like, that means nothing. Like, you cannot be predictive with that, saying it's nothing or the severity of, like, leaning that into, oh, it's more severe than people are letting on. Like, it's just bad. People talking about things that they don't know anything about.
Yeah. Like Billy says, the second doctor doesn't mean his eye is gone, but it definitely doesn't mean his eye is totally fine. We don't know. Like that is ultimately, we just don't know the situation with Najee. So I think it's reasonable to like bake that in a little bit. Like there's a little bit more upside that Najee has a serious eye injury, and his agent says he's going to be totally fine, but like, what is the agent going to say? Unless his eye is totally gone, they're going to make the be positive, optimistic about his status. So I don't know. I think there's something there, but even with Najee there, Najee is a fine running back. Like I'm not saying he's bad. I think that he is exactly the type of running back that coaches love. But at the end of the day, he's not like some amazing running back that an early round draft pick like Amari Hampton can't just beat him out. And as the season goes on, just say, hey, that guy appears to have more juice than Najee Harris. So I think that he's the type of running back that could get better as the season goes on. And then I think he's fair where he gets drafted. So I guess we will agree to disagree. And on Friday when we draft against each other, I'll just know. I'll
conversation.
Put that. I'll memory hole this. Not memory hole. I'll keep it in my memory and know that you're not going to be taking Amari Hampton from me. So I look forward.
But this needs to be a roundtable discussion with Steele and Drew. We need to have this brought back as a
yeah, that'll be fun.
Because I am absolutely out on him at his current ADP. Like I just don't see. I don't see outside of a James Cook JT type of ceiling where he scores 16 to 20 touchdowns or something like that. I don't see at that ADP. I do not see him burning me.
Okay. You do need a lot to pay off at that ADP. That is certainly true.
You need him to be a top 10 running back straight up.
I'm hopeful that he'll have some involvement in the passing game, but yeah, we'll table this discussion for now. Love the hot take there. Let's keep reading off team. So outside, so Puka, I know you're in on Puka. I know you're. Wait, are you in on Brock Bowers? Now I'm forgetting. I'm too many.
I'm not in on him at cost. Not when I can get Kittle and McBride later.
So this is more of a Neil team, I think, than it is a Debro team. Josh Allen in the third round. We got Calvin Ridley, Jauan Jennings, who you're out on. I think Jauan Jennings pretty strong.
I'm in on Jauan Jennings at cost. I'm not out on him.
Okay.
I think that people are not giving enough love to Ricky Pearsall is my point.
That's okay. Yeah. Khalil Shakir, Isaiah Pacheco at 90, Darnell Mooney, Travis Etienne, Rashid Shaheed, Dallas Goedert, Cam Ward, Tank Bigsby, Josh Palmer, Will Shipley, Chiga Okonkwo, Darius Slayton, Devin Neal, and Sean Tucker. Yeah, looks like you got Cam Ward stacked up multiple ways. You got Josh Allen stacked up multiple ways. Yeah, that's a fun
sneaky
team.
Volume, sneaky upside, some good correlation and stuff like that. Like, roll down the team one more time. There was one player I missed, and I'm blanking on that. I was gonna. Dude, Dallas Goedert's ADP again. He's never finished outside the top 12 tight ends in fantasy points per game. But again, he's being drafted. Just there's certain offenses, man. Like people want no part of. It's like they don't want a part of the Eagles outside of drafting Saquon Barkley as a top 3 pick. They don't want any parts of the 49ers. I don't really understand this. Like they don't want any parts of the Philly passing attack. Like Hurts. Unless his ADP has come up, he was going too late. He slipped in some of the drafts I've done recently. He's still slipping. Devonta Smith is a wide receiver 3, although he's never been a wide receiver 3 over the last 3 years. Dallas Goedert is a tight end 2, although he's never been a tight end 2 over the last 3 to 4 seasons. Like, there's just certain offenses that people don't want any part of, or they're like letting slip down the board, and it's just wrong, Neil.
Yeah, I mean, he's going way too late for, like, he's shown that he's good with the offense intact, and then the contingent upside is just amazing. Like, I'm with you. I take a lot of Dallas Goedert. All right, Debro, we're gonna end it there for this stream. You and I will be back at the latest. We'll be back together on Friday night. Really appreciate you coming on the stream. What else do you have coming up this week? I mean, you top 100. You just came out today with your top 200 list. That's free, right? With write-ups on every player in your top 200. Go check out Debro's Twitter.
Yeah, and we are doing so, and I will say, I'll caveat it with this. We are doing some articles where you have to like sign up for like a free account. I don't think that this is one of those, but if you are hit up with like the sign in screen, it is just sign up for a free account for Fantasy Pros and stuff like that. So no, it's not behind a premium paywall. So just to clarify that for people, but yeah, top 200 is out, and I'm going to continue to add to that thing. I think probably when it's all said and done. And I do have defensive write-ups. I got a kicker write-up. Basically, everybody that made it inside my top 200 players got a full write-up But I mean, dude, probably by the time it's all said and done, this is probably like a top 25, 225, 230 write up. So that's live at Fantasy Pros right now. So please go check that out. All of our other stuff in the Fantasy Pros draft kit is out. That's live. And they did do that draft kit is freaking fantastic. And I know that I'm puffing up stuff for Fantasy Pros, but like, I'm being serious. Like, it is literally a 3-in-1 draft kit. Like, so you go to the landing page for the draft kit, and there's a drop-down menu. You can pick redraft, dynasty, or best ball. All the content for all three mediums are all in that one spot. So, I mean, really, like, trying to make it easy for people to find the information that they want for drafts, that they need for drafts and stuff. And we're just trying to make it easy at Fantasy Pros, man.
Love it. Yeah, check out D-Bro's work and check out all the great work at Fantasy Pros. We are going to get out of here. Before you leave, please do like the video, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and hit that notification bell to get alerts when the shows go live, because we are going to be live a lot this week on this channel. Appreciate you all. Join the Discord. Link is in the description if you haven't already. D-Bro, I'm going to run the commercial one more time on our way out of here. And then I will, we will be out by the time the commercial is done playing. So give me 1 minute if you want to chat after. All right.
Yeah. Gotcha, buddy.
All right, sounds good. See you guys later. Thanks for checking us out. Football season is right around the corner, and there's no better way to lock in your fantasy dominance early than with Best Ball on DraftKings, where you draft once and ride your roster all season long. And right now, DraftKings is giving all customers a can't-miss offer. Draft one, get one. Enter a lineup in the $15 million Best Ball contest for just $20, and you'll score another Best Ball ticket to play free for a share of $15 million, giving you a second shot to win big. It's easy. Just draft your team once, no weekly management required, and let your top scorers automatically start each week. Across the whole season, every breakout star, every clutch play, every touchdown will count toward your quest for a share of $15 million. Download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app now to draft your $20 Best Ball lineup and get a second ticket to play free for a share of $15 million. That's 2 chances to win big without ever setting your lineup again. Draft one, get one. Only on DraftKings. The crown is yours.